Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 9:54. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Examining the charred body of the Mohawk Devil, Wyatt was taken aback to notice that the powerful explosion had failed to cause any damage to the unknown chain, and the hourglass relic fastened to his body. Moreover, the injuries on the devil's body near the mysterious chain seemed slightly less severe compared to the other wounds that adorned his form. It was clear that the unknown chain securing the hourglass relic had attempted to absorb the explosion's impact, yet it could only successfully absorb a fraction of the blast directed at it. Without this intervention, Belphegor's predicament would have been considerably graver. The mere thought of the potential outcome, if he had borne the full brunt of the ember-marked detonations, made Wyatt shake his head in dismay. It was evident that he was in over his head, facing opponents beyond his league. Despite the unknown chain's help, the successive and destructive explosions had undeniably inflicted significant damage upon the devil's physique. Therefore, planning to capitalize on Belphegor's disoriented condition, Wyatt made the calculated to end the devil's Worldhog incarnation here and now. Worldhog was the species name of the creature that Belphegor had refined as his incarnation. Wyatt had read about it and seen its illustration in the myriad race records. Worldhog race was in lot way very similar to the Viltronian race, but a lot stronger than them, as they had capability to change their size with their will, so they were also a lot dumber than them. Like the Victorians, Worldhogs were also very violent species that preferred to use their bronze over brains. Therefore, similar to the Viltronians, they were also labeled as a nearly extinct species. Although sporadic glimpses of the Worldhog species had been reported throughout the myriad realms, the rarity of such sightings made it all the more astonishing and noteworthy to witness a member of this species ascend to the realm of devils. However, ultimately, this achievement led to the misfortune of being refined into Belphegor's incarnation. If Wyatt hadn't employed the SSS rank movement Seal Blood Curse, Belphegor could have effortlessly controlled the decisive battle between them by relying solely on the raw power of his Worldhog form, as he had intended. However, this strategy shifted when Belphegor experienced a series of painful events that unveiled the curse energy's capacity for absorbing physical force and creating seals to use the absorbed force later. While Belphegor remained disoriented from the series of explosions earlier, Wyatt swiftly lunged toward him, summoning all his energy and the power he had absorbed from the Ember Ignition Fist earlier. As he closed in, Wyatt caught a whiff of the delectable barbecue aroma wafting from the scorched Worldhog, serving as a reminder that despite its might, the creature was essentially an oversized pig. Ignoring the tempting aroma of the barbecue, Wyatt landed a solid punch on the devil's face. Then, covering his other hand with a potent SSS rank brittle blood curse, he drove his hand through the chest of the Worldhog, targeting one of its 3 hearts. After obliterating the heart, Wyatt intended to pull his arm back, but unexpectedly, the ends of the unknown chain swiftly coiled around his arm. Just as the barely conscious devil mumbled, "Got you." Careless, Wyatt exclaimed, realizing his arm was caught by Belphegor's unknown chain. Having witnessed its sinister power to drain life force, Wyatt made up his mind decisively and responded to the devil's move with a loud chant, "Not this time. Enjoy your trip to hell, wherever naughty devils go." SSS rank blood curse, cursed blood explosion. Wyatt's loud chant reached Belphegor's ears, even in his confused state. This made the devil frown, as the chant unmistakably indicated that Wyatt intended to detonate his own body. The devil felt the urge to let go of Wyatt's body and distance itself rapidly. However, it paused, realizing that by doing so it would be playing right into Wyatt's hands. Belphegor thought Wyatt was bluffing, hoping Belphegor would let go of his hand out of fear. Thus, Belphegor didn't loosen his hold on Wyatt's hand, he did the opposite. He tightened the chain around Wyatt's wrist and attempted to drain his vitality. He felt a sense of accomplishment for seeing through Wyatt's deception. It was satisfying to achieve a victory over Wyatt, having repeatedly fallen for his schemes and losing to him. Nevertheless, while Belphegor was rejoicing, he noticed Wyatt's body suddenly become lifeless, as it had abruptly drifted into slumber. Before Belphegor could wrap his head around the confusion, Wyatt's body burst forth in a massive explosion. Boom! The explosion thundered with a deafening roar, ripping through the air and sending shockwaves that reverberated across the landscape. Its brilliance was blinding, casting a radiant cascade of light that painted the entire southern capital in a surreal, transient glow, as if the very fabric of the city had momentarily transformed into a mesmerizing tapestry of brilliance. In the midst of the explosion's unleashed chaos, a mere heartbeat seemed to stretch into eternity, causing even the demigods locked in fierce combat with the devils to momentarily halt their clashes. The ferocious exchange of blows came to an abrupt standstill as they collectively reeled from the cataclysmic force, a haunting echo of the explosion's destructive power sending an unsettling shiver down their spines. Wyatt, Anne and Jill's voices melded in a frantic chorus, their cries slicing through the air like desperate pleas. Their eyes locked onto the spectacle of the explosion, but the ensuing surge of blinding radiance and the concussive force of the blast swiftly coerced them to shield their vulnerable eyes and avert their gazes. The sheer intensity of the detonation imposed a momentary darkness upon their vision, compelling them to turn away and seek refuge from the overwhelming maelstrom of light and energy. The very sight of the explosion now lay shrouded in a dense veil of dust and smoke, an opaque curtain that enshrouded the aftermath in an air of uncertainty. Amidst this swirling haze, the fate of the devil, Belphegor, who was at the center of the explosion, remained a mystery. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:54, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Beeplehager's belief that Wyatt was merely bluffing with the threat to detonate himself in order to deceive him into releasing his grip was a clever and astute reaction. Who in their sane judgment would willingly trigger an explosion without putting up a fight or exerting maximum effort to change the situation when the opponent gains the advantage? Therefore, it was unsurprising that Belphegor would persist steadfastly in his choice until the very end. However, Belphegor lacked a substantial understanding of Wyatt's abilities, which transformed his swift and prudent decision into a grave error. After engaging in combat and thoroughly evaluating Wyatt within the secondary time flow, Belphegor held the belief that he had sufficiently measured Wyatt's skills and abilities, enabling him to initiate the conclusive confrontation. This conviction led him to boldly eliminate the secondary time flow and persist in pursuing Wyatt's soul within the original time flow, fully aware that allied demigods could potentially intervene to aid Wyatt. Yet, Belphegor had greatly underestimated the many tricks Wyatt had up his sleeve. In the final reckoning, he faced devastating consequences for this miscalculation, as the certainty of his life and death remained uncertain, since the smoke and dust that enveloped the explosion site made it difficult to determine if he had managed to survive the blast. Wyatt, Anne was on the verge of impulsively charging into the area where the explosion had occurred, shrouded in a dense haze of dust and smoke, in order to verify Wyatt's condition. She had seen his giant body burst apart as it took down the malevolent devil, yet her mind resisted accepting this reality. Her heart clung to the possibility that amidst that obscuring cloud of smoke and dust, Wyatt might be there, potentially requiring assistance. "Where are you rushing off to, stupid girl?" But then, a strong hand grabbed her shoulder from behind, preventing her from dashing toward the explosion area. Filled with anger, Anne swiftly spun around to find the hand's owner, only to discover that it was her beloved, the very person she was so eager to save. Without hesitation, she embraced him tightly, taking in his scent, without a shred of doubt about the person she embraced was her beloved and shame of her intimate actions. "Wyatt, you're alive," Jill cried out, attempting to embrace him, only for her ethereal form to pass through his physical body. Thus, she could only observe as Anne unabashedly held onto Wyatt, nuzzling against him and inhaling his masculine scent, all while shedding tears such that Wyatt would not heartlessly pull her off of him out of compassion. Witnessing Anne's audacious display, Jill couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment. "I'm okay, you both should head back to the royal palace grounds," Wyatt instructed Anne and Jill. A sense of urgency could be heard in his voice. Listening to his words, Anne quickly looked up into his eyes and responded, "Absolutely, let us head back to the royal palace grounds." "Not me, just you two," Wyatt clarified, sensing that Anne had misunderstood. But then he heard Anne firmly declare, "No, I won't go if you're not going." "What's the use? Didn't you just kill the devil using your clone detonation technique?" Jill asked, clearly puzzled. The only real danger they faced was the devil with time rule mastery. If it was gone, why would Wyatt be apprehensive? If only it were that simple, but it's far from finished. Plus, I had to carefully manage the explosion to avoid endangering you both in the aftermath, Wyatt sighed, as he detailed to Jill and Anne how he had missed a prime chance to defeat Belphegor's Worldhog incarnation. "You should have targeted its core instead of its heart," Anne pointed out, causing Wyatt to frown, but he then proceeded to explain his action to her even though he did not need to. "This devil's body is tricky. It actually has 3 cores, each one concealed within its 3 hearts. Worldhogs possess 3 hearts, with each heart housing a demon core. This unique setup aids their natural skill to alter their body size. If you don't eliminate all 3 cores, there's a possibility of it surviving and regenerating its lost cores and body." Given that Wyatt was facing a Devil Realm Worldhog and an incarnation of Belphegor at that, it's reasonable to assume that this specific world hog possessed high-level body healing and core recovery capabilities. Furthermore, using his soul pupils, Wyatt noticed a mass of versatile soul pathways growing at the explosion site, concealed within the shroud of smoke and dust. Wyatt, have you figured out why the devil was coming after you? Are you certain you can handle this, or should you just come back to the royal palace grounds with us? Jill asked, expressing her worry. She felt that Wyatt might be shouldering more responsibility than was necessary. For someone of his age and realm, it is the same devil I cheated into leading its powers to me to save Anna. It is back for revenge, Wyatt explained, then hurried them to return to the royal palace grounds, saying, enough chit-chat, leave while the devil is still recovering and disoriented. No, I won't leave you alone out here. Head back to the royal palace grounds with us, Anne persisted. Anne continued to disagree with Wyatt and persuade him to return with them. Anne, Wyatt firmly gripped her shoulder, locking eyes with her as he spoke, you're at risk out here. Please go back to the royal palace grounds, as I cannot fight the devil while protecting you. Fortunately, Belphegor didn't display any desire to take Anne as a hostage to manipulate Wyatt, although he did mention it briefly. Thus, Wyatt missed a valuable opportunity to strike while Belphegor was recuperating, as he was preoccupied trying to convince Anne to go back to a secure spot. While Wyatt knew that Anne was Anna's origin card, he remained unaware of the consequences if something were to happen to her. Considering Anna's well-being, Wyatt had to prioritize ensuring Anne's safety over attacking vulnerable Belphegor, even if he found it frustrating. As he did not entertain naive thoughts that he could take out Belphegor without sacrifice, even if he was at his weakest since he stepped into the card world. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:54, location Southern region, Southern capital. Sending the two girls off, Wyatt didn't immediately dash into the shroud of dust and smoke. After transferring his essence to a new Calamity Soul gem 3 times and rebuilding his body from scratch twice, Wyatt felt a bit tired. Nevertheless, by utilizing his physical connection to the world's condition, he drew energy from his surroundings to rejuvenate his strength and endurance. As a pair of elven arms and heads appeared behind him with the taboo seal completely lifted. Then his attention was drawn to the astonishing sight of the cloud of dust and smoke that appeared to be collapsing in on itself, as if an unseen force from within was voraciously consuming it. The dust and smoke particles swirled and spiraled, converging towards the center of the cloud of dust and smoke, where a menacingly tall humanoid figure could be seen devouring them. The humanoid figure was no other than Belphegor, a 110 feet tall bipedal swine with human expressions and hands. Not only had he seemingly regenerated completely from the explosive impact, but a newfound vitality radiated from him. His previously shattered tusk now grew back. It was as if he had rejuvenated. His body exuded an aura of heightened energy, a sinister vibrancy that seemed to pulse with an unholy fervor. The scene was surreal. The billowing shroud of smoke and dust that had enshrouded Belphegor now had gathered and swirled above him with his mouth at its eye. His mouth produced an irresistible suction force to swallow all the swirling smoke and dust particles. It was a display of recovery and strength by the devil. In the face of such a spectacle, Wyatt could only watch in a mixture of astonishment and dread, realizing that the devil before him had not just recovered, but had become something far more formidable than before. Ouch, that hurt. After gulping down the cloud of dust and smoke, the devil tensed its muscles and focused its gaze on Wyatt, who had once again grown to a towering 110 feet. It then began to mock him, jesting, well, look at you. I like your new look. With those floating heads and arms trailing behind, you might just out-devil me in appearance. Don't flatter yourself, Belphegor. You resemble a pig more than a devil, Wyatt retorted back at the devil in response to his taunt. Soon harnessing every ounce of his strength, Wyatt propelled himself toward the devil with an explosive burst of energy. The sheer force of his acceleration sent shockwaves rippling through the air, rattling the very foundations of the nearby structures. The ground quivered beneath his power, and the surrounding buildings trembled as if in response to his mighty thrust. In the wake of his rapid movement, some unfortunate edifices couldn't withstand the overwhelming impact and succumbed, crumbling into debris. Charging at the devil, Wyatt keenly observed a change in the unknown chain that strapped the hourglass relic on its back. The chain had rearranged itself to strap the relic to its back in such a way that now it strategically covered the devil's body to shield its vital areas, like its 3 hearts. Through his soul pupils, Wyatt also discerned a significant detail. One of the devil's hearts, previously shattered by the formidable SSS rank brittle blood curse he had unleashed as he pierced its heart with his hand, had regenerated. However, A marked difference was apparent. The central core within this reformed heart appeared diminished in size compared to its original state, as well as in comparison to the other two cores residing within the devil's other two hearts. This revelation led him to a crucial realization. Each time he shattered the devil's cores, they required more time to recover and regain their former strength. Then a notion crystallized in his mind: the more he destroyed these cores, the longer they would take to restore themselves and reach their peak potency. This realization hinted at a potential strategy. A relentless assault on the cores could potentially lead to their permanent destruction before they could fully recover, effectively killing the devil. Alternatively, he could adhere to his initial plan of simultaneously obliterating all three cores at once. Fire rule, blaze pelt, wind rule, swirling skin. The devil's fur underwent a rapid and captivating change, shifting into a breathtaking torrent of fiery flame. Soon after, a soft breeze began to take shape, wrapping around the devil with a deliberate elegance. With a delicate caress, the wind traced its path over the flaming fur, creating an enchanting interplay of element rules. The tendrils of wind and fire blended together, creating a complex and intangible shield of swirling flames that enveloped the devil's entire body. Then with incredible swiftness, devil's right arm sliced through the air. In its wake, a colossal and razor-sharp arc of scorching flame materialized, its incandescent edges glowing with intense, searing heat. The arc stretched and curved, bestowing destruction upon anything unfortunate enough to cross its path. It was as though the devil's sheer physical prowess was infusing a newfound vigor into the very fabric of the wind rule. The enhanced wind rule, in turn, responded with a symbiotic harmony, channeling its own strength and vitality to amplify the fire rule. The three energies seemed to complement each other, displaying the devil's extreme mastery and a fine understanding of its physical strength, wind rule, and fire rule. Surprisingly, the crescent wind flame rule blade did not extinguish but instead expanded in size as it forged ahead through the air, without encountering any resistance, consuming the surrounding wind in its relentless advance and expanding its terrifying aura of searing heat. With its years of experience, the devil had harnessed a fusion of destructive energy of fire rule power and the unstoppable momentum of wind rule power. The wind and fire rule's ever-growing ginormous crescent arc's brilliant flames illuminated the entire southern capital and raised its temperature by several degrees. Faced with such an threatening attack, Wyatt did not stop in his advance. Instead, he increased his speed, bellowing, "SSS rank curse, cursed blood rejuvenation." Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:55, location Southern region, Southern capital. As soon as Wyatt activated the SSS rank curse, cursed blood rejuvenation, intense, scorching heat radiated from Wyatt's body, transforming his skin into a vivid red shade. His veins bulged and created raised, intricate designs on his flesh, resembling pulsating rivers on elevated pathways. This metamorphosis was also visible on the elven floating heads and elven pair of arms trailing behind him, matching his incredible speed. Upon transforming, Wyatt's velocity surged to unprecedented heights. The very air around him crackled and roared as a result of his sudden and explosive acceleration. Through the skies of the southern capital, he soared like a comet. With a mind-boggling speed coupled with a nearly impervious body, Wyatt sliced through the very fabric of the wind barrier, giving rise to a series of deafening thunderous sonic booms. He had overcome the force of nature, defying the constraints of the mundane world. His passage left behind deafening sonic booms and explosive shockwaves that echoed through the air. The reverberating sonic booms were of an ear-splitting magnitude, shattering every pane of glass in the vicinity, their explosive force resonating through the very bones of the surrounding buildings. The tangible shockwaves produced by them possessed an overwhelming might that wreaked havoc upon the feeble structures that stood in their path, reducing them to mere rubble and debris. Fearlessly, Wyatt advanced closer to the colossal, blazing blade that had manifested through the intricate fusion of the wind and fire rule. As he approached it, he witnessed that the manifestation of the crescent wind and fire rule blade was a swarm of countless minuscule blades, each a manifestation of the intricate and fierce wind and fire rules. As Wyatt was about to collide with the wind and fire blade, the scorching wave of intense heat radiated from his body clashed with the searing inferno emanating from the approaching blade. As a result, the air between the two ignited. As Wyatt hurtled forward with unyielding momentum, he collided with the colossal crescent blade of fire. At the instant of impact, when the raw power of his body came in contact with formidable rule power, a transformation began to unfurl. A mesmerizing ripple, akin to a stone cast into a placid pond, surged through the blade's fiery expanse. This ripple was a result of Wyatt's indomitable physical power as he breached the infernal barrier of the huge crescent blade solely through the sheer physicality of his being. The blade, initially a boundless and ever-expanding force, now came to a halt in front of his unstoppable advance. The ripple that was the result of the devastating impact further evolved with collusion into a seismic shockwave that rippled outward from the point of contact. This shockwave, an embodiment of Wyatt's insane speed supported by his supernatural physique, radiated a force that surpassed mere physicality. Its force dominated the blade, quenching the volatile flames that had once seemed unstoppable. The unrestrained winds, which had fueled the blade's ferocity, now bowed before the sheer magnitude of the shockwave. Their wild frenzy was silenced by the force. The fire rule shaping the once mighty crescent blade was extinguished, and the wind rule that stroked fire rule had now halted and dispersed by the shockwave, just like snuffing out a candle's flickering flame with a bullet. At that moment, Wyatt had snuffed the raging boundless crescent blade created by the swift wave of Belphegor's hand with his swift movement. Observing his attack being stopped, the formerly light-hearted look on Belphegor's face underwent a complete shift. The cheerful attitude that had been evident earlier gave way to a sense of aloofness, combined with a visible frown. Despite the uncertainties that had existed between them before, Belphegor had been confident that Wyatt was not impervious to fire rule attacks, as he was to time and physical attacks. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated Wyatt swiftly nullifying his fire and wind rule combined assault merely through extraordinary swiftness and power of his physical body. Belphegor instinctively retreated a pace, his fingers curling into taut fists as he assumed a combat stance, extending his clenched hands before him. The eerie atmosphere enveloping him underwent an abrupt transformation, spiraling into turbulence before gradually subsiding, its tranquility solidifying into the resolute essence of a devastating fist. Then, in a rapid succession of fluid motions, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches into the air, each aimed with unwavering precision at Wyatt, who surged forward with unparalleled swiftness. Belphegor's punch erupted a blazing fist in the air like a comet, its fiery essence ignited by the embodiment of the wind rule whose tempestuous force was harnessed by the speed of his fist's movement. Previously, a mere flick of Belphegor's wrist had conjured forth the colossal crescent blade, its form expanding voraciously as it devoured the very air around it. Yet now, his focus intensified, his onslaught of precisely calculated punches painted the heavens with a grandeur beyond imagination. Immense fists wreathed in scorching flames materialized, their intricate contours and meticulous details surpassing the earlier crescent's elegance. A masterpiece of conjured might, they swelled in magnitude as they advanced toward Wyatt, a testament to Belphegor's refined control and unyielding over his fist arts. As Wyatt charged, he was met with a congregation of colossal fiery fists, akin to miniature suns, radiating a searing heat and light that painted the surroundings with an ethereal luminosity. The once shaded corners of the southern capital were banished into brilliance, the blinding radiance of these celestial fists casting away the veil of darkness. Amidst this otherworldly display, Wyatt's determined advance came to an abrupt pause, feeling the sheer power and intensity that lay before him. Wyatt's body seamlessly transitioned into a poised combat stance, his every movement a testament to the harmonious union of his physical form and the world around him. With a graceful fluidity, he lifted his leg, an action that seemed to unravel like a coiled whip. Yet, the boundaries between his body and the environment blurred, intertwining seamlessly to form an extension of his limb. The world itself molded into a continuation of his leg's trajectory, crafting an optical illusion of a sinuous and elongated whip, streamlined and poised for action. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:55, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. As the colossal fiery fist surged relentlessly towards him, Wyatt's resolve remained unshaken. His focus intensified, a storm of determination brewing within his gaze. With a fluid yet deliberate motion, he summoned his leg into action, lifting it with a grace that belied its imminent power. At that moment, his leg transformed into a celestial whip, an embodiment of the world's energy bursting with untamed force. The whip-like appendage whirled through the air with an almost ethereal elegance, each movement resonating with the movement illustrated by a whip. It collided with the oncoming tide of enormous blazing fists, an exquisite combination of fire and power. Wyatt's kick materialized into a devastating whip, an embodiment of controlled might that reverberated through the very fabric of the wind. With a calculated ferocity, his leg became an instrument that broke through the wind barrier like a whip with a torrent of energy that cut through the onslaught of blazing fists. Similar to a celestial scythe through a field of fire. As the fiery fists converged upon him, Wyatt's kick carved a path of sublime destruction. Then, in a breathtaking moment, his kick surged forward, a blinding streak of power and precision. The kick-slash met the fiery barrage head-on. The collision of raw elemental rule power and physical force sent shockwaves rippling through the very essence upon impact. The impact was nothing short of cataclysmic. A blinding light and formidable heat erupted in a dazzling display, the fiery fists quivering and recoiling before the irresistible force of Wyatt's kick-slash. The once menacing assault was fragmented and dispersed, each fiery fist dissolving into fragments of ember that scattered like stardust on a wind's breeze. As Wyatt's prowess unfolded before the devil's eyes, a profound astonishment gripped the very core of its being. Belphegor's once confident face now contorted into a grotesque mask of disbelief as hideous emotions etched upon its features. His perception of reality seemed to shift as it beheld the seemingly effortless dissolution of its fiery fist arts with just physical strength, a spectacle that defied the boundaries of the known and challenged the very fabric of its understanding. From the depths of its being emerged a laughter that held an eerie resonance, a cacophony that clawed its way through the city's air. Each chilling note echoed like a sinister refrain, an array of madness that painted the surroundings with a terrifying aura. Good, good, it intoned, a mantra of approval laced with an unsettling undercurrent. The Belphegor's voice was both haunting and resonant as it reverberated through the city's streets, as a result of Wyatt's prowess that had left it questioning its previous perceptions. What power is that? How is it able to allow you to display such prowess despite the constrictions of your mortal realm? Whose power are you borrowing? Who is it? Belphegor's thunderous roar echoed through the cavernous arena, a visceral expression of his bewilderment and frustration. His eyes, normally ablaze with arrogance and power, now widened in disbelief as he beheld the astonishing spectacle that had unfolded before him. Wyatt, seemingly an ordinary card master, was able to overcome one of his mightiest attacks, a combination of two rules and physical power complementing each other. Belphegor stood there, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, his eyes fixed upon Wyatt with a mixture of awe and puzzlement. It was a sight to behold, the raw and unfathomable power that seemed to radiate from Wyatt's very being. Belphegor's mind raced, trying to unravel the mystery behind Wyatt's power. It was not something a mortal could wield. In the wake of Belphegor's probing question, a profound shift seemed to ripple through the very fabric of the atmosphere. Wyatt's stance suddenly changed as he concentrated all his full power into his body. The air around him, once so tranquil and serene, became a cauldron of chaos. It quivered and danced in the wake of his burgeoning might as if struggling to contain the sheer force that radiated from his very being. Wyatt's muscles tensed, his sinews standing out like cords of tightly wound steel beneath his skin. A crescendo of energy built within him, spiraling upward in a crescendo of power that defied mortal comprehension. It was as if the boundaries between his physical form and the boundless energies of the world had blurred, allowing him to harness forces that lay beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. And then, with a breathtaking culmination of focus and determination, Wyatt unleashed the full brunt of his gathered might. The very air seemed to tremble and bow before him, swept into a maelstrom of turbulence as the sheer force of his aura surged outward. A shockwave of energy rippled through the surroundings, a visual manifestation of his extraordinary power. It was a display of raw and unparalleled force, a display that left an indelible mark on his surroundings. Belphegor, despite his own infernal origins, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe mingled with trepidation as he bore witness to this spectacle of potency. Wyatt's response was a resounding testament to the mysteries that lay beneath the surface of existence, a reminder that the universe was far more vast and intricate than even the most knowledgeable beings could comprehend. As I mentioned earlier, Belphegor, why do you concern yourself with the source of my power? Let's settle this immediately, Wyatt stated, showcasing his newfound strength from activating the SSS rank curse, Cursed Blood Rejuvenation. Upon hearing Wyatt's words, Belphegor erupted into raucous, uncontrollable laughter. However, he suddenly stopped and fixed Wyatt with a chilling stare, remarking, "You appear quite sure of your abilities and confident that you can defeat me. We'll find out if I can beat you if you stop talking and continue with the battle," Wyatt retorted. Then he charged at Belphegor with insane speed, aiming to force him into close combat in order to minimize the impact of his wide-ranging, powerful area attacks. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:55, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Wyatt charged at Belphegor with all his strength, aiming to give this battle a swift ending. Only he knew that his newfound power, though formidable, came with limitations. His strength wasn't boundless, and there existed a threshold to how long his soul could bear this enhanced might. This was particularly crucial as his soul's active control percentage was that of a card master. He needed to defeat Belphegor before his mutated soul was no longer able to withstand the boost he summoned by letting it possess 12 SSS rank blood curses. Wyatt had devised the 12 blood curse incarnation body technique to achieve strength surpassing that of typical demigods, even though he held the power of a mere card master. As the technique's name implies, Wyatt's body becomes a vessel for 12 distinct blood curses, allowing him to harness the blood curse incarnation skill of the blood curse meaning of the blood rule. This transformation effectively morphs his body into an embodiment of 12 unique curses, granting him access to their respective strengths and abilities. In his pursuit of surpassing the power of an ordinary card demigod as a mere card master, Wyatt had to carefully choose 12 distinct SSS rank blood curses that would grant him the strength he desired. Nevertheless, the blood curse incarnation prowess came with its own set of boundaries and disadvantages. Wyatt needed to carefully select a curse that matched his realm and strength. Otherwise, instead of becoming a curse incarnation, he might find himself falling victim to the very curse he attempted to wield. Hence, as a practitioner of such a perilous skill, understanding one's own limitations was paramount to effectively harnessing its potential. Failing to do so would simply amount to courting disaster. Typically, an average card master practicing the curse incarnation skill could manage just one A-rank curse. Some adept card masters might stretch their abilities to handle 2 or 3 A-rank curses concurrently, or even dabble with an S-rank curse for a brief duration. However, this advanced application comes at the cost of taxing their physical body and soul. Still, Wyatt, a card master honing the curse incarnation skill, defied convention by not grappling with 2 or 3 curses but an astounding 12, all at once. The astonishing part was that each of these dozen curses Wyatt employed in his curse incarnation technique was of the lofty legendary grade and SSS rank, each potent enough to potentially kill a run-of-the-mill demigod. And yet, an ordinary mortal like Wyatt dared to allow his very body to host a dozen of these formidable curses. If this wasn't a recklessness bordering on a desire for death, then what else could it be? Unlike the dire aftermath that often accompanied the misuse of curse incarnation, Wyatt, who had boldly ventured beyond the limits of his realm, embracing 12 SSS rank curses, defied expectations. Not only did he survive, but he thrived possessing the might surpassing even that of an ordinary demigod. Despite having activated the blood curse incarnation skill for a considerable time, both his physical body and soul remained remarkably unscathed. This enduring endurance confounded even the likes of the malevolent Belphegor, raising questions about how a mere mortal could harbor such formidable might for an extended duration. First and foremost, Wyatt stood above all the usual card masters. His soul had a unique mutation, carrying a remarkable 12 separate consciousnesses. Thanks to his gigamite, each of these 11 mutated consciousnesses could manifest as tangible entities, coexisting harmoniously with his original consciousness. This intricate arrangement granted him the exceptional ability to accommodate a grand total of 12 distinct curses simultaneously while using the blood curse incarnation technique without triggering an adverse effect on his soul or body. Yet, the challenge extended beyond Wyatt's utilization of a dozen distinct curses in unison. Each curse itself was of the formidable SSS rank. How could the body and soul of an ordinary card master withstand the ominous might of an SSS rank curse? The reason for this was the blood curse immunity that Wyatt had gained having achieved ultimate mastery in blood curse meaning of the blood rule. And also thanks to the Heatsend royal family's heirloom the SSS rank item, dummy ring. Blood curse immunity possessed significant potency, contingent upon the active soul control percentage of the user and their mastery over the blood curse meaning. Given Wyatt's remarkably mutated soul strength and unparalleled mastery over the blood curse meaning of the blood rule, his blood curse immunity proved effective against even the most formidable SSS rank blood curses. To bolster his defenses, Wyatt wisely compensated for his inherent limitations by utilizing the invaluable treasured heirloom of the Heatsend royal family SSS rank item, dummy ring. This remarkable ring bestowed absolute defense against all SSS rank curses, serving as a prudent precautionary measure. Despite Wyatt's utilization of various abilities and precautions to accommodate 12 SSS rank blood curses concurrently while using the blood curse incarnation skill, these efforts fail to explain the remarkable resilience exhibited by his physical body and soul in containing such potent power over an extended duration. Irrespective of Wyatt's physique, traits, and origin card, the undeniable truth persisted. His soul and body belonged to a card master, yet they successfully contained the formidable might capable of vanquishing divine entities like card demigods, and this endurance persisted for a considerable duration. All credit for this accomplishment was owed to Wyatt's ingenious modification of the blood curse incarnation skill. This modification of the blood curse incarnation skill not only rendered him a more optimal vessel for these potent curses but also bestowed upon him the remarkable ability to tap into their formidable power and capabilities. What set his modification apart was its profound effect on the physical and spiritual aspects of the user. It allowed him to maintain this connection with curses for an extended period without subjecting his body and soul to the usual draining and enervating toll. This harmonious integration of curse and self was the characteristic of the new modification Wyatt came up with for the blood curse incarnation skill. Wyatt had made use of his myriad devil transformation skill to devise a method that facilitated a seamless coexistence between the curse and the physical body when employing the blood curse incarnation technique, allowing a significant reduction in the burdensome effects experienced by the user, concurrently extending the duration of the skill's application. Through the myriad devil transformation, Wyatt gained the remarkable ability to reshape his physical form into any desired configuration, as long as he possessed a sample of the core soul pathway of the subject. This skill was harnessed by Wyatt to transmute his body into a manifestation of the curse itself. This strategic employment of his transformation skill synergized with his role as a host for these curses and his utilization of the blood curse incarnation technique, resulting in a notably enhanced efficiency in accommodating and embodying the curses within his being. To achieve this feat, Wyatt had meticulously laid the groundwork. Initially, he undertook the task of handpicking 12 distinct SSS rank blood curses, each possessing the potential and versatility to combat both demigods and devils. Subsequently, he entrusted his mutant soul clones with the responsibility of individually hosting these curses and employing the blood incarnation curse technique under the protection of the dummy ring. Following that, Wyatt proceeded to gather the core soul pathways from the resultant individual curse incarnations of the 12 carefully selected SSS rank curses. This strategic move enabled him to utilize these core soul pathways as a means to transform his own body into the incarnations of these 12 SSS rank curses, bypassing the need to directly host the curses or employ the blood curse incarnation skill. Nonetheless, there existed a limit to the myriad devil transformation skill's capabilities. While it enabled Wyatt to accurately morph into a curse incarnation, it didn't confer upon him the might of an SSS rank curse. Yet, this outcome aligned with Wyatt's calculations, as his objective was never to circumvent the blood curse incarnation skill. He recognized that genuine strength and abilities of SSS rank curses could only be attained through direct hosting them in his body. While Wyatt did not acquire the formidable prowess inherent to an SSS rank curse upon assuming the form of their curse incarnations through the myriad devil transformation, he had managed to gain a body that could host these curses most efficiently. His transformation body proved exceptionally suitable for hosting these potent SSS rank curses, allowing him to inherit their might and abilities effectively utilizing the blood curse incarnation skill. By employing this approach, Wyatt transformed his original body along with his 11 additional mutant soul clone bodies into the curse incarnations corresponding to the 12 chosen SSS rank curses. Subsequently, he harnessed the Gigamite physique to consolidate all 12 curse incarnations within a single body, all under the control of his original consciousness. In a testament to his ingenuity, Wyatt harnessed the myriad devil transformation skill to its utmost potential, effectively refining the blood curse incarnation technique. The outcome of his efforts was so immense and astonishing that it had the power to reshape even the perspective of Belphegor, the devil, altering his entire worldview. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:55, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Witnessing fast approaching Wyatt, Belphegor swiftly retreated while throwing a maelstrom of fire and wind rule fusion attacks aimed at Wyatt, intentionally widening the distance between himself and Wyatt before the imminent confrontation. Since Wyatt was impervious to any form of physical assault, Belphegor knew better than to engage in close combat with Wyatt and attempt any form of physical attack that would be utterly futile and ultimately ineffective. Wyatt's lips curled into a contemptuous sneer, his eyes narrowing as he observed the retreat of Belphegor. The battlefield was ablaze with the fury of fire rule and the tumultuous force of wind rule, a chaotic dance of elemental rule power that underscored Belphegor's hasty retreat. A surge of energy ignited within Wyatt's eyes, illuminating them with an intense and radiant glow that seemed to pierce through the very secrets of reality. In that instant, the floating heads and arms that trailed behind him disappeared in the air, only to rematerialize with uncanny swiftness right behind the retreating Belphegor. Each of the 11 pairs of arms exuded an aura of an ominous malevolent curse, as they were enhanced with the very essence of the SSS rank cursed blood rejuvenation and adorned with the SSS rank brittle blood curse. These curses were renowned for their cataclysmic potency. Right now all 22 hands resembled sharp stakes covered in dark blood. Then under the perceptive gaze of 11 floating heads, the 22 stakes swiftly bore down upon Belphegor in an awe-inspiring display of supernatural precision, aiming for 22 distinct vital points across the devil's body except for the ones that were protected by the unknown chain wrapped around its body strapping the hourglass relic. Each stake found its mark with chilling accuracy and swiftness, puncturing through Belphegor's protective layer of wind and fire rule, then the flesh of his physical body. As Wyatt's floating hands shattered the protective barrier of swirling wind rule power and scorching fire rule power that shielded Belphegor, they effortlessly pierced through the flesh of his devil physique. In response, Belphegor immediately let out a thunderous roar of fury that reverberated through the air, masking his cry of pain. The once defensive chainmail of wind and fire rule that enveloped Belphegor's entire body suddenly underwent a transformative metamorphosis, with his angry roar culminating in the birth of a relentless firestorm with Belphegor as its eye. This fiery vortex possessed an insatiable hunger, voraciously consuming the 11 floating heads and 22 hands that dared to pierce his corporal shell, reducing them to smoldering remnants before they could even graze the surface of his bones. Before long, the 22 holes on Belphegor's body healed quickly enough to be witnessed by the naked eyes. The infernal tempest enshrouding Belphegor's body did not show any signs of waning after incinerating Wyatt's floating appendages. Instead, it intensified and helped him propel with an enhanced speed as he continued his rapid retreat. Making use of this blazing maelstrom, Belphegor unleashed a barrage of crescent-shaped blades wrought from the fusion of fire and wind rule aimed at Wyatt, trying to hinder his advance. With an almost preternatural speed, Wyatt seamlessly pierced through the oncoming crescent-shaped blades unscathed. The shockwave from their confrontation snuffed the fiery and windy amalgamations that once sliced through the air with their deadly dance. Unfazed, he pressed forward. His speed was a testament to the enhancement of SSS rank cursed blood rejuvenation. As he advanced, his 11 sets of floating appendages conjured behind him anew and trailed in his wake. While his 11 sets of floating appendages were incinerated by Belphegor's raging firestorm, Wyatt's body managed to not get incinerated by the same fiery amalgamation as he fearlessly thrust himself through the swirling onslaught of fiery crescent blades during his unyielding progression because of his wind barrier shattering speed. Similar to how a swift paper can slice through a candle flame without getting burned, but when the same paper held stationary succumbs to the fiery candle flame. Just as the swiftness of the paper allowed it to pass through the flames untouched in its trail, Wyatt's incredible speed allowed him to remain unscathed despite facing the firestorm's crescent blades head-on. Belphegor skillfully retreated to a distance, creating a perfect gap between himself and the approaching Wyatt. This strategic maneuver ensured that he remained beyond the reach of Wyatt's melee attacks while maintaining his advantage by keeping Wyatt within the reach of his ranged attacks. Gaining the optimal distance from his enemy, Belphegor stopped his retreat just as the fierce firestorm began to wane, returning to its previous form, the protective chainmail that replaced his fur. Seizing the moment without any further delay, he launched his formidable power attack, aiming to strike before Wyatt could narrow the space separating them, bellowing, "Fire rule domain, wind rule domain, and earth rule domain." In a mere heartbeat, the air surrounding Belphegor's imminent vicinity underwent a profound transformation. It bore witness to a convergence of 3 distinct rule domains, intricately layered atop one another. As these 3 rule domains intertwined, a palpable weight settled upon the very fabric of the atmosphere, casting an aura of gravity and significance over the impending events. A mesmerizing inferno ignited upon the streets, and the very foundations of the buildings underwent a spectacular metamorphosis, transforming into rivers of molten lava. With a captivating and almost hypnotic grace, this sea of liquid fire spread throughout the urban landscape, its relentless advance swallowing everything unfortunate enough to float upon its scorching surface. The once familiar surroundings now bore the mark of an eruption, painting a scene of both awe and trepidation. The once serene sky underwent a dramatic transformation, as brooding clouds gathered and loomed overhead. Their ominous presence cast a shadow over the landscape, heralding an impending tempest of unparalleled intensity and brewing a storm with unrivaled ferocity and unrelenting force. Its howling winds, sharp as the keenest blade, seemed to slice through anything that stood in its way, chopping the tall infrastructures into thousands of tiny pieces, feeding the erupting lava underneath. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:56, location Southern Region, Southern Capital Wyatt's relentless advance showed no signs of halting, undeterred even as the devil himself abruptly ceased his movement and initiated a remarkable display of power by summoning forth 3 distinct rule domains, each layer intricately interwoven with the others. This complex fusion was a testament to Belphegor's mastery over all 3 rules. Yet, this was far from dissuading Wyatt. This existence-threatening manifestation did not deter his advance in any way. His gaze remained resolute and unyielding, fixed upon his adversary. A palpable tension hung in the air as he continued to advance into the depths of the 3 domains, with an air of solemnity and focused intent. Observing Wyatt's audacious charge into the depth of his rule domains, a sinister grin slowly crept across Belphegor's face. The grotesque curvature of his lips revealed a chilling revelation, that Wyatt's seemingly reckless advance was within its calculations. In fact, he was counting on it as it was an integral piece of his plan. Within the depths of his malevolent smile lay the undeniable evidence of Belphegor's machinations. His eyes had a chilling shine highlighting the depths of his cunning mind. As the pieces of his plan fell into place, Belphegor's grin deepened, casting an eerie glow upon his features. With a resounding cry of grief tripodia, Belphegor assumed a poised position that embodied both grace and raw power. His body initiated a fluid sway, while his hands and feet weaved with an enigmatic rhythm, charming all onlookers. As his movements unfolded, the very air around him responded, causing the razor-sharp wind rule to ripple in tandem with his actions. Meanwhile, the molten lava beneath him appeared to echo his motion, creating an entrancing spectacle of synchronized dance between the devil and 3 different rules. As Wyatt ventured further into the heart of the 3 domains, reaching a point where retreating would prove challenging, a transformation came over Belphegor. His eyes, once intense, now blazed with anger that set off deafening thunderous claps and searing bolts of lightning in the dark clouds above. It was as though the 3 elemental rules of the 3 domains responded to Belphegor's overwhelming emotions, which found their expression through the fluid movements of his body. It was as if the fundamental rules of each domain were stirred by his intense feelings, causing a symphony of disastrous reactions within them. Belphegor expertly lifted his right arm, swiftly bringing it down in a precise motion, while simultaneously elevating his left arm with a grasping gesture before forcefully driving it downward. Soon after, a piercing gust of wind swirling around Wyatt's advancing body coalesced directly above him, then ruthlessly descended, striking him from the heavens. Simultaneously, a towering column of molten lava erupted from beneath, engulfing him before receding to the ground with him in it. Watching Wyatt become consumed by the lava, Belphegor's body weaved as he swiftly his hands from beneath and clapped them together, mimicking the motion of waves slamming on the ground. Similarly, the molten lava that surrounded the area transformed into undulating waves, crashing with relentless force upon the very spot where Wyatt had been engulfed. This fierce surge of lava surged forth, driving him even deeper into its searing embrace, effectively burying him further beneath its fiery torrent. Following the intense and climactic events, Belphegor's chest heaved with a mixture of emotions. With a palpable sense of relief washing over him, he exhaled slowly, the breath escaping his lips a visible plume of icy mist. As a result, the area around Wyatt, which had been covered in lava, went through a change. The temperature in the area began to decrease until the hot molten lava slowly cooled and turned into solid stone. Then, Belphegor's hands came alive in a flurry of rapid and precise motions, mirroring the graceful arcs and slashes of a skilled swordsman. Following his moments, the sharp wind rule in the area where molten lava was frozen solid began to become sharper, faster, and wilder as it began to descend on the lava stone, slicing and dicing it into tiny pieces. The sound of the wind cutting through rocks resounded in the air. Belphegor's expression remained intense and would not relax until he seized the remains of Wyatt's body along with his grimoire and ego gem. Keeping one eye on the wind chopping the frozen lava and the other on his surrounding, Belphegor did not dare to let his guard down. As the gusting wind sliced through the final remnants of frozen lava, Belphegor's face contorted in a mix of shock and disbelief. His search amidst the rubble yielded no trace of Wyatt's body, ego gem, or grimoire. Soon a sense of urgency settled over him like a heavy cloud. Determinedly, he started to carefully examine his surroundings, scouring every nook and cranny for even the faintest hint of Wyatt's presence. In the vast expanse of the 3 rule domains, Belphegor held almost boundless control. He scoured every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, he remained unsuccessfully in locating Wyatt within their confines. Despite Belphegor's pseudo-omniscience within the rule domains, Wyatt managed to slip away from his series of attacks from within the three rule domains. He did so without leaving any trace or clue behind, an act that sent an unsettling shiver down the devil's spine. The three rule domains, which Belphegor had invoked to ensnare Wyatt, now had transformed into a shielded sanctuary, guarding him against evasive maneuvers and attacks of Wyatt. At the moment, he hesitated to venture beyond the boundaries of the three rule domains he had summoned. Instead, he chose to reactivate his hourglass relic, collecting more sand within it and aligning his time rule master with the card world's time, all while safely ensconced beneath the protective shield of the three rule domains. Belphegor's actions weren't driven by cowardice, but rather by shrewdness, after witnessing that Wyatt had deftly evaded certain death in their battle on 3 separate occasions. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:56, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Belphegor's actions were not misguided. He had successfully driven Wyatt to his demise on 3 separate occasions. Yet, Wyatt's resourcefulness shone through, allowing him to narrowly evade these predicaments each time. Belphegor tirelessly strained his intellect to unearth Wyatt's enigmatic trick, but it remained frustratingly elusive. The initial instance was when Belphegor personally witnessed Wyatt's physical body dissolve into thin air. This led him to believe that he had successfully eliminated Wyatt through the utilization of his temporal annihilation fist, which was empowered by his time annihilation hybrid rune. However, perplexingly, Wyatt's grimoire and ego gem did not drop with the destruction of his body, indicating that he had survived despite he had seen turn into nothingness. The second occurrence unfolded as Wyatt skillfully identified and destroyed one of Belphegor's hearts, momentarily exposing himself to Belphegor's unknown chains, which ensnared him in its vampiric grip. In a bold move, Wyatt triggered the explosion of his own physical body right before Belphegor's eyes, preventing the draining effect of the obscure chain. Convinced that Wyatt had perished, Belphegor proceeded to mend himself and then scoured for Wyatt's grimoire and ego gem. To his surprise, no evidence of these belongings was discovered, highlighting that despite the detonation somehow Wyatt managed to survive again. In the third instance, Belphegor, fully aware of Wyatt's crafty means of evading death despite the obliteration of his corporeal body, devised a shrewd strategy. He concocted a plan that allowed him to closely monitor Wyatt's actions while aiming to end his life. Belphegor accomplished this by summoning forth his 3 distinctive rule domains, granting him a semblance of near omnipotence within their boundaries. This calculated move enabled him to orchestrate Wyatt's demise for the 3rd time within these domains. Even if Wyatt managed to survive once more, Belphegor aimed to unravel the secret behind his persistent survival, thereby devising a backup plan to ensure Wyatt's ultimate demise. Nevertheless, despite Belphegor's near-omnipotent state, Wyatt once again defied all odds by not only evading certain death at the hands of Belphegor's assault but accomplishing this feat without a single trace. This left Belphegor utterly bewildered and astounded, unable to understand how he was unable to unravel Wyatt's method for eluding the impending demise within the confines of his rule domain where he held near-omnipotent power. Belphegor, who effortlessly killed 1.5 dozen of demigods, found himself struggling immensely in attempting to kill a card apprentice fueled by borrowed strength. Despite bearing nearly all his tactics against Wyatt, he remained unsuccessful in terminating him. This situation left Belphegor utterly astonished because those who had endured against him in critical battles were all esteemed conquerors, reigning over countless realms, capable of deciding the destiny of a realm on a whim. In contrast, Wyatt was an insignificant ant. Yet, against all expectations, this seemingly insignificant ant had achieved what even those grand conquerors had not: repeatedly outsmart, deceive, and humiliate Belphegor. Having belatedly recognized this fact, Belphegor, who had previously arrogantly proclaimed his right over Wyatt's soul to the entire city, now opted to postpone the endeavor of extracting Wyatt's soul. Instead, he chose to prioritize refining his time rule mastery to align with the unique time of the card realm. Ironically, he planned to do this while within the sanctuary of his 3 distinct rule domains, which he had invoked to ensnare and eliminate Wyatt. His reasoning stemmed from the realization that, given the formidable might displayed by Wyatt and his cunning maneuvers, engaging him with a handicap would be unwise on his part. The abilities of the hourglass relic, while commendable, were currently proving ineffective and even constraining his true potential. Belphegor believed that once his time rule mastery aligned with the unique time of the card realm, he would be unshackled and act unrestrained. At that point, he could employ the might of his temporal annihilation fist of his hybrid time annihilation rune, as frequently and strategically as his judgment deemed necessary without worrying about it consuming too much of the hourglass relic's temporal sand. Having made the choice to adopt a more discreet approach, Belphegor triggered his hourglass relic, while slowly patrolling within the boundaries of his rule domains. He simulated a search for Wyatt's grimoire and shattered ego gem within the expanse of lava enveloping the terrain, all the while employing his spiritual awareness. Yet, his true motive was to maintain vigilance against any potential ambush orchestrated by Wyatt. Belphegor's intention behind this ruse was to create a time buffer for himself, allowing him the opportunity to synchronize his time rule mastery with the distinct time of the card realm. Ah, that did not go as I planned. It appears that my current strength is still not sufficient to kill the nerfed incarnation of Belphegor. Just how formidable is Belphegor, really? Wyatt pondered as his soul seamlessly transitioned into one of his pseudo-calamity soul gems harboring inside the pebbles that were spread across the southern capital, effectively converting that pseudo-calamity soul gem into the soul calamity soul gem. Empowered by the amalgamation of 12 SSS rank curse incarnations and the additional enhancement. From triggering the SSS rank cursed blood rejuvenation, Wyatt held the conviction that his newfound might would enable him to effortlessly overcome all the barriers in his way through his enhanced swiftness and resilient constitution. Yet, reality diverged from his expectations. Instead of achieving his anticipated outcome, Belphegor succeeded in ensnaring him, subsequently reducing Wyatt to ashes through his rule power. In fact, Wyatt's soul had narrowly moved out of his Calamity Soul Gem and transferred to a pseudo-Calamity Soul Gem just a fraction of a second before Belphegor's rule power attacks incinerated it. The strength of Belphegor's fusion rule power far exceeded typical rule-based assaults. Belphegor's maneuvers exhibited such remarkable force and rapidity that Wyatt, despite his rapid movement, found himself bewildered by the sudden impact, akin to a fly ensnared by a frog's swift tongue. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:57, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Wyatt found himself caught in a quandary as he came to the realization that his present strength fell short of the mark needed to vanquish Belphegor's formidable Worldhog incarnation. Truth be told, when Wyatt had chosen the 12 SSS rank curses to infuse within his Gigamite form, his intention had been to confront Matron and the regular demigods from Morningstar University that would come to her aid. According to his original plan, his current power would have been more than sufficient to engage Matron and the typical demigod adversaries. However, it proved inadequate for the task of eliminating the Devil Worldhog. Adding to the predicament was the unfortunate fact that all the riches Wyatt had amassed from the multitude of card apprentices entering his VR universe through the VR slime cards had been expended on procuring these precise 12 SSS rank curses through the channels of the Devil Merchant Code. Consequently, he found himself unable to acquire an alternative set of SSS rank curses that could have been of assistance when confronted with Belphegor's menacing Worldhog incarnation. While Wyatt did possess a reserve of funds earmarked for dire circumstances, the current situation did not warrant such a label. He retained the option to escape if he so desired, but he remained committed to vanquishing the devil rather than fleeing without securing a victory. Recalling the image of the colossal humanoid pig cavorting amidst the tumultuous storm and molten lava, Wyatt shook his head in frustration. He struggled to devise a strategy that would allow him to navigate the intricate challenges posed by the trio of unique rule domains and reach Belphegor's immediate vicinity, all while aiming for the simultaneous destruction of the three essential cores. Now this was just too damn challenging considering the set of 12 SSS rank curses at his disposal. Engaging his soul pupils, Wyatt's eyes emitted a luminous gleam, intensifying as he concentrated his gaze to penetrate the barriers of the three rule domains. His intent was to clandestinely observe Belphegor's actions and discern his current intentions. Given Belphegor's previous responses, it was reasonable to anticipate that he would be driven to a state of frenzy upon realizing the ineffectiveness of his attacks in terminating Wyatt. Yet, Wyatt's observation yielded a surprising revelation. Contrary to his anticipations, Belphegor wasn't exhibiting erratic behavior. Instead, he adopted a facade of scouring the lava for any vestiges of Wyatt's presence. All the while, Belphegor slyly harnessed the power of his hourglass relic, subtly refining his time rule mastery to synchronize with the unique time of the card realm. This strategic maneuver by Belphegor instilled a sense of pressing urgency within Wyatt. The gravity of the situation became evident to Wyatt, as the ramifications were clear. Should Belphegor successfully align his time rule mastery with the distinct time of the card realm, he would ascend to an almost insurmountable level of power. His infernal temporal stride would grant him unhindered traversal through secondary time flow, complemented by his temporal annihilation fist, which could reduce any object to oblivion. The enigma of his time annihilation hybrid rune's capabilities added an element of unpredictability, making its potential consequences difficult to fathom. This enhanced might could potentially render Belphegor unstoppable, enabling him to pursue Wyatt without any restraints. Having reached this realization, Wyatt, who initially intended to methodically confront Belphegor, recognized the urgency of the situation and resolved to thwart Belphegor's efforts to align his time rule mastery with the distinct time of the card realm. The stakes were high. Belphegor's unmatched temporal annihilation fist posed an undeniable threat, carrying the weight of certain demise. On a previous occasion, Wyatt's narrow escape from this peril was attributed largely to Belphegor's deliberate choice to spare Wyatt's ego gem, housing his soul. This decision was driven by Belphegor's intention to subject Wyatt's soul to the countless torment techniques within the myriad realms. Otherwise, Wyatt's soul would have instantly joined his physical body in complete obliteration. Wyatt swiftly reconstituted his physical form, activated the SSS rank Cursed Blood Rejuvenation Enhancement, and surged into the encompassing embrace of Belphegor's 3 distinct rule domains. Unlike his previous impulsive approach, this time Wyatt's progression was marked by careful consideration. His immediate objective wasn't to engage in a direct confrontation with Belphegor but rather to thwart Belphegor's attempts at aligning his time rule mastery with the time of the card realm. As soon as Wyatt ventured into the rule domains, Belphegor swiftly detected his arrival. He then triggered a brief, personal secondary time flow, lasting only for a fraction of a second, during which he executed a swiping motion with his hand aimed at Wyatt. Immediately afterward, he nullified the secondary time flow. Belphegor exhibited more restraint in his use of the time rule this time around. Evidently, his foremost objective was to swiftly synchronize his time rule mastery with the time of the card realm. This is why he restricted its application solely to himself. Even though this time Belphegor confined his secondary time flow solely to himself, Wyatt's vision was still affected by its influence, allowing him to perceive Belphegor's actions. As a result, he was unsurprised when the lava surged, forming a massive wave that surged forward, seemingly poised to crash down and engulf him. Wyatt, fully anticipating this, mustered all his strength to expertly evade the impending deluge. Dodging the oncoming lava wave, Wyatt observed Belphegor's rapid initiation of a brief secondary time flow. In that fleeting moment, Belphegor swung his left arm aimed at Wyatt while simultaneously striking with his right arm before swiftly nullifying the secondary time flow. As the standard time flow resumed its regular pace, a massive wind blade resembling a crescent arced toward Wyatt, aiming to cleave him. Simultaneously, a lightning bolt descended upon him with uncanny precision and astonishing swiftness. Despite Wyatt's physical body being fortified through the SSS rank Cursed Blood Rejuvenation Curse's enhancement, he wisely refrained from directly confronting either of the incoming assaults. However, the remarkable velocity and precision of the attacks left him with limited alternatives. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 9:58. Location Southern Region. Southern capital. Wyatt was in a tough spot as he saw a fast and boundless crescent blade of wind heading his way, and a blinding flash of lightning coming down from above. Both were closing in on him quickly at an incredible speed, making it difficult for him to escape by retreating in the direction where the attacks were heading. These attacks were not just lethal, but also incredibly fast, leaving Wyatt with no choice but to face them head-on despite his previous judgment not to because he couldn't retreat. So, Wyatt decided to try something bold that he had been thinking of trying out ever since he was able to physically enter the One with World state. Wyatt decisively harnessed his soul energy manipulation skill to its extreme limit to vibrate his soul pathways with enough fineness to enhance his physical connection to the world through a One with the World state to its limit, while simultaneously entering the One with the World state spiritually with the help of his Calamity Soul Gem. By entering the One with the World state both physically and spiritually concurrently, Wyatt experienced a moment of omnipotence. It was as if the time had come to a halt as his connection to the world strengthened such that it transcended their previous relationship that made him a part of it. This time, he had not only become a part of the world, but he had become the world itself. To put it in simple words, an employee of a multinational corporation, MNC, will be regarded as a part of the MNC and gets to take advantage of the perks it provides. Similarly, in the past, when Wyatt had physically or spiritually entered the One with the World state, he integrated himself into the world to the extent that the strength of his existence could. This allowed him to experience the world's advantages, like absorbing its limitless energy from his surroundings to recover faster or increasing his affinity to its rules to comprehend them faster. However, a CEO of an MNC will be seen as the corporation itself and can access all its benefits and create more benefits according to their desires, by entering the one with the world state physically and spiritually simultaneously. Wyatt had transformed into the world itself to the extent that the strength of his existence could, enabling him to wield the world's power within that domain. As that moment of omnipotence passed, time started to move normally. However, Wyatt was no longer the same. He had undergone a profound transformation. His body expressed boundless presence even though he was only 110 feet tall and a few feet wide in size, while his eyes radiated with bottomless depth. As the lightning lance and crescent wind blade drew closer, the environment around Wyatt underwent a transformation, enveloping him within a spherical space where he stood at the center. This gave rise to the apparition of a world. When the lightning lance and crescent wind blade converged upon this apparition, they were unable to breach its formidable barrier, dispersing into the surroundings once the power driving their assault had been exhausted. Observing the manifestation of the world's apparition in closing, Wyatt effortlessly diverted his razor-sharp crescent wind blade capable of slicing through the fabric of space itself, along with the lightning lance that could penetrate the void with ease. Belphegor's brows knitted in a deep frown. His expression quickly turned grotesque as he sensed the profoundly alarming energy emanating from Wyatt. Before Belphegor could respond, Wyatt's voice echoed in his ears, saying, "Get over here." Before long, Belphegor experienced an immense invisible force akin to the gravitational pull exerted by celestial bodies, drawing him closer to Wyatt. In reaction to this compelling attraction, Belphegor summoned all his might in an attempt to oppose it. If not for the fiery fur enveloping his form, one would observe his taut muscles and veins stretched to their limits as he strained to counteract the irresistible force that sought to bring him closer to Wyatt. Abruptly, Belphegor sensed the tremendous imperceptible attraction shifting into an equally powerful force, propelling Wyatt toward him at an astonishing velocity. Just as Belphegor comprehended that his immense efforts had not shattered the grip on him, but had transformed into an impelling force propelling Wyatt nearer, emulating the interaction of gravitational forces among celestial bodies, Wyatt was before him. His fist clenched, surrounded by an ethereal semblance of a world, aimed unswervingly at Belphegor's chest. Instantly, Belphegor harnessed his time rule mastery to immerse himself within a secondary time flow. However, Wyatt was in close proximity to the devil as he used time rule that Wyatt was influenced by his time rule master, thereby enabling him to seamlessly enter into the secondary time flow alongside Belphegor. This allowed Wyatt to drive his clenched fist, imbued with a fraction of the world's formidable might, directly into Belphegor's chest without any suspense. Belphegor gaped in astonishment as this unprecedented turn of events unfolded before his eyes. The unknown chain coiled around Belphegor's body swiftly reconfigured itself, adopting a defensive stance against Wyatt's punch. Upon encountering Wyatt's fist, the enigmatic chain promptly commenced siphoning off its kinetic energy, but Wyatt's punch packed such immense force that the chain struggled to absorb its entirety all at once. Hence, even though the chain displayed an astonishing capacity for absorbing force, it fell short of fully neutralizing the punch's impact. Consequently, upon collision, the unknown chain fractured into fragments, propelling both Belphegor and the hourglass relic fastened to his back backward before they plunged into the molten lava beneath. Although Wyatt contemplated a sequence of successive strikes after his initial punch landed, he exercised restraint and opted instead to focus on salvaging the shards of the unknown chain before they descended into the molten lava below. Bolstered by his recently acquired might, Wyatt held a steadfast belief in his capability to confront Belphegor head-on. Gathering the fragments of the mysterious chain, Wyatt carefully deposited them within a storage card. He then employed his soul pupils to meticulously scan the lava in search of both the hourglass relic and Belphegor. Soon, he pinpointed the profound depths where their respective soul pathways lay concealed beneath the molten surface. By tracking the movements of their massive soul pathways, it became apparent that Belphegor was rapidly advancing toward the submerging hourglass relic. It was not surprising that Belphegor was able to swim in the pool of lava created by the fusion of his rule domains. Once again, Wyatt placed greater importance on securing the hourglass relic rather than launching an assault on Belphegor. After all, the hourglass relic was a true relic that possessed time-related abilities. By obtaining it, he would not only acquire a true relic with the strength to govern by time rule, but he would also deprive Belphegor of one of his most potent support items, thereby incapacitating Belphegor's ability to utilize time-based rules. After all, this hourglass relic helped Belphegor to wield his time rule mastery without the need to synchronize it with the time of this world. Deprived of it, Belphegor would find himself bereft of the capability to effortlessly create new time flows as he pleased. Consequently, resulting in a substantial reduction of his overall power. Wyatt employed his profound perception of his soul pupils to target the soul pathways of the hourglass relic. With a remarkable application of imperceptible force, similar to gravitational attraction, he endeavored to coax the descending hourglass relic toward his position. As a result of the force, the hourglass relic ceased its descent and swiftly reversed its course, ascending rapidly to the magma's surface. Belphegor, realizing the situation, unleashed a powerful roar and charged ferociously toward the hourglass relic. Utilizing its mastery over the surrounding three rules, Belphegor harnessed the power of his three rule domains enveloping the area. The rules governing these domains converged to lend their support, propelling Belphegor forward as he raced towards the hourglass relic, hurtling at an astonishing speed towards Wyatt. No matter how hard the devil tried, his efforts ended up being in vain as the hourglass relic ended up in Wyatt's possession. Seeing this unexpected twist, Belphegor's ugly expression went through a drastic change. The grimace on its face turned into a disturbingly wide grin that was just as repulsive. This left Wyatt confused, as he had wanted to enjoy seeing Belphegor suffer losing one of his precious true relics. Promptly sensing a vampiric force siphoning his life force, Wyatt swiftly comprehended the reason behind Belphegor's unsettling grin. Subsequently, Wyatt came to the realization that the hourglass relic possessed a consciousness of its own, deeming anyone besides Belphegor as mere sustenance. Feeling the vampiric energy sapping his life essence intensified, Wyatt attempted to cast aside the hourglass relic, yet his efforts were thwarted, for it clung to him tenaciously, akin to a relentless leech. No matter the strength of his endeavor, he found himself unable to rid himself of its grip. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:59, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Wyatt attempted various methods to remove the hourglass relic from his possession, but he only sensed its eerie vampiric power becoming more potent. The devil wore a sinister grin while observing Wyatt's efforts to free himself from the true relic yield no results. Within his three rule domains, he could have effortlessly seized the hourglass relic by harnessing the combined force of his three rules to enhance his swiftness. However, Belphegor opted against that course of action, recognizing that Wyatt's eagerness to obtain his true relic before him might cause him to abandon caution. Belphegor anticipated that Wyatt would unhesitatingly seize his downfall driven by greed, without harboring any suspicions. "Kid, knowing your greed for my relic has spiraled into your undoing, how does it feel?" Belphegor inquired of Wyatt, clearly amused. He derived immense satisfaction from the entire scenario and found himself thoroughly entertained by it. "Cursed blood refining, let's see if you devour me first or I enslave you." Dark blood poured out Wyatt's body and covered the entire hourglass relic's body. His plan was simple: to use cursed blood refining to break its connection with the devil Belphegor and have the consciousness of the hourglass relic submit to him before it drains him dry. Wyatt contemplated the idea of detaching his arm, to which the hourglass relic was stubbornly attached. However, upon observing the devil's self-satisfied expression, he abandoned that plan. Instead, he opted to employ the cursed blood refining, a skill of the blood curse, meaning of the blood rule. Previously, he had used it to refine curses, but now his goal was to sever the relic's bond with the devil and force it into submitting itself to him. If Wyatt had been just a card master, he would have been unable to refine the relic before it drained his life energy completely. However, with his newfound power from the fusion of 12 SSS rank curse incarnations and his connection to the celestial force of the card world, attempting to refine the true relic through his cursed blood didn't seem implausible and appeared achievable. Sensing the malevolent energy emanating from the blood rule power covering the hourglass relic, the eerie smile on Belphegor's face gradually faded. As he started to sense his link with the hourglass relic being disrupted and weakening, a look of disbelief and anger contorted his monstrous face. With determined urgency, he charged toward Wyatt with his full strength, intent on preventing him from utilizing the blood rule to refine the hourglass relic. The wind appeared to surge to life, aiding Belphegor's swiftness as he closed in on Wyatt, leaving a fiery trail in his wake, fully intent on ending his life and seizing the hourglass even from his lifeless body. Wyatt, however, paid no heed to the devil's approach. His attention remained fixed on the task of refining the hourglass relic, using his method of refining it with his cursed blood. Just a short distance from Wyatt, the heedlessly advancing Belphegor encountered a powerful, unseen force pushing him away, preventing him from getting within a few feet of Wyatt's immediate surroundings. When Belphegor attempted to exert his strength to overcome this repelling force and continue his charge, the force manifested as a spectral vision of a world, creating the illusion that he was contending against an entire world itself. Witnessing this apparition of the world encasing Wyatt within it, Belphegor couldn't help but recognize that, despite his efforts to avoid underestimating Wyatt, he had still gravely miscalculated. The devil believed it wasn't entirely his fault, it was a consequence of Wyatt's astounding rate of advancement. From the onset of their confrontation, Belphegor gradually comprehended that Wyatt's capabilities were expanding throughout their battle. Although Belphegor had encountered numerous prodigious individuals throughout his existence, none had exhibited the remarkable degree of growth that Wyatt demonstrated. Every instance Belphegor believed he had vanquished Wyatt, the young man would inevitably return even more resilient than before. Astonishing the devil, after successfully eliminating all 5 devils and the last of the 6 demon army, the group of 75 demigods of the southern royal family assembled gradually around the 3 overlapping ruled domains conjured by the devil. Their combined attention was focused on the central figures within these domains. These towering beings stood amidst a turbulent tempest, suspended above a volatile expanse of molten magma. Their profound presence emitted an essence reminiscent of celestial entities. The robust, fiery figure resembled a sun, while the graceful, slender form evoked the likeness of a blue-green, resplendent full moon. At this moment, a pair of persistent thoughts circulated within each of their minds that stemmed from the inability of their mind to fathom the reality unfolding before them. They grappled with the astonishing realization that the card apprentice confronting the Mohawk devil, originally regarded as a mere card master, had truly evolved into a being of remarkable prowess. Equally perplexing was the fact that this very card master had adeptly managed to confront and contain the most formidable among the 6 summoned devils, an accomplishment that had demanded the combined efforts of almost 17 demigods to overcome a single devil among the other 5. "Captain, any idea how he is doing that?" a demigod from Team 1 asked her captain. "Judging from the cursed energy mixed in his energy signature isn't apparent." The captain of Team 2 replied before his colleague and then continued to add, "I read in his file that he borrowed the power of a devil to defeat Agent Forger aka the Miracle. Do I need to say more? What cost do you think the Master Wyatt is paying for his current power?" The female demigod member of Team 1 from earlier asked in concern. Now that is interesting of all, his file read that he claimed he managed to win a wager against the devil so he did not have to pay anything for the power he borrowed from it. The way I see it, this boy is clearly an adrenaline enthusiast, a reckless gambler, or a liar. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:01, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Watch your words. Do not forget Master Wyatt is the esteemed guest of the Southern royal family. Next time I hear you slander him I will be forced to arrest you. The leader of Team 1 cautioned the leader of Team 2 against insinuating that Wyatt was involved in devil worship. Labeling Wyatt's behavior as that of an adrenaline enthusiast or a reckless gambler wasn't unfounded. He displayed audacity by walking into the college interview fully aware that it was an ambush, essentially staking his life in a dangerous wager with the devil to gain its power. This fact was evident as he openly acknowledged it. However, accusing him of being a liar was akin to insinuating that Wyatt deliberately guided them into an orchestrated trap and that his escape from consequences, despite borrowing power from the devil, was not due to a successful winning the wager, but rather rooted in his alignment with devil worship. Normally, such conjectures wouldn't merit a reprimand. But since the subject of the matter was Dalton Wyatt, the circumstances were different. If the rationale behind his esteemed status as a guest of the Southern royal family wasn't adequate clarification, then considering that despite his status as a mere card master, his importance eclipsed the collective significance of all 75 of them in the eyes of the Southern royal family should be. Let's not overlook the reality that, had it not been for Wyatt's intervention, the devil would likely have claimed the majority of their lives without a hint of warning. The roles had reversed. They were meant to safeguard Wyatt, yet he ended up shielding them. This very aspect in itself was humbling, but the egregious act of one of them speaking ill of him behind his back went far beyond acceptable boundaries. Yet, the leader of Team 1 could empathize with the leader of Team 2's perspective. To claim otherwise would be dishonest, as the sheer prowess showcased by Wyatt was undeniably captivating, capable of sparking envy and resentment even within the most modest of their 75 members. Presently, Wyatt's strength was so formidable that he could effortlessly quell 3 or 4 of their team single-handedly. This fact was discernible simply by sensing the intimidating energy signature emanating from him. "Captain, what now? Do we go help, Master Wyatt?" The demigod woman shifted the conversation abruptly to ease the awkward atmosphere. Initially, as they guided Wyatt away from the royal palace grounds to the interview venue, Team 1's members referred to him either as "Kid" or directly by his name. But now, witnessing Wyatt's crucial intervention, even though she battled feelings of jealousy, she held a sincere admiration for him. Her eyes revealed a glimmer of reverence as she looked at the massive blue-green full moon confronting the giant. "Blinding sun, I've dispatched a message to his grimoire, inquiring whether he seeks our aid or if he'd rather we abstain. If he doesn't respond within 2 minutes, we'll dissolve the domains and proceed," the captain of Team 1 responded, recalling Wyatt's explicit wish to confront the Mohawk Devil on his own. Additionally, given the Mohawk Devil's time rule mastery, the captain of Team 1 was cautious about endangering his team members' lives unless absolutely essential. Unlike Wyatt, none of them possessed the means to defend against time rule. Card apprentices proficient in time rule mastery were an exceptional rarity, even within the central government. Hence, they had never anticipated the emergence of an anomaly like the Mohawk Devil who could not only wield the time rule but also held a time rule-related true relic. "Captain, judging by the scene, it appears they're engaged in a struggle for control over the time rule relic. Should we launch a surprise attack on the devil at this moment, we could potentially bring this conflict to a decisive conclusion." "Sir, this is an invaluable chance we can't afford to let slip by," the vice captain of Team 1 interjected abruptly, his gaze fixed on Wyatt's determined efforts to refine the devil's relic. Meanwhile, the devil contorted its fiery hands in a futile attempt to breach the imperceptible force barrier enveloping Wyatt. "I said 2 minutes. We wait," the captain of Team 1 recalled the instance when Wyatt had instructed him to rally with the other teams to combat the 5 devils and the 6 demon army, asserting that he, Wyatt, would confront the Mohawk Devil solo. Initially, the captain hadn't given Wyatt's words much credence, but a glint in Wyatt's eyes revealed a resolute determination to establish his capabilities. Such a determined gleam in the eyes was a sight he had witnessed only once before in his long life, centuries ago, in the eyes of the present prince of the southern region, the uncle of the southern emperor. On that day, then young prince had single-handedly repelled a group of half a dozen supreme beings who had breached the way beyond while the soldiers were in retreat. The captain of Team 1 recognized the folly in his hesitation. He was well aware that his choice would likely lead to reprimand. Above all, he grappled with the uncertainty of relinquishing such a remarkable chance. The Mohawk Devil had already established itself as an imposing adversary, and the prospect of encountering such an opening might not arise again. However, each time he contemplated seizing the moment, an image of Wyatt's eyes, brimming with determination and unwavering resolve, would resurface in his thoughts, making him hesitate. "Maintain your distance. The devil wields vampiric powers. His apparent vulnerability is a ruse intended to entice you, unsuspecting demigods, into unwittingly providing the required offering for his sinister designs. Keep a safe distance and assess whether you can counter his domain from an external standpoint." Upon receiving Wyatt's response to his text, the captain of Team 1 finally experienced a sense of relief, assured that his decision to contact Wyatt before participating in his battle was correct. Otherwise, they would have played into the devil's hands. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 10:02. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Everyone, get into formation. We are going to demolish the rule domain Trinity conjured by the devil from out here, the captain of Team 1 ordered all the demigods gathered. "Captain, that will only alert the devil. Should we not use this moment to launch a sneak attack?" The vice captain of Team 1 continued to stick to his previous strategy and other demigods seemed to agree with him. Yet, they all got in formation following the orders of their captain. They had no problem speaking there, but none of them dared to disobey a direct order. Even if they made it to the top of the world's food chain, they were still not able to get rid of the hierarchy. Achieving the demigod realm, these demigods had mastered a few rule domains. They had no problem summoning 2 or more rule domains simultaneously. However, not many of them were able to conjure 2 or more rule domains in fusion like the Mohawk Devil had summoned 3 rule domains in fusion. Wind, fire, and earth rule domains were basic elemental rule domains, but together they formed one mighty rule domain, especially since the 3 rules complementing each other. This only showed how weak these demigods were when individually or as a group compared to Belphegor. No wonder he saw them as nothing but mere sacrifice for his devious plans. No, the devil is more cunning than you can think. It is already aware of our presence and is deliberately showing weakness to lure us into its trap. According to Master Wyatt, the devil has vampire abilities, so he asked us not to get closer and use ranged attacks, the captain of Team 1 explained as he overwatched demigods uniformly enter the battle formation. Wow, Master Wyatt had the time to write a reply while facing that monstrosity. One of the demigods exclaimed as a mix of envy and admiration oozed out of his eyes. Ready, the captain of Team 1 asked the demigods. Ready. The demigods shouted in unison. Big Bang Battle Array Formation, activate. With the yell, the soul energy in the surrounding came alive to form 15 five-pointed stars representing 15 lesser Big Bang Array formations around the rule domain trinity conjured by the devil, which then come together to form a huge 75-pointed star representing the Big Bang Battle Array formation that swallowed the rule domain trinity conjured by the devil in it. With the formation of the 75-pointed star Big Bang Battle Array formation, a tyrannical force covered the entire southern capital, alerting Belphegor and Wyatt. An omnipotent voice resounded throughout the city. Break. The omnipotent voice that Wyatt and Belphegor heard was the synchronous voice of 75 demigods, who were in sync thanks to the Big Bang Battle Array formation and simultaneously their intent on the rule domain trinity. When the combined intent of the 75 demigods clashed with the rule domain trinity, the world seemed to have lost all its color, but then tricolored energy showered within the battle array formation as Belphegor's rule domain trinity had been shattered to billions of tiny pieces. Roar! Belphegor bellowed in pain and anger. Not only was not able to lure his prey by showing weakness, but instead, they joined to form a battle formation displaying power beyond what each of them was capable of. Belphegor's gaze switched between the demigods' battle array formation, Wyatt, who was trying to refine his relic under the cover of the celestial force, and then the two space vestiges in the southern capital space. There was a reason why Belphegor never acted blatantly despite clearly being the strongest force within the southern capital, and that was the two hidden space vestiges it had uncovered in the space of the southern capital when it created the secondary time flow using its time rule mastery. Uncovering these two hidden space vestiges, Belphegor was instantly humbled and regretted standing out by declaring he was after Wyatt's soul. He regretted not acting together with the other 5 devils and using them to buy time for his hourglass relic to adjust his time rule mastery to the time of the card world. These two unknown space vestiges were the reason he did not dare to go after and to threaten Wyatt or blatantly slaughter and sacrifice the demigods to his hourglass unless they provoked him. The time Belphegor threatened Wyatt with Anne's life, he clearly felt an immense kill intent ooze out of one of the space vestiges and aim at him. They were the reason why Belphegor only restricted himself to a part of the southern capital city. This combined with Wyatt's mysterious monstrous strength, he could not feel that he was being conspired against. As a result, he was bent on trying to understand the source of Wyatt's power to learn of the enemy hidden in the shadow. Now, with all the devils and the demon army dead, being surrounded by demigods and the powerful entities in 2 space vestiges, losing his weapon the unknown chain, and his support item hourglass relic, Belphegor felt alone. Before the demigods could launch successive attacks, he roared as his body grew from 110 feet to 150 meters tall. Seeing the fiery body of the Mohawk Devil suddenly grow 40 stories high, the demigods were taken aback. Ignoring the demigods, Belphegor's hand pierced the sky and tore it open. If understanding what the devil was up to, the omnipotent voice sounded once again, "No, you don't." Big Bang Blast. All the energy of the demigods in the vicinity of the formation gathered right on the back of the devil and detonated with a deafening explosion, taking into account that Wyatt was in the vicinity of the devil. Since he was in front of the devil, they decided to focus their attack on the back of the devil. By the time the explosion reaches Wyatt, it would be weakened to the point that Wyatt's celestial force barrier could withstand it. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:03, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, boom. Standing in the immediate vicinity of the explosion, though the Belphegor's massive body saved him from the explosion, all 12 pairs of Wyatt's ears were ringing from the deafening thunderous sound of the explosion. If not for the prompt action of the Hive AI, all 12 of his consciousness would be muddled and dazed for minutes, giving the hourglass relic the edge to add him to its temporal sands. Belphegor's body, which took the direct burn of the explosion, had evaporated from Wyatt's sight. However, the huge shadow of the giant Belphegor previously cast on him still existed, prompting Wyatt to spare a little of his attention from refining the relic and look above him to find that the devil had exchanged his lower half and most of his back to survive the explosion. Interestingly, surviving the explosion, the devil did not try to regenerate to back its body whole again. Instead, its fingers that had pierced the space continued to dig deeper into the space and used all of their might trying to rip open and tear the space. Though puzzled by the devil's obsession with tearing the space, Wyatt shook his head and left the devil for the demigods to engage. He then concentrated on subduing the hourglass relic using his cursed blood, refining blood, curse blood rule, meaning. While the Belphegor pretend to be helpless, targeting the demigods as they gathered after killing the other 5 devils and the demon army, Wyatt, his mutated soul, and the Hive AI were doing their best to suppress the spirituality of the true relic and break its connection to Belphegor. SSS rank Cursed Blood Corruption Curse. Coming to a standstill in a tug of war against the ego of the true relic, Wyatt activated another one of his 12 SSS rank curses. This one he had specifically selected to tackle against the influence of Matron's origin card. However, as luck would have it, she was not at the receiving end of the SSS rank Cursed Blood Corruption Curse. Instead, the hourglass relic was. The best thing about the Cursed Blood Corruption Curse was that it fit well with his Cursed Blood Refining. They complemented each other's abilities, allowing Wyatt to use them hand in hand, multiplying their effectiveness. This was why he was confident about using the Cursed Blood Corruption against Sansa's origin card. As the name of the curse suggested, the Cursed Blood Corruption allowed Wyatt to taint his target with his cursed blood and corrupt it. The target could range from a living being to the spirit of an inanimate item. When Wyatt first used this curse along with his Cursed Blood Refining, he wondered if he could use it to corrupt and refine the world's will, not the card world. About other realms he would have the fortune of visiting through Devil Merchant Code. But when he entered the one with world state both physically and spiritually during battle, allowing him to borrow the celestial power of the world, he came to realize how naive he was to think that he could use the SSS rank Cursed Blood Corruption Curse along with his Blood Curse rune to corrupt and refine the wills of the realms. However, though his capabilities did not allow him to subdue the celestial wills, he was confident that empowered by the celestial power he borrowed from the card world, he should be able to corrupt and refine the ego of the true relic. Compared to the solo ego of the true relic, there were 12 of him aided with the assistance of the Hive AI. It was only a matter of time before Wyatt corrupted the true relic, broke its connection to the devil and subdued it by refining it. Therefore, despite being in the middle of the battle, Wyatt chose to focus on refining the true relic. Not that he had a choice, as the relic stuck to him, sucking his life force, and could not be stored in a storage card because of its ego. It was a now or never. Roar. Big bang. Belphegor's efforts finally showed some results. A tear appeared in the sky. Then he continued to expand the tear big enough to cover the entire city, reaching every corner of the red light curtain surrounding the boundary of the city. Interestingly, the tear in the space did not reveal a void but a desolate expanse of magma. Inside the magma, creatures bigger than the current Belphegor could be seen swimming. As the tear expanded, it became obvious that on the other side of the tear of the Dark Realm. Right now the two realms were connected in an upside-down manner through the tear Belphegor was creating in the airspace of the southern capital. Yes, the land of the entire southern capital was refined as part of an array formation, but the sky wasn't. In desperation, had no choice but to pay a huge price to use one of the perks granted to him by the Devil Merchant Code, allowing him to connect the sky of his territory in the Dark Realm to the sky of the southern capital, allowing his true army to use the tear to enter the native realm and conquer it. While Belphegor continued to expand the tear in the sky, revealing the expanse of the Dark Realm. Once again the demigods used their battle array formation to try and stop Belphegor. This time the energy from the demigods and the surroundings gathered behind his head. Just when the gathered energy was about to detonate into a huge explosion, a vast white blur rushed from the Dark Realm through the tear in the sky and directly swallowed the concentrated mass of violent energy. Seeing this, the demigods imminently detonated the Big Bang. However, the huge explosion they were expecting never came, instead heard a loud thunderous burp. Interestingly, they would not find any trace of the source of the burp. This was puzzling, especially considering the vast size of the white blur. This realization sent a chill down the spines of the demigods as they used their synchronized divine sense to scan their surroundings, searching for the entity that had invaded their world. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:04, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Witnessing the devil tear open a portal in the sky with its bare hands connecting the Dark Realm to the card world was already too horrifying to handle for the demigods. Then adding a massive creature that was faster than their synchronized divine sense to it was just pure terror. Sharing or fusing divinity was not the same as synchronizing divinity. The demigods in the battle array had their divinities synchronized, such that they could coordinate with each other efficiently. In turn, allowing them to act as one big array. This provided more control than power. Where sharing or fusing divinity was more about power than control. Though this did not mean that the battle array formation did not boost the strength, it did, but it was achieved through more control over the existing power. It was more about getting the maximum with what they handed. While the demigods frantically searched for the white blur that swallowed their Big Bang explosion, Belphegor felt the card world's shackles on his power loosen and slowly vanish. With the Dark Realm connecting to this part of the world, the card worlds will now had to fight with the will of the Dark Realm for control over that part of the world, which unraveled into a decisive battle. As the two realms' wills clashed in the sky of the southern capital city, the pressure in the surrounding atmosphere increased by a few times. The air left heavy, the feeling was similar to being deep underwater. With the card world's will no longer suppressing his strength, Belphegor could finally breathe freely and appreciated the newfound freedom. He then immediately began to repair his gravely injured body. Fortunately for him, the demigods' Big Bang blast only claimed one of his hearts, yet the blast was too powerful. Even though his other two hearts were intact, they could not escape minor injuries. This was the risk of him recklessly betting everything on one of the privileges he gained from the Devil Merchant Code. He had no choice as he was surrounded and outnumbered. Thankfully, it all worked out in the end. Though Wyatt was concentrating all his attention on refining the hourglass relic, he was not unaware of the situation outside. Learning that Belphegor tore open space to summon the Dark Realm, Wyatt instantly regretted prioritizing the true relic over Belphegor. Noticing Belphegor trying to tear the space, Wyatt thought the devil was trying to escape through the void to get out of the encirclement of the demigods and their battle array formation. However, how could he have known that Belphegor could be able to summon the Dark Realm on this world without conducting any appropriate sacrifice and ritual? There was no way Wyatt could have known or anticipated that Belphegor had such a trick up his sleeve. Wyatt too caught a glimpse of the white blur that not only swallowed the Big Bang blast with ease but let out a thunderous burp as if it just had a hearty meal. Now the situation on the battlefield had changed for the worse. Wyatt knew he could no longer continue to refine the true relic and ignore Belphegor. Ironically, Wyatt needed more time to refine the time attribute true relic. However, he had wasted so much time and energy on it. It was hard for him to watch his efforts go to waste. Not to mention, as soon as he detaches the left hand on which the true relic was latching, then it was only a matter of time before Belphegor would somehow manage to get his hands on it, or it might just return to him out of its free will. Wyatt did not like this one bit. Just then a brilliant idea to sacrifice the true relic to the Devil Merchant Code flashed in his mind. With that, Wyatt was about to place the true relic on the Demon Merchant Codex and sacrifice it to the Devil Merchant Code, but then his new celestial senses sensed a deadly presence in his immediate vicinity. Wyatt instantly paused his actions and immediately used his celestial senses in combination with his soul pupils and soul pathway vibration dictation earbones to find the threat his celestial senses were warning him of, since the celestial senses could not pinpoint the accurate location of the threat. Yet no matter how much he stressed his soul pupils and other senses, he could not find the threat in his surroundings. Then a scary thought crossed his mind. What if the threat triggering his celestial senses was not in his surroundings but in him? With that thought, Wyatt immediately scanned his body to find a mass of soul pathways on his left arm where the hourglass relic had latched onto him. The mass of soul pathways closely resembled the soul pathways of a snake demon, however their arrangement was a lot more mysterious and complicated than that of a snake demon. It resembled a devil's soul pathway arrangement. Yes, its core was as sinister as a titled demon core than a mere demon core. As if aware of Wyatt's gaze, the sinister snake made direct contact with Wyatt's eyes, revealing its existence. As soon as it did that, the synchronized divine sense of the demigod searching for the white blur from earlier also caught its presence, and the demigods were almost traumatized by its sinister energy signature. However, when the demigods and Wyatt finally laid their eyes on it, they were surprised to find that it was a white snake and it resembled the white blur from earlier a lot. However, its body was a lot smaller than the massive body of the white blur. Did it change its size? They wondered. Right now Wyatt stood 110 feet tall. So the snake that was wrapping around his left hand and the time attribute true relic latching onto it was not of small size, however, it was a lot smaller than a massive white blur. So they could not confirm if the white snake was the white blur. But its next action erased all their doubts. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:05, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Histilda, the sinister snake slowly raised its head and brought it up to Wyatt's eye level. Wyatt did not dare to make any sudden movements as his celestial sense told him it could kill him even before his attack reaches it. Wyatt did not doubt his senses because the sinister snake had managed to get past his celestial barrier with ease without even alerting Wyatt. While Belphegor could not overcome it no matter how hard he tried to. This showed that the sinister snake was on a higher level than Wyatt's celestial form, or it had totally overpowered abilities. Either of the scenarios was bad for Wyatt, so he decided not to do anything that would agitate the sinister snake. Raising its head to Wyatt's eye level, the snake stared into his eyes with its hypnotic gaze while slowly getting its head closer to his face. It stopped a foot from Wyatt's face and flicked its forked tongue, trying to get a much more accurate smell of Wyatt's body. Wyatt thought so because snakes used their forked tongue to help their sense of smell. Wyatt wondered if it was the fragrance of the dungeon calamity seed being emitted by his calamity soul gem that had made him the target of the sinister snake. After all, the original purpose of this fragrance of the dungeon calamity seed was to attract monsters toward it so it can prey on them. Therefore, it would not be a surprise if the sinister snake was attracted by it. The worrying question here was how the sinister snake would react to the fragrance. Will it find Wyatt appetizing, or will it start seeing him as a capable mate similar to Jill's case? To study the sinister snake, Wyatt also stared into its hypnotic slit pupils only to find that its eyes felt familiar, as if he had seen this pair of eyes once before. To be exact, just the left eye of the sinister snake. With the help of Hive AI, he immediately recalled when and where he had seen the left eye of the sinister. Wyatt had seen it back in Sky Blossom City during the semifinals of the city's youth card fight tournament. His opponent during the semifinals was Corey Bright. Back then she had used her skeleton minions to create a skeleton gate to summon her pet snake, Beam, from the Dark Realm. However, the skeleton gate was only large enough for her pet snake to peek into the card world with one eye, so she could not summon it into the card world. I recall Corey closing the skeleton gate after promising the snake that she will summon it when she was strong enough to create a bigger gate. Beam, Wyatt uttered without breaking contact with the sinister snake's eyes. However, soon his body tensed up, having realized that the sinister snake might not have approached him because of the fragrance of the dungeon calamity seed being emitted by his calamity soul gem, but because it also recalled seeing him with Corey. The reason Wyatt tensed up was that from the circumstance back then, Corey's pet snake could easily mistake him as Corey's enemy. Panicked, Wyatt immediately began to use his grimoire to call Corey, believing that Corey could clear the misunderstanding. However, his grimoire could not reach Corey. Before beginning to blame his luck, Wyatt immediately thanked his lucky stars, feeling that he almost made a grave mistake by calling Corey. After all, since the relationship between him and Susan began to develop, the tension between him and Corey has grown to the level where instead of clearing the misunderstanding, Corey might order her pet snake to kill Wyatt. Listening to Wyatt call its name, the sinister snake nodded its head. Then it lowered its head and brought its mouth next to the cursed blood, covering the true relic, stealing my life energy. To everyone's shock, its mouth opened, releasing a green mist that interacted with the cursed blood and instantly reinforced its capability, helping Wyatt break the connection between Belphegor and the true relic, astonishing Wyatt, who thought it would mistake him as its mommy's enemy and try to swallow him. As soon as the true relic's connection with the devil snapped, Belphegor instantly became aware of it and let out an anger-filled roar. By now he had recovered his complete body, reaching his peak strength. Then in anger, the 150-meter-tall Belphegor threw a punch aimed at the 110-feet-tall Wyatt, using all of his true might. Fuck, Wyatt cussed, seeing he could not defend against it because losing its connection to its master, the true relic, had gone berserk and retaliated against him frantically. If Wyatt tried to defend against the relic, he could not defend against the incoming fist, or vice versa. Wyatt could abandon his current calamity soul gem and move to another one, but then he would lose possession of the true relic. Just as Wyatt was about to decide, to his surprise he noticed Beam suddenly grow bigger and take Belphegor's fist head-on. Without much thought, under the sinister snake's protection, Wyatt resumed refining the true relic in hopes to subdue it as soon as possible. Boom. When the Belphegor's fist connected with Beam's scales, it did not even manage to leave a scratch on them except for creating loud sound effects. Witnessing this, the demigods lost any doubts about the sinister snake being the white blur that swallowed their Big Bang Blast. Its current massive body not only accurately resembled that of the white blur, but the prowess displayed by it showed that it was indeed capable of swallowing their Big Bang Blast like eating a hearty meal. What the fuck are you doing, you dumb snake? Do you want to die? Belphegor threat beam seeing that it dared to rebel against him. Hiss! Beam hissed at the Belphegor in response to his threat and even went as far as to bare its fangs at him, making it clear that Wyatt was under its protection. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:05, location Southern region, Southern capital. The demigods, though shocked by an existence like the sinister snake, did not understand why it was rebelling against the Mohawk devil to protect Wyatt. Belphegor too shared the same concern. He was not surprised that the snake rebelled against him. After all, he did kill its previous master. It was already surprising that the snake was stuck around and would occasionally come in hand. But what was more surprising was that the sinister snake stood up against him to protect Wyatt. This did not make any sense to Belphegor, since the only time the snake dared to fight against him was when he killed its previous master. But after being brutally beaten, it escaped, grew stronger and bigger. Then the sinister snake returned to take revenge, but instead of doing that, it stuck around in its master's old abode. "You stupid mud, get out of the way before I get angry," Belphegor yelled at Beam for rebelling against him but did not dare to attack it. It clearly showed that Belphegor's Wulardhog incarnation was not confident about subduing the snake. The reason Belphegor called the sinister snake a mud was that any monster or demon that manages to advance to the devil realm would have the realm-appropriate spirituality. However, for some unknown reason that did not seem to be true in Beam's case. Despite growing stronger than regular devils, its spirituality remained stunted to that of a 6-year-old human child. Nonetheless, the snake was very intuitive and a better judge of timing, location, and people than most of the beings Belphegor had known in a lifetime. This was why he did not kill it after killing the previous master and tried to subdue it on numerous occasions but failed, as it surprisingly was very loyal to its late master. It would rather die than take a new master. However, Belphegor was a crafty devil. He not only got the snake to give up on taking revenge for its late master but also occasionally do his bidding. Hiss! Beam did not back down. Instead, it doubled down on its original stance by threateningly flicking its forked tongue at Belphegor. Noticing that the snake would not back down and continued to insist on protecting Wyatt, Belphegor's fiery brows danced as they grew narrow, forming a deep frown on his face. But then his brows eased as an army of demons started to pour out of the portal covering the sky of the city, led by a female humanoid devil. "Father, I can't believe you were reduced to such a state in this inferior realm. Even little Beam has lost respect for you," the 6.5 feet tall female humanoid devil said, walking next to the 150-meter tall. As soon as the demon army started to pour into the southern capital, even before the demons could descend by the city, each of them was shot down by the thousands of cannons on the 250 turrets spread across the city. Belphegor and his daughter did not seem to care about the death of the demons. Sensing the terrifying presence of the new humanoid devil, the demigods started to panic. Handling the Mohawk devil was already proving to be difficult. Now there was another one of them, not to mention they were still not clear whose side the sinister snake stood. Will it continue its rebellion against the Mohawk devil or return to the devil's side? "Chief Captain, the female devil, why does its energy signature give off the signs of a human?" The captain of the 12th team asked the captain of Team 1 as he looked at the voluptuous yet slender red-skinned body of the female body. After ascending to the demigod realm and forming his divinity, he thought that he had outgrown the carnal urges of his mortal origin, but his body's reaction to the female devil's presence proved him wrong. He did not understand how could he feel such a way towards a devil, even though she had human features that looked a lot like humans. Her armored lizard tail, horns, bat wings, and the demonic inscription inscribed on her red skin should be a turn-off, but just as he thought these things, he felt the urges in his body growing. He wondered if it was just him or if the other demigods felt the same about the female devil as he obsessively ogled her tempting body and inscribed her soul energy signature onto his soul. But then he noticed that the female devil's soul energy signature resembled very closely to that of a human. That devil is called Corpse Devil, so if I were to guess, it should have been born using the corpse of a powerful human senior. Usually, they are not much stronger than the SSS rank corpse puppets, but this one seems different, so don't let your guards down, the captain of Team 1 explained. Corpse devils were common as devils created them by refining the corpse of fallen powerhouses. However, the rate of successfully refining a corpse devil was slim to none. Learning that the female devil was not a true devil but a devil-rank corpse puppet that was fortunate enough to form its spirituality and become a corpse devil, the captain of Team 12 felt disgusted with himself for feeling such way toward a corpse. Then shook his head in dismay, feeling that with such a mind he can forget achieving transcendence in this lifetime. Agony, That damned snake has never respected me to begin with. If not for you I would have killed it long ago. Just get it to stop interfering in my hunt, Belphegor said, pointing at Beam, who had its huge body coiled into a dome protecting Wyatt in it. Listening to her father, Agony turned to look at Beam with a frown, as she found her pet snake's action puzzling. However, she heeded her father's words and ordered, "Little Beam, don't be naughty. Don't interfere with father's hunt. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:07, location Southern Region, Southern Capital." Listening to Agony, Little Beam did not dare to face her. It kept its head down as it resisted her orders and continued to shelter Wyatt. Unlike how it dared to bare its fang at Belphegor when faced with Agony, the Little Beam remained docile like a house pet. Little Beam's actions came as a huge shock to Agony because she could not recall an instance when Beam did not listen to her words. Ever since she was born, Beam was there for her even more than her father. In her heart, Little Beam was more of a parent guardian to her than a pet snake. As a result, Agony grew a little curious about the human Beam was trying to protect. As that human was not only able to force her father to resort to one of his desperate measures but was able to gain the favor of Beam, who remained cold and heartless to everyone except her. However, noticing her father's patience waning thin, Agony scrubbed her curiosity and continued to persuade her pet, "Little Beam, be a good girl and come to Mama. I will give you 75 tasty treats." Pointing at the 75 demigods. The demigods who wanted to get a clear stance of the sinister snake before they commenced their attack felt insulted being treated as a mere pet treat by the corpse devil. Still, none of them dared to break formation or provoke the devils without the green signal from their captain, as they did not want to make the snake devil their enemy if they could avoid it. Quote. Little Beam kept her head down and remained silent, continuing to shelter Wyatt with her body. Seeing this, Agony frowned. Now she was starting to feel jealous of the human that Little Beam was going to such lengths to protect. Unlike other devils, the corpse devils get born with the realm of the refined corpse that was used for their birth. Being born to an SSS rank corpse puppet, Agony was born a devil, and did not have as much experience as the other devils that advanced to the devil realm step by step. Her life experience was very little. Belphegor made sure of that, as it would be easier for him to brainwash and control her that way. Devil did not have a concept of sharing or compassions, so Agony, who had no life experience, hadn't even heard of those words. Hence, seeing her Little Beam show such concern for a human suddenly felt numerous emotions in that interval which took over her mind as she yelled, "Come over here, this instant." Under the shelter of Beam's body, Wyatt focused all his energy and mind on refining the true artifact as his own. Now that it had lost its connection to the devil, he could make use of the genuine refining technique of the Card Apprentice, card creation. Now that the relic was ownerless, it was just another card ingredient, and Wyatt planned to treat it as such. Though card apprentices can turn any relic into their origin card using the free origin card slot in their grimoire, Wyatt was not sure if he should use his last empty origin card slot to turn the Rue relic into his origin card. Wyatt was on the fence about this because he wanted to sure about what were the effects and requirements of the hourglass relic. Heck, he did not even know the true relic's name. Besides, even if he were to use his empty origin card slot to turn it into an origin card, his Calamity Soul gem would try to swallow it. Just like how the first time he tried to refine the Dungeon Calamity Seed into his second origin card, his first origin card soul pupils tried to eat it, giving birth to the Calamity Human Core, now known as Calamity Soul Gem. However, after that altercation occurred, Wyatt passed out naked for hours in the Whiteburn family card lab. Right now he could not risk that, so he decided to play it safe by refining the true relic into a card. With his current power, Cursed Blood Refining, and SSS rank Cursed Blood Corruption, it should not be hard for him, considering that the relics were rankless and gradeless. Hence, even a card student could turn and use them as their origin cards that were with the approval of the conscious of the relic if it had one. Willem Bright and the false relic he used to turn into his origin card were good examples of this. The false relic that Willem Bright used not only had a conciseness, but for some reason it had taken fancy to him and liked to play tricks on him. With that his intent clear, Wyatt immediately summoned his grimoire. Then opening the card creation page, he placed his left hand, to which the hourglass relic was attached, on it along with a common core, preparing to refine the true relic into a card. However, just as the miniature arrays on the card creation page lit up and were going to turn the hourglass relic into a mass of soul pathways, it stopped sucking on his life force, letting out a cry which Wyatt heard in his soul. The relic began pleading with him to not refine it into a card, and it was willing to accept him as its new master. The invisible tendrils extend out of the true relic's consciousness, trying to interact with Wyatt's mutated soul, begging him to accept it as his servant. Wyatt was shocked to find that the true relic that did not bow to the combined might of his mutated souls, Hive AI, and two curses immediately became docile, sensing the miniature arrays on the Grimoires card creation page. Wyatt was fascinated by this turn of events and wanted to further explore it, but the situation outside was turning into the worst possible scenario, so he immediately accepted the true relic's pleading, and then it quietly entered his storage card. "Thank you for buying me enough time, Beam." Walking out from the shelter of Beam, Wyatt thanked her, but then he found himself without words and his gaze stuck on the 6.5 feet tall female devil. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:08, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Quarry Park. Wyatt exclaimed, looking at the female devil. He couldn't believe his eyes. The corpse devil Agony's red-skinned slender body with ample curves resembled Wyatt of the fiery shapely ego fire of Corey Bright. Speaking of which, the red-skinned devil looked alike mature Corey. Yes, the ego fire did not have to show a pair of enormous bat wings, however Corey Bright did reveal an armored lizard tail when she entered her devil form during the semifinals of the tournament. There was no mistaking it. The devil in front of Wyatt shared an uncanny appearance with Corey Park, the adult version of Corey Bright. With so much evidence pointing it, Wyatt decided to settle it by going through the female devil's soul pathway arrangements. To his surprise, he found the most astonishing thing. The female devil had the mutated version of titled demon core that Corey Bright had. Going through the female devil's soul pathways, Wyatt immediately found that she was a corpse puppet that gained spirituality and was born as a corpse devil, since the corpse puppet was of SSS rank. Wyatt knew very little about Corey Park, but knew enough to know that Corey Park was one of the past lives of Corey Bright who lived in the Dark Realm. With this, Wyatt guessed that after Corey Park's death, someone used her corpse to create an SSS rank corpse puppet which later gained spirituality and was born as the female corpse devil in front of him. From the looks of it, that someone was none other than Belphegor. Prompting Wyatt to wonder if there was any relationship between Belphegor and Corey Park. "How do you know that name?" Belphegor asked Wyatt in utter disbelief. "It has been centuries since anyone uttered the name Corey Park after her death at his hands. Except for some of her loyal subordinates that had managed to escape his hands, nobody even remembers that name." Listening to Wyatt utter that name, Belphegor suddenly saw the war that happened almost a millennium ago flash in front of his eyes. Even though he was no longer a mere demon prince and had become a devil, the terror of Corey Park and her demon army was still fresh in his mind. Though it was a hard pill to swallow, Belphegor knew if not for the Devil Merchant Code and his alignment with other demon princes of the Dark Realm in that era, he would not have been able to defeat her. Instead, he would have died and Corey Park would have become the devil. "Father," he said, "that name, should I kill him or have him join my army too?" Female devil Agony asked Belphegor, as he had instructed her to gain the trust of all those that call her Corey Park, and she should kill them as they would be their enemies. Since the female corpse devil possessed the corporal form of Corey Park, Park's allies and subordinates that had managed to survive the devil succession war of the demon princes after Park's death reached out to Agony, believing that she was Corey Park. They were not to be blamed for such a stupid misunderstanding, because if not for Park's pet snake Beam following Agony around as it did with Park, they would have been skeptical of the Agony's identity. So far, those who reached out to Agony thinking she was Park either chose to follow Agony's army or die and join Park in the River of Souls. It was not a surprise that they figured out Agony was not Park, but that was too late for them backway, as they only had two options. Some chose loyalty, some chose survival, neither was to be blamed. It was obvious that Belphegor knew things would turn out like this when saw the birth of Agony. That was why he had asked her to kill all of the allies of Park if they were not willing to join her demon army. "No, you are not his match. Take the snake and go handle those flies." "Leave him to me," Belphegor said with his eyes staring at Wyatt. He could not figure out why the name that was supposed to be forgotten in the pages of history was spoken by Wyatt after almost a millennium since her death. But seeing how the damned snake dared to rebel and even refused to follow Agony's orders for Wyatt, it seemed less surprising that Wyatt knew that name. "Beam, you heard father, let's go." Agony was very frustrated and irritated by Beam's actions. This was the first time she felt angry at Beam. Seeing her not leave the human's side, she got yelled, "Come over here, now." However, to Agony's dismay, Beam continued to be by Wyatt's side. Seeing this, Agony was devastated and loved Beam too much to harm her, so all her anger shifted onto Wyatt, the reason why Beam was going against her. You, it must be you. What black magic did you use on Beam? Human, release her this instant. Hiss. Seeing Agony blame Wyatt, Beam finally lifted her head and made eye contact with Agony. Looking into Beam's hypnotic gaze, Agony was devastated because she saw tears roll out of Beam's eyes and stain her pure white scales. Agony panicked as this was the first time seeing the pain in Beam's eyes. She could not believe Beam's hypnotic eyes hide such pain inside them. Agony did not understand what was happening, but feeling Beam's pain, her frustration and irritation toward Beam instantly vanished, and once again she started to feel emotions that were not natural to a devil. It was compassion and sympathy, but those words never existed in her dictionary. Right now all she wanted to do was console Beam and share her pain, but she did not know how. She did not even know what were the feelings she feeling right now. As devil violence and brutality were natural to her, but the current feelings she was feeling only confused her. She did not have enough life experience to understand them. Belphegor had made sure of it by constantly brainwashing her. Agony, just get the damned snake to stand down already. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:09, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. How could I not notice Beam's pain? Agony wondered. For someone named Agony, she failed to see the agony of her only friend. The irony was not lost on her. Not to get started on her titled Demon Core, Undead Flame of Agony. Corey Park's titled Demon Core was Eternal Flame of Agony, but after Agony was born from her corpse it mutated to Undead Flame of Agony. Getting no reply from Agony, as the orchestrator of this event, Belphegor frowned his brows. Because Agony was a valuable asset, he would hate to have to dispose of her, but he believed in his manipulative and brainwashing capabilities. He thought this should not be enough for Agony to break free from the mental shackles he placed in her mind. Having learned a lesson at the hands of Corey Park, Belphegor had increased his means of assurance when it comes to recruiting new children. One had to know if Wyatt was the first human to trick Belphegor, then Corey Park was the first demi-human to strike the fear of death in Belphegor's heart and mind. So after killing Corey Park, even though her corpse was destroyed, he spared no effort and used a SSS rank corpse preservation curse on it to rebuild her corpse from scratch. Then refined it into a SSS rank corpse puppet. Later he had the corpse puppet act as his palace's gatekeeper, to not only strike fear in the minds of his enemies but also bring shame on Corey Park's legacy. However, things changed when Park's pet snake, which had managed to escape with grave wounds, returned after recovering and gaining strength close to transcendence in search of revenge. Seeing the corpse puppet made using Corey Park's corpse, it wailed and cried, and when he threatened to destroy the corpse puppet, it gave up on its revenge and lay next to corpse puppet, guarding it for centuries to come. During this period, Belphegor noticed that the corpse puppet was growing stronger even though he has stopped refining it. When he looked into it, he found that after centuries the snake's strength had not increased but noticeably decreased as it was using its life essence to nurture the corpse puppet. Belphegor laughed at the snake's stupidity and leave it be. He was more than happy to let the snake reinforce his corpse puppet using its life. But to his surprise, soon the corpse puppet gained spirituality and evolved into a corpse devil. Being refined by him, the corpse devil obviously respected Belphegor as its creator. Taking advantage of this, Belphegor spared no efforts to brainwash the female corpse devil to make himself the center of Agony's life. Knowing that as long as he controlled Agony he could use her to abuse Corey Park's legacy, starting with the stupid pet snake of hers. Agony, Belphegor stressed. Soon a red light flashed in Agony's eyes, which were previously deeply disturbed and confused seeing Beam's tears. With the red light, Agony's confusion vanished and her gaze became focused as she looked at the crying Beam and shoot a beam of wailing flames at her. Hiss! Seeing the incoming attack, Beam did not bother to dodge the screaming flames and instead glared at Belphegor. However, helplessness was apparent in its stare. In response, the devil sneered at Beam, saying, "What are you going to do about it?" However, to the surprise of everyone present, especially the demigods, Wyatt walked in front of Beam and used his celestial repulsion force to easily block the beam of fire, which let out pain-filled screams as it passed through the air. As the mutated version of the eternal flame of agony, the undead flame of agony had inherited its signature sound along with its many abilities. After blocking the attack, Wyatt turned to look at Beam and said, "Buddy, thanks for the help. Now go do what you have been waiting a lifetime for and leave these two to me." Agony wasn't the only one who saw the pain in Beam's eyes. Wyatt too saw its loneliness and pain. It instantly reminded him of the Sky Blossom City Tournament's semifinals between him and Corey, more specifically the promise between Corey Bright and Beam. Hiss. Beam produced a noise while flicking her forked tongue. Though Wyatt did not understand what exactly she was saying, he understood her intent. It asked him not to kill Agony. To which Wyatt said, "I can't promise you anything, but I will try." Hiss. Beam stressed as if saying not good enough. "Fine, I promise to not kill her. After all, I do owe you one for helping me subdue the true relic." Shaking his head, Wyatt promised Beam, as he did not like to owe others. As soon as Wyatt promised, the tears of Beam evaporated and a slyness could be seen in its eyes. Seeing this, Wyatt sighed. Then, continued to shake his head, thinking that he did owe Beam a big one, and understanding that the pain and loneliness in its eyes could not be faked. This must be Beam's effort to save some face, showing that Beam was a lot smarter than her underdeveloped spirituality would allow. Then Beam's length decreased to a meter, and before leaving she flicked her forked tongue at him as if thanking him. Wyatt took the moment to confirm, "Did you specifically learn the size manipulation for this moment?" Beam nodded its head in response to Wyatt's question. Ever since Corey tried to summon her during the tournament, she has been practicing size manipulation so that it can control its size and meet its master the next time she summoned her. The very next second Beam's white figure vanished. She was too excited to reunite with her master after so many centuries. She could not wait any longer. Witnessing the exchange between the stupid snake and Wyatt, Belphegor confirmed one thing: that both of them knew each other prior to today. The more he tried to deduce what was going on, the more confused Belphegor got, because he was missing an important piece that was key to solving the puzzle, and that was the information that Corey Park, once the source of his nightmares, was now alive as Corey Bright. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:10, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. As Beam departed from the Southern Capital and made her way to Sky Blossom City, in one of the space vestiges, a majestic feminine voice spoke, "You're quick, aren't you? Follow it, but don't get spotted, and don't engage. It is a lot more powerful than you. Just report back where it goes and what it is up to." "Yes, Your Majesty," a demigod respectfully agreed with the commanding woman's voice, and then disappeared from the space vestige, following Beam's tracks. Agony didn't respond to Beam's departure, but the red light in her eyes became more intense. Wyatt observed that the stronger the red glow, the more cold and indifferent Agony appeared. He wondered if Belphegor was suppressing the memories and feelings of her consciousness to turn her into a stone-cold killing machine using some means that he had previously placed on her. With the bothersome snake gone, Belphegor commanded Agony, pointing at the 75 demigods in a battle formation, "Go, deal with those nuisances." Following his order, the red glow in Agony's eyes flickered twice before she moved toward the battle array formation set up by the 75 demigods. Her actions were mechanical. She looked like a corpse puppet obeying her master's commands. It was as if Belphegor held her fate in his hands. No wonder Beam was so helpless despite her prowess. "Ready," the leader of the first team announced to all the groups as they saw the corpse devil approaching. He was warning the demigods to brace themselves for another difficult fight. This battle was going to be much more intense and demanding than their previous encounters with devils, since a portal to the Dark Realm had been opened right above the city. This meant that the corpse devil's power wasn't held back by the world's will, and it would be the first time they would be fighting a devil at its full strength. Summon, unranked Hell Undead Agony. Watching the 75-point star battle formation lit up, the emotionless Agony immediately began her attack. The clouds in the sky transformed into a fiery golden red hue as they began to erupt with fire, casting a radiant golden glow over the city. The vivid blend of hot red and orange flames started to rain down, showering the city in a blazing inferno. When the fires came into contact with the wind, they let out piercing screams that were filled with agony. These weren't ordinary sounds, but haunting, almost human cries that resonated with torment and suffering. The stronger the wind blew, the louder and more desperate the screams became, rising and falling in a tortured symphony. It was as if the very elements were in pain, their voices merging into a chilling chorus that echoed through the air, adding an eerie, unsettling layer to the chaotic scene. The 75 demigods, faced with the alarming onslaught of wailing flames summoned forth by the female corpse devil, acted with seamless unity using the Big Bang battle array formation. They employed their synchronized divine sense to create a radiant divine protection barrier covering each of them against the flames, filled with an agonizing scream that drew near. Soon the flames crashed against the divine protection, covering the demigods like waves against a cliff. Each impact sent a shockwave of heat and light, but the barrier held firm, glowing with a serene, otherworldly luminescence. The demigods' faces were etched with concentration, their eyes focused, and their bodies poised, aware that any lapse in their collective resolve could spell disaster. In that perilous moment, thanks to the Big Bang Battle Array formation, they were not just individuals but parts of a greater whole. Unable to harm the demigods, the fire touched down. It licked and danced across the scorched land, covering it in violent, writhing flames that seemed almost alive, wailing in pain. The once familiar landscape was now an intense spectacle of light and heat, a wild and uncontrolled display of fire rule's fury. With the demigods destroying the rule domain trinity conjured by the Mohawk Devil, the relentless flow of magma that had once engulfed the city's grounds began to cool. The fiery river, once a wild and untamed force, gradually lost its ferocity, turning solid and still as it transformed into a dark, scorched landscape. But now a new menace plagued the scorched city grounds, writhing flames that seemed to twist and scream in unknown agony whenever the wind passed through them. One look and anyone could tell that these weren't normal flames. They appeared to the manifestations of pain and torment that had taken the form of fire. The flames danced across the cooled magma, their movement sinuous and serpentine, leaving trails of thick, dark smoke that billowed into the sky. The smoke hung heavy, a dark shroud that seemed to breathe and expand, casting an oppressive shadow over the city. It choked the air, filling it with a stifling, acrid scent that clawed at the throat and stung the eyes. Faced with the unusual smoke, and aware that normal fire rule doesn't emit smoke, the demigods became cautious and chose not to lower the divine protection barrier that was shielding them. Watching the smoke-filled fiery hell summoned by the corpse devil, Wyatt, who was facing off against Belphegor, was reminded of his match against Corey in the semifinals of the city's high school card fight tournament. Corey had also summoned something similar, but the hell she had called forth was like a much smaller version, only 1/100th the scale of what the corpse devil had summoned. The area of effect of Corey's hell was limited to the arena following the tournament rules, so it was not a fair comparison not to forget the difference in the realm. Damned denied death, arise, Agony yelled, calling forth her army of damned souls. These were individuals she had sent to her unranked hell undead Agong, a tormenting place where the imprisoned were denied the release of death. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:11, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. At Agony's command, the smoke began a mesmerizing yet horrifying transformation. It started to converge, swirling and coalescing into humanoid and monstrous skeletal frames of various shapes and sizes. The sight was both fascinating and macabre, as the smoke formed a spectral dance, giving birth to these skeletal constructs. But the creation was not yet complete. The smoke continued to evolve, wrapping around the skeletal frames to form veins, muscles, and other tissues. It moved with a deliberate, sculpting touch, molding a durable and sturdy flesh that adhered to the bones. The detail was astonishing, retaining every minor feature of their original form. Then, as if guided by an invisible hand, the smoke further solidified, covering the skeletal frames with skin so intricate that it replicated the texture, pores, scars, and wrinkles that might have adorned their living forms. But the transformation didn't stop there. The smoke then morphed into various armors and weapons, equipping these newly formed smoke beings from head to toe. Helmets, breastplates, swords, and shields all materialized, each uniquely crafted and fitting perfectly to the hideous beings they adorned. The entire scene was a surreal spectacle, a blend of horror and artistry that left the onlookers caught between awe and revulsion. The smoke beings now stood ready, a grotesque army summoned from the very essence of torment and despair, awaiting their mistress's command. While Agony's army took shape, a twisted masterpiece of dark creation, the demigods were far from passive spectators. They didn't merely wait patiently in their battle array formation, frozen by the unfolding nightmare before them. Instead, they acted with insight and resolve that spoke of their experience and determination. They began to gather their soul energy and from their surroundings in preparation for another Big Bang blast. It was as if the very air around them became charged, vibrating with the intensity of their intent. From the surroundings, energy swirled and converged, drawn by the Big Bang battle formation array. The demigods' faces were etched with concentration, their eyes glowing, their bodies taut with the effort of summoning the maximum of their synchronized might. Gathering all the collected soul energy at the very heart of where Agony's smoke army was forming, the demigods prepared their counterattack. It wasn't just an ordinary Big Bang blast they were planning, but a colossal and cataclysmic Big Bang blast that would obliterate Agony's forces before they even had a chance to join the battle. Agony's eyes, cold and unfeeling, fell upon the 75-pointed star battle array formation, now pulsating with an abundant and violent surge of soul energy. It was a raging storm contained within geometric precision, a spectacle of raw power that could not go unnoticed. But Agony's face remained impassive, her expression betraying no concern or doubt. She knew that the demigods were up to something, plotting a counterattack to unravel her designs, yet she seemed to regard it with a chilling indifference. With a voice that was both a whisper and a command, resonant with authority and menace, she spoke to her smoke army, "Damned, commence death march." The words were simple, yet they carried the weight of her will, an unbreakable order that set the wheels of destruction in motion. Her command, "Death march," was laden with dark and unsettling irony. The damned, her nightmarish soldiers, were souls that had been denied the release of death, forever trapped in a cycle of agony. Yet now, they were to parade a death march. At Agony's command, her newly minted nightmarish monstrosities stirred. They were not mere shapes of smoke but tangible horrors, each a testament to dark artistry and malice. They were not mere soldiers but instruments of massacre, driven by a single, unrelenting directive, to annihilate their liege's enemies. Before any of the horrifying creatures born of agony could even take a step, the demigods acted in an instant. With voices melding together, they roared the words, "Big Bang Blast." In the blink of an eye, the epicenter where Agony and the smoke monsters were situated was consumed by a cataclysmic and uncontrolled explosion. The force of the blast was so immense that it nearly tore a hole in the very fabric of space itself. Agony and the smoke monsters were instantly obliterated, reduced to nothing but mere ashes. The earth-shaking thunder of the explosion resonated far and wide, momentarily catching the attention of Belphegor and Wyatt. Their eyes flickered toward the source of the noise, but the intensity of their own heated exchange soon pulled them back, allowing only a fleeting acknowledgement of the devastation that had just occurred. Unlike the demigods who celebrated too quickly, both of them knew that the battle was far from over. To the astonishment of the demigods, the aftermath of destruction did not go as anticipated. The ashes, instead of drifting away and blending with the wind, began to swirl in a mysterious and unnerving dance. Like a painter's brush guided by an unseen hand, the ashes and smoke from the sea of flames underneath slowly started reconstructing the bodies of the smoke monsters in Agony. Within mere seconds that seemed to stretch into an eternity, Agony and her army of the damned were assembled once again, resuming their relentless death march with an air of eerie invincibility. Agony, a corpse devil created from a corpse puppet imbued with the formidable SSS rank corpse preservation curse, was undeterred by an explosion of such magnitude. Her existence had long overcome mortality, rendering her immune to what would be a lethal force for most beings. Her damned army, their souls trapped and tortured in the uncharted depths of her unranked hell undead Agony, had no death. Denied the release of death, they were bound to an existence of torment and servitude, a dark testament to Agony's fearsome and sadistic power. Confused, the demigods did not know what to do against the corpse devil and her seemingly immortal army that was marching toward them. Until the captain of Team 1 received a text message from Wyatt. Use divine energy to extinguish her light rule to purify the sea of flames that is generating loads of smoke. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:12, location Southern region, Southern capital. The cursed smoke monsters of Agony charged forward like an unstoppable tidal wave of malevolence, their eyes fixed on the demigods. Wyatt's timely message, ringing with clarity, reached them just in their desperation. Responding to the call, the captain of Team 1 commanded all the demigods to focus their divine energy on the soul pathways of the land right below them. They formed a daring plan, one that teetered on the edge of madness. Turning the city's grounds already engulfed in Agony's hellish fire into a massive bomb using the Big Bang battle array formation. The streets, buildings, and any important infrastructure in the city were already swallowed by the lava sea. Summoned Belphegor. If anyone managed to survive, then Agony's fire erased the last sign of their existence. The once majestic skyline of the city was no more, replaced by raging and towering flames of the unranked hell undead Agony. The ground underneath these flames began to tremble, brimming with divine aura, resonating with the divine energy gathered in them. As the fire danced with destruction on the top of the land, demigods continued to pour their divine might into the scorched and hot land underneath them. The city ground's very essence groaned and writhed, as the amount of divine energy gathered into them increased more than their soul pathways could handle, bringing forth an unstable transformation in them. Facing Agony and her damned army's relentless advance, the demigods took an unimaginable risk by focusing all of their divine energy in one shot, uncertain of the outcome, still willing to give it a try as they were out of ideas, facing the damned, denied of death that plagued even the transcendent. Divine Big Bang Blast. No sooner had the demigods detonated the land than the city grounds began to tremble, resonating with an unearthly force. The once solid earth, consumed by molten magma, cracked open like the shell of a colossal egg, sending deep fissures sprawling in every direction. From the jagged mouths of these cracks, brilliant white light escaped, clashing and wrestling with the sinister fire that danced and roared on the surface. The very air seemed to hold its breath, charged with anticipation, as the two opposing forces met in a cataclysmic duel. The land itself groaned in agony and exultation as it exploded with divine might, the explosion ripping through the world like the wrath of the gods. A shockwave of divine power, tangible and wild, rolled across the landscape, shaking the very foundations of the city. The wailing flames, which had seemed so inextinguishable, so untamable, met their match in this fierce onslaught of divine force. In a fraction of a second that stretched into an eternity, they were snuffed out, extinguished without even a chance to struggle. Their once menacing howl was silenced, replaced by the victorious roar of the divine Big Bang Blast that had conquered them, leaving behind a scene of both devastation and awe-inspiring divine apparition. The brilliant divine light that erupted from the explosion cascaded forth like a celestial tidal wave, illuminating the once darkened city with a radiance that seemed to come from another realm. The light didn't merely shine, it purged, acting with a force and purpose that transcended mere physics. The black smoke clouds, spawned by the hell flame and choking the city's skies, were consumed by this cleansing luminescence, erased in a single awe-inspiring move. As for Agony's smoke army, they met various fates in the face of this divine onslaught. Some were purged outright, obliterated by the residual glow of divine light that lingered in the air like an afterthought of creation. Others dispersed like shadows at dawn, their connection to the damned souls in the real unranked hell undead Agony severed with the death of the hellfire that had bound them in the card world. These smoke monsters were not actual beings, they were puppet shells made of smoke from the hellfire, the twisted manifestations of the agony suffered by the damned souls imprisoned in the undead Agony. Connected through the hellfire, they were echoes of torment and despair given form and purpose in the form of smoke. Now, in the wake of the explosion, smoke monsters were gone, reduced to nothing, their existence snuffed all with the very hellfire that had birthed them. The demigods, once under siege by these hellish dolls of agony, stood silent, bearing witness to the aftermath of their divine might. Even with her damned smoke army wiped out, Agony's might stood unrestrained, inexhaustible, under the dark realm portal. Her power seemed to draw from a well that knew no bottom, a stark contrast to the demigods who had gambled all their divine energy in one desperate attack. So what if the demigods had managed to snuff out her hell? Her indifferent eyes, glowing embers of her absolute orders, revealed a sinister truth: she could summon it forth again. Across the battlefield, the demigods, once vibrant and unyielding, now wore exhausted looks on their faces, their expressions etched with fatigue, determination, and a haunting realization. Their bodies, though still standing, were drained, their divine energy spent. The large-scale attack they had pulled off was a triumph, but it had cost them dearly. They were running on the fumes of their once mighty power, unable to muster another assault of such magnitude. Soul energy was found easily and plentifully all around the world, but divine energy, which is special to divine beings, wasn't so simple to obtain. It must be carefully developed and nurtured over time, making the process of recovering it a slow and difficult task. That's why the demigods were very careful with their divine energy, only using it when absolutely necessary. But in this critical moment, they chose to trust Wyatt's advice. Even though it was a big risk, and since not all of them were experts in controlling the light, they decided to use all their divine energy in one powerful attack. The situation was desperate, and they felt they had to do something drastic. They had no regrets. Date the 13th of April 2321 Time 10:011 Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Destruction Ray. Belphegor roared and launched a beam made from his annihilation rule power, aimed directly at Wyatt. Wyatt effortlessly dodged the ray, and Belphegor watched in frustration as his powerful annihilation ray tore open space, having missed its target and vanished into the boundless void. Infuriated by Wyatt's nimble movements and apparent ease in dodging his attacks, Belphegor taunted him, asking, "How long do you think you will be able to keep avoiding my strikes?" His words hinted that he believed Wyatt would eventually grow tired or careless. "How long do you plan to keep missing?" Wyatt shot back, jokingly suggesting that with Belphegor's poor aim, he didn't have to worry about dodging the attacks since they would never hit him. In the presence of the portal to the dark realm, Belphegor, at the peak of his power, was astonished to find that Wyatt was not only able to hold his own against him but also seemed to be thriving. The realization dawned on the devil that Wyatt's strength was not lying dormant previously, rather, he had honed his mastery of the celestial attraction and repulsion force. This particular force was a fundamental energy that guided the movements and interactions of heavenly bodies, and Wyatt had become so adept at manipulating it that he was able to bridge the gap in their power. His efficiency and finesse with this celestial force allowed him to maneuver and respond to Belphegor's attacks with grace and ease that seemed almost otherworldly. It was as if Wyatt was dancing with the card world itself, using its forces to his advantage, and Belphegor could not help but be both impressed and frustrated by this unexpected display of skill. "Come on, Belphegor, don't tell me this is the best you can do at the peak of your power." "If yes, then I am disappointed," Wyatt taunted, his voice dripping with both amusement and challenge. As he spoke, his body moved with a fluid grace, each motion rippling with a force that seemed to echo the very might of the world itself. His movements were mesmerizing, but eventually, it became unclear whether Wyatt was moving within the world or if the world was bending and shifting to his will. His every move, every step, was imbued with a devastating power, resonating in perfect harmony with the world around him. Wyatt's physical and spiritual synchronization with the world had deepened to a level that transcended mere understanding. It was as if he had become one with the world, all elements converging and flowing through him, amplifying his strength, his mind, his very essence. The power coursing through him was intoxicating, and he reveled in it, his eyes alight with the thrill of the battle and the undeniable connection he had forged with the world itself. "Ha ha ha, annihilation explosion." Belphegor's response to Wyatt's taunt was a laugh filled with eerie madness, a sound that seemed to reverberate with chaos and malice. As he neared Wyatt, his body began to exude a palpable, sinister energy, a force resonating with the very essence of annihilation rule power itself. Wyatt, sensing the dark and terrifying annihilation rule power emanating from Belphegor, immediately enveloped his body in the repulsive force of the world, a protective barrier designed to repel anything the devil might hurl at him. His eyes narrowed, his senses heightened, and Wyatt braced for the onslaught. Soon, Belphegor's body erupted in a small but potent explosion of annihilation rule power, a burst of energy so intense and destructive that it threatened to consume everything within its wide area of effect. It was as if a dark void had opened, its maw gaping, ready to swallow all that dared to stand in its way. Wyatt's celestial repulsion barrier quivered and strained against the might of the explosion, a thin line of defense in the face of a force that sought to obliterate everything it touched. The barrier struggled, flickering like a candle in a storm, its very existence seeming to waver under the relentless pressure of the annihilation rule power. But in the face of annihilation, its struggle was meaningless, a futile attempt to hold back the inevitable. There was a profound and ominous reason why Belphegor had refrained from using the annihilation rule power previously. This power was not merely destructive, it was the embodiment of obliteration, an absolute force that eradicated anything and everything that dared to come into contact with it. It did not discriminate, it did not distinguish, it simply sent all that it touched into the abyss of nothingness. To wield such a cataclysmic force required Belphegor to be at his absolute peak, to summon the very pure essence of annihilation rule power. Even now, Belphegor would not have dared to call upon the annihilation explosion were it not for Wyatt's taunt. As the explosion rippled through the air, its destructive force radiating outward, Belphegor's eyes reflected with wild and untamed pain coursing across his body. Even if the annihilation rule power was his to wield, in front of it his essence, his very soul laid bare and vulnerable. In a moment of rage, Belphegor used his body as an annihilation conduit, to catch Wyatt in an annihilation explosion. But at what cost? As long as Wyatt's physical body was dead or was rendered unable to fight, it was all worth it. The celestial repulsive force enveloping Wyatt in a protective shell was easily breached by the annihilation force and reached his body. At that moment the 11 pairs of arms and head floating behind Wyatt vanished as his main body was obliterated. Agony, who was about to summon her unranked hell undead agony upon the card world once again, felt a strong presence suddenly appear behind her without any sound or warning. Before she could react, 10 pairs of hands restrained her. From the corner of her eyes, she saw that presence behind her was a 7-foot-tall Wyatt with 10 identical heads floating behind him. Wyatt sacrificed one of his 12 bodies to create an illusion depicting that he had died to deceive Belphegor while he left for a second to seal Agony. Then he used the additional effect of his gigamite physique to appear behind Agony. Soon one of his 11 bodies became the main body while his remaining 10 floating arms restrained agony. SSS rank Cursed Blood Seal. The 10 pairs of arms of Wyatt restraining agony suddenly morphed into cursed blood and entered her body through the pores. Dark red tattoos formed on Agony's body as the SSS rank. Cursed Blood Seal sealed her physically and spiritually for good. Storing the sealed agony in one of his storage cards, Wyatt yelled at the demigods, "Retreat to the royal palace grounds. Now." Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:13, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. What about the devil? A voice filled with concern emerged from the gathering of demigods. The words were directed at Wyatt, the mysterious young lad, who had just commanded them to fall back to the safety of the royal palace grounds. "I will handle him, you all need to leave now." Wyatt's voice rang out, strong and determined, as his eyes fixed on the devil. The wicked creature was gradually recovering from its daze, a direct result of its own failed attack, Annihilation Explosion. "Team retreat," came the authoritative order from the captain of Team 1. He looked at Wyatt, his eyes full of reluctant trust, before motioning for all the teams to follow his lead. It was a decision heavy with shame and disappointment for him and his fellow demigods. Their current condition left them weak and vulnerable. They were no longer worth reinforcement but potential obstacles in Wyatt's battle against the devil. The devil's vampiric powers could turn them into mere nourishment, and the realization stung deep in their souls. Their pride and honor as the demigods of the southern region were momentarily set aside. With heavy hearts and heads held low, they obeyed Wyatt's advice and decided to retreat to the royal palace grounds, leaving him to face the devil alone. Space Fold, Lightning Stride, Wind Tunnel. The voices of the demigods resonated through the chaotic battlefield as they one by one activated their SSS rank escape cards to speed their retreat to the safety of the timeless array formation that shielded the royal palace ground. They were demigods, the might and pride of the southern region, yet in the face of a single, fearsome devil, they felt reduced to helplessness. The shame of this realization weighed on their hearts as they left the battlefield. They not only left behind the person they were originally supposed to protect but also their pride and honor. Even though today they get to keep their lives, they were retreating to the royal palace grounds with heads bowed and hearts heavy with unspoken emotions. Sigh. A tangible sigh of relief escaped Wyatt's lips as he watched the demigods retreat, their powerful cards whisking them to safety without incident. The moment was brief, a small pause in the bottle's relentless rhythm, but it was enough for Wyatt to feel a weight lift from his chest. The dumb teammate had left. Turning his attention back to the battlefield, Wyatt's gaze found Belphegor, the devil who had been a relentless pain in his ass. Their eyes locked, revealing their hatred and enmity to the other. Belphegor's eyes were dark and calculating, filled with a mixture of intrigue and frustration. "This is the 4th time you have escaped death," Belphegor spoke, his voice dripping with contempt but a hint of fear. Each one of those attacks was capable of killing a devil, let alone these weak demigods. Yet, somehow you managed to survive all of these certain death moments without a single scratch to show for it. Belphegor's words lingered in the air, heavy with meaning and accusation. They were more than a simple statement, they were a testament to an inconceivable reality that he could not dismiss. Wyatt's survival had transcended luck, it was an audacious defiance of logic and expectation that seemed to hint at immortality. But with his experience, having lived for a few millenniums, Belphegor knew better than to be entrapped by such illusions. The very notion of immortality was a mirage in the myriad realms where even the mightiest beings, like those of the world wills, could crumble and fall at any moment, yet here was a man who stood unscathed where others would have perished. Belphegor's mind churned with questions and possibilities, probing the enigma that was behind Wyatt's numerous escapes from certain death. Was some hidden power protecting him? Whatever it was, it did not alter the fact that everything had a breaking point, everything had an end. Even the illusion of immortality could be shattered, and Belphegor's gaze promised that he would be the one to do it. "Since I cannot kill you regardless of physical and rule attacks," Belphegor's voice dripped with arrogance and dark intrigue, but his words were cut short. Behind Wyatt, the 11th floating head and pair of arms shimmered into existence, marking the complete manifestation of his gigamite physique. In a heartbeat, he transformed, his body swelling and contorting until he stood as a 150-meter-tall Elder Viltronian Titan. The transformation was breathtaking as his flesh and energy meld to culminate in a colossal figure with the Elder Giant's might. Without hesitation, Wyatt's Elder Viltronian Titan form lunged forward, fist clenched and muscles rippling, to deliver a punch aimed straight at Belphegor's face. The attack was swift and decisive, a reflection of Wyatt's urgency to act. His soul pupils had detected something ominous. A dark and creepy type of soul energy had begun to gather in the body of the 150-meter-tall world hog, an energy imbued with an attribute that closely resembled death itself. This new sensation was alarming and unnatural, surpassing even the chilling aura of the devil's most devastating power, the annihilation rule power. A cold shiver ran down Wyatt's spine just sensing the soul energy that was rapidly gathering in the devil's body. Though the exact nature of Belphegor's scheme remained unclear, the imminent danger was palpable to Wyatt. Time was of the essence, and every moment's delay could spell disaster. With his punch, Wyatt was not merely attacking, he was attempting to halt the sinister plot that the devil was brewing. Wyatt acted, driven by a desperate hope to stop Belphegor before it was too late. Wyatt landed a quick punch to Belphegor's face, but the devil barely staggered back a few steps before sneering, "Weak. You remind me of cockroaches. They're weak creatures but hard to kill." Once Belphegor had regained his peak strength, Wyatt's physical attacks seemed to lose their power, no longer posing a threat to him even under the reinforcement of the SSS rank Cursed Blood Rejuvenation. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:14, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Witnessing that his punch, delivered with all the strength and fury he could muster, failed to even leave a mark on Belphegor, Wyatt felt a cold, rational acknowledgement rather than surprise. Facing a Devil Realm world hog was not an easy task. This particular opponent was armored in dense fur, not to mention thanks to Belphegor's fire rule mastery each strand of its dense fur was imbued with an extra layer of fire rule power, creating a nearly impenetrable shield. If not for the cover of celestial repulsive force on his fist, his hands would be incinerated by the fiery fur. But beyond the physical challenge, a more insidious sensation was alerting within Wyatt's awareness. A dark and creepy feeling emanated from within Belphegor's body, intensifying with every passing second. This sensation felt like an announcement that death was arriving. From this, Wyatt concluded that the devil was willing to sacrifice his precious world hog incarnation, a vital aspect of his very might that allowed him to conquer and reign countless realms, just to kill Wyatt. This realization was both chilling, but considering the deep grudge between them, it seemed natural. Just as Wyatt's determination was mounting, and he was on the verge of activating the abilities of the other SSS rank curses, a sudden and unexpected interruption stopped him in his tracks as his grimoire sounded with an unusual notification. It was not merely a beep or chime, but a resonant call that hinted at something important and urgent. He did not know that a grimoire could do that. With a sense of foreboding, Wyatt accessed the message and found it to be a text from Colleen Heatsend. This very name sent a shockwave through him, further condensing his doubts that the royal families and central government have special privileges to grimoire which were not known to regular card apprentices. Speaking of Colleen, the unreasonable figure who had kidnapped him and forcefully detained him in the southern capital city under the guise of his safety, was now inexplicably absent. Wasn't that convenient? Pushing the chaos of the battle to the recesses of his mind, Wyatt's eyes locked onto the text from Colleen, his heart pounding with a sense of urgency. The very nature of the communication, sent in such a frantic manner amid a life or death struggle, indicated its critical importance. The message glowed on the surface of his grimoire, each word revealed a shocking revelation: "Wyatt, kill the devil immediately. It is using its body as an incubator to grow a plague specifically designed for this world. Once that plague is released, it will not only kill all living beings on this world but will also target the world's will. So kill the devil before it successfully creates the plague and releases it in our world." The words struck Wyatt like a lightning bolt, illuminating the darkness of an uncertainty that had clouded him ever since his soul pupils had noticed the creepy soul energy gathering and growing in the world hog's body. Wyatt finally had a name for the sinister soul energy that he felt in the devil's body: a plague, a monstrous creation that threatened not only the lives of every creature in the world but also the very will of the world itself. Wyatt's mind reeled from the implications. His hands trembled as he grasped the gravity of the creepy sensation he had sensed growing in Belphegor's body. It was the harbinger of doom for not just him but this world itself. Wyatt could relate to what the devil was planning, perhaps due to his past experience of defeating the Viltronane that had attacked Earth. Every time Wyatt thought he had killed it, the Viltronian would come back even stronger. In the same way, the devil's attacks, which could kill any demigod or devil, never seemed to finish Wyatt off. He would always return, even more powerful than before. The devil couldn't figure out how Wyatt was doing this, so he decided to destroy the world that seemed to have given birth to Wyatt's existence. He thought that without his world, Wyatt wouldn't be able to survive in space. Wyatt, of all people, could understand the devil's actions. He had once created something like a plague that only targeted those with the Viltronian gene. However, a significant difference separated Wyatt's method from the devil's. Wyatt understood that his opponent could endure the infinite emptiness of space. Rather than attempting to obliterate an entire world to defeat just one individual, he crafted a bio-weapon capable of wiping out an entire race. This strategic move highlighted a contrast in their approaches, and Wyatt found a strange irony in the fact that he could draw parallels between his past experiences and those of a devil. Wyatt hurriedly replied to Colleen, "How about you stop spectating the battle and come help me?" Wyatt knew about the 2 space vestiges in the space around the southern capital, thanks to his enhanced soul pupils, but he had ignored them, wanting to prove to those watching that he wasn't a pushover and could hold his own. Now, though, things were different. Belphegor was creating a realm-ending plague inside his body, and Wyatt couldn't afford to fight a prolonged battle. He had to stop him now. However, Wyatt wasn't strong enough to face Belphegor head-on. The extra strength he'd gained from the SSS rank Cursed Blood Rejuvenation Curse and the Celestial Force was no longer enough for him to battle Belphegor on equal footing ever since the portal to the Dark Realm opened in the sky of the city. With his power, he had no problem evading Belphegor's powerful attacks, but he could not confront him. Therefore did not hesitate to ask for assistance from Colleen. Considering what was at stake, he could not afford to be prideful now. "No, I have bigger fish to catch. The devil is all yours. You can stop it, I trust you." Colleen's reply arrived instantly, refusing to provide Wyatt any assistance to defeat the devil, saying that she was stalking a bigger enemy. Wyatt wondered if she was just making up excuses since his enhanced soul pupils did not find the enemy she spoke of. Chapter 1567 Lost Priorities. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 10:15. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Wyatt used his enhanced soul pupils to scan the surroundings again. Except for the 2 space vestiges and the Dark Realm portal in the sky, he did not find anything that could be considered a bigger threat than a world-ending plague. Unless only one of the 2 space vestiges belongs to the Southern royal family and the other one belongs to someone else. Thinking of this, Wyatt wondered, who the fuck would be daring enough to open a space vestige in the space of the southern capital city? With the central government and the Morningstar University forces killed by the Belphegor, there was only one other strong conspirator that had yet to show themselves, the Freedom Fighters. Or was there some other entity across the Dark Realm portal waiting to invade the card world? Thinking of this, Wyatt looked up in the sky into the portal, but even his enhanced soul pupils could not find any anomalies across the portal. Except for occasional demonic creatures crossing over to this world, only to be killed by the turrets. He could not find the threat Colleen spoke of, so he decided to ask her, "Your Majesty, the bigger fish you speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you." Is it the leader of the Freedom Fighters, by any chance? As Wyatt sent this text, he saw that World Hog was in no hurry to attack him, rather he felt the energy signature from it decrease slowly. Previously, its presence was fierce and strong enough to kill mortals and make low-level card apprentices lose consciousness. Now it was still as fierce, but you could feel it eroding, like one can see the rust forming on an iron. Was it because of the plague he was incubating in his body? Yes. How did you know? Did those beautiful eyes of yours find him? It doesn't matter. With his origin card, it will be hard to capture him unless he shows himself. Stay put. Do not let him know that we are onto him. You got to be shitting me. Wyatt yelled, running his glacé over the 2 space vestiges. As he did not know which one belonged to the Southern royal family and which one belonged to the Freedom Fighters. From Colleen's words, it appeared she was not aware of the second space vestige in the space of the city. "What's the matter? You seem frustrated," Belphegor asked Wyatt, finding Wyatt's actions hilarious. From Wyatt taking the initiative to attack him to looking at their surroundings and yelling like a madman. All of it, Belphegor found it entertaining, as he knew that Wyatt knew what he was up to. But his cockroach-like abilities were far from enough to do anything about it. But to the devil's astonishment, Wyatt did not even spare Belphegor a glance as he was busy reading the second text he got from Colleen. "Wyatt, nobody steals from the heat sense. I mean nobody. Henrik stole from my husband and made him into a laughing stock in the world's eyes. Last time I let him get away, but this time I will not. Besides, plague is no big deal. It is not like this is the first time a devil has used it to retaliate against us card apprentices. There are many cowardly devils out there. This is not our first and will definitely not be the last to see such an incident. However, prevention is better than cure. So, pull yourself together and stop the devil before it releases plague in our world. Reading Colleen's text, Wyatt slapped his forehead in frustration, learning that she was willing to let the world suffer a round of plague just so she could get a shot to redeem her and her husband's honor that she lost by letting Henrix escape with Luna, who held the Silver Beach dungeon card. Does she not get that the first ones to face the wrath of the plague would be the people of the southern region? What irritated Wyatt even more was that not only was she willing to let her people suffer, but Colleen was using Wyatt as bait. This whole time, the numerous times he was in danger, she chose not to act because she knew the leader of the freedom fighters would take action to save him, as they were after his VR universe cards. Using this as an opportunity, Colleen planned to capture Henrix. Fuck, she has all her priorities messed up. Shaking his head in dismay, Wyatt replied to Colleen instantly, I blame the idiot who was stupid enough to make a muscle-head soldier the queen. You dumb old hag, your duty is towards your people, your honor is in serving your people, and lastly, your pride is in the happiness of your people. Take it from one person who once had his priorities messed up, if you really want to redeem that idiot's honor, then fulfill your duty, dumbass. His pride is in you doing your job, not you seeking a vendetta. Forget about the freedom fighters for now, I promise you I will teach those bastards a lesson. Trust me, as nobody is more pissed at them than me. So, I am begging you, woman, come help me beat this fucker before it is too late. From the outside, the answer is simple and pretty obvious. But when you are at the heart of the incident, the answers are complex and no longer obvious. The same was true for Colleen, who was at the very heart of the freedom fighter incident. That day, her husband lost because she was weak. He said the only reason he could stand guard at the way beyond was because she was there for the southern region. That day she failed him by letting the one good thing that could promise a better future for the southern region be stolen right in front of her eyes. She felt like she betrayed her husband, causing her to lose sight of her priorities and take extreme steps. Chapter 1568 Pathetic. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 10:15. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital. The reason Wyatt went so far as to call Colleen and her husband names in the text message he sent to her was to use them as a catalyst to stir the dormant emotions of Colleen about her sense of duty and help her see the righteous path again. There was no doubt that Colleen was a good queen, otherwise, she would not be so loved by citizens of the southern regions when other royal families and central regions were using any means possible to decrease the popularity of their rival leaders. But everyone has their dark times and weakest moments. It was funny how the righteous do not allow or use one good deed they did to define them, but let one bad deed they regret doubt their entire life. Or it might be just Wyatt's trying to justify his past by sympathizing with what Colleen was going through and forgiving her for her selfish actions. Either way, here the line between good and bad had been erased long ago. To borrow the words of a wise soul, there is no such thing as little wrong or very wrong, wrong is wrong. Being ignored by Wyatt, Belphegor lunged at him with resentment. He was here, sacrificing one of his most important incarnations, yet Wyatt did not spare him a glacé. He demanded, You mortal bastard, I will not be treated like this, I demand respect. Wyatt dodged Belphegor's attack without even looking, using his celestial senses, which were nothing but his normal senses that were enhanced by his spiritual and physical connection to the world. The connection to the world was able to give a greater boost to his sense than his strength was because of the soul energy manipulation. At the demigod level, soul energy was no longer paramount, but divine energy was. Therefore there was a limit to the strength one could gain using soul energy at this level. However, there were other features of the soul energy that Wyatt could exploit using his soul energy manipulation skill. One of which was to use manipulation skill to use the surrounding soul pathways and their soul energy as the extensions of his senses, especially his soul pupils and soul ears, which with his mastery over the skill then extended to his sense of touch. Basically turning his surroundings into one big extension of his skin. So even without the divine senses of the demigods, he was able to track the fast moments of the devil in seconds and use the celestial repulsive force to react faster than the attack itself. Despite lacking the proper divinity, he made use of his soul energy manipulation skill, Curse's incarnations, mutated soul, and Dungeon Calamity Seed's protective cover to display the powers that once only belonged to demigods and devils. Pathetic, Wyatt uttered loudly, causing Belphegor to freeze in amidst his attack. The word had no special power attached to it but managed to hurt Belphegor's soul. It lacerated a deep cut on it. It will heal but will leave behind a huge scar. Even if he were to kill Wyatt today, this scar will keep reminding him of the day he was reduced to such a pathetic state by a mortal. After the initial shock, Belphegor regained his calm, and locking his eyes with Wyatt he used his left hand to pierce his stomach and dug out a weird-looking flesh egg that was beating in rhythm like a heart and said, "Yes, I am pathetic and I blame you for reducing me to this state. However, let's see if you are any different than me. In my hand, I am holding the unborn plague. Look how it is eagerly trying to break out of its flesh shell. Once it breaks out I draw my last breath and with me countless innocent lives of this world, and soon the world itself will draw its last breath. What if I said, by implanting this plague egg inside your body and freezing it, you will not only be able to save the world, and the countless innocent lives in it but also kill this incarnation of mine in the process, would you do it? But know this: the plague egg will slowly continue to feed on your life energy and grow strong until it kills you and breaks out into the world. You can also choose to leave this world and release it somewhere else. Wyatt, tell me, will you sacrifice yourself for your world?" So basically Belphegor had taken the whole world as a hostage with the help of the plague egg in his hands. However, he was willing to spare the whole world if Wyatt were to sacrifice himself. That was the summary of it, but the conditions he mentioned had a lot of wiggle room for Wyatt to try and change the results, since Wyatt would not die instantly but gradually over time, experiencing constant pain and torture. "Fuck off, you damned coward, Glacier Fist." Colleen suddenly appeared next to Belphegor and used her Glacier Fist at him from point-blank range, planning to freeze Belphegor and his plague egg in her glacier where she could constantly drain energy from the beings trapped in it using pyrosynthesis. So the plan was she would suck the devil and its plague egg dry. However, before her fist could release its power, the world suddenly came to a halt. Colleen and her punch seemed to be stuck. Secondary time flow. Wyatt stared at Belphegor wondering how he was able to use time rule without adjusting his time rule mastery to the card world's time. Only to see Belphegor suddenly start coughing blood vigorously. Wiping the blood off his mouth, he looked at Wyatt in amazement and sighed, "You're indeed immune to the time rule." As he spoke, the sound of the space and time cracking could be heard. When he and Wyatt turned to find the source, they saw something that shocked the two of them. Date: the 13th of April 2321, time 10:16, location Southern region, Southern capital. When Belphegor and Wyatt turned their head to face the source of space and time crack sound, they found that the rule power released by Colleen's fist was slowly freezing the secondary time flow around it. To their surprise, Colleen's fist moved freely in the frozen part of the secondary time flow. As a result, a sudden burst of rule power was released from it, further freezing the secondary time flow around Colleen's upper body. With that, Colleen's upper body was now free to move about in the frozen part of the secondary time flow. When her paused body started to move, it caused the frozen part of the secondary time flow to crack. "Don't you dare underestimate me," Colleen yelled as her eyes opened in the secondary time flow. And then, seeing that the rate at which her rule power was freezing the secondary time flow was not fast enough for her to free move around in it, she muttered to herself, "Not enough." Soon huge amount of rule power poured out of Colleen's body at her command, boosting the rate at which the secondary time flow froze with her in the center. Seeing this, Belphegor's exhausted face turned hideous as he cussed at Colleen, "Bitch, stop feeding on my secondary time flow." Belphegor was having a hard time maintaining the secondary time flow at the expense of his life force, and now, with Colleen's pyrosynthesis feeding off it, he did not know how long he could maintain the time flow with the little life force he had left after creating the plague egg. "Shut the fuck up, you swine," cussing the devil, Colleen focused on increasing the rate at which her rule power could freeze the secondary time flow, as she could only move about in the frozen part of the secondary time flow. After the Freedom Fighter incident, Colleen not only took some drastic measures that she previously would never considered, but also focused her training. Becoming a demigod, she could better help her family. Instead, ever since she became a demigod, she felt like a burden. From almost being assassinated by Matron's forces in the way beyond for the Forsaken treasure to losing the only source of the silver milk, even if she had grown stronger, she felt nowhere strong enough to shoulder a part of the responsibilities her husband and children have been shouldering so long. She understood that it was not fair to compare her humble birth with the unparalleled bloodline, but she never let that hold her back before, neither was she going to let it now. So she trained hard and went beyond her limits. Using the abundant resources of the Southern royal family at her disposal, she polished her abilities to the extreme in the little time she had. As a testament to that, now she could use her pyrosynthesis to freeze space and time, feed on them. That was why she believed it would be different when she faced Henrix again. However, now she witnessed that her rule power was still not vigorous and fast enough to freeze the entire space and time in an instant. Yet, she kept the confidence to fight Henrix as he was proficient in space rule and not time rule. With his time ticking, Belphegor chose to ignore Colleen, who though had managed to tap into this secondary time flow using her psirosynthesis was also limited by it, as such she was not a threat to him in the secondary time flow. Turning to glance at Wyatt, raising the plague egg he said, "Kid, what is going to be? I don't have much time left, so hurry." Wyatt looked at Belphegor's world hog incarnation. Earlier it was bulky and covered in fiery fur, but now its muscles had shrunk, the flame rule covering its fur had been lifted, and its bones stuck to its skin. The hole in its stomach, from where it dug out the plague egg, did not heal back. Instead, it looked sickly, nearing its end. It was surprising that it was still able to stand 150 meters tall and use the time rule. Just as Wyatt was about to give his answer to the devil's offer, Colleen spoke up saying, "Wyatt, don't listen to him. Let him detonate the plague, I will freeze it before it spreads. Besides, during the Demon War, we have successfully cured countless plagues released by kind in our world. We did it back then, we can do it now." Colleen appeared confident that her rule power was capable enough to freeze and eliminate the plague before it spread. Even if she failed, the Card Apprentice of the Card world has proven capable enough to find a cure for the malicious plagues in many instances. Therefore, she did not see any need for Wyatt to risk his life to save the world by implanting the plague again in his body. Listening to Colleen's words, Wyatt looked at her to confirm if what she was saying was true. Colleen gave him an assuring nod, implying that he did not need to risk his life, as he was more valuable than millions of people put together. Ha ha ha, Belphegor laughed hysterically, and sneering at Colleen he revealed, "My plague is different from any you have faced in the past. I created using the realm fragments, making it so potent that in no time it will spread to your world's will, and since it is busy fighting the will of the Dark Realm, it will not have the power to defend against the plague and eventually succumb to it. From there only death and destruction awaits you all." "You are bluffing." Colleen did not believe the devil had something as precious as a realm fragment, and even if it did, she did not believe a devil would use something as priceless as the realm fragment to create a plague. "Little girl, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. He knows whether I am bluffing or not. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:16, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Since even his temporal annihilation fist could not end Wyatt's life, Belphegor knew an ordinary plague would be far from sufficient to kill Wyatt. So regardless of how precious a realm fragment was, he did not hesitate to use it as an ingredient to create a plague potent enough to end a realm's will within moments of it being introduced into the said realm's space. As such, the devil had taken the world's will hostage with his plague egg created from a realm fragment. The world's will was responsible for all life in the world. If the world's will dies, all the lives living on it will cease to exist with it, which included Wyatt. However, Belphegor was still not assured that this would be enough for him to end Wyatt's life. After all, Wyatt had become a demon merchant using his recommendation. One thing Belphegor knew about demon merchants was that even if their home world was dead, they could move to another world, making an appropriate sacrifice to the devil merchant code. Therefore, he offered Wyatt a deal to save the world by exchanging it for his life. This way he could not only ensure that Wyatt was dead but also taint Wyatt's soul through the plague such that he could drag it to his hell regardless of Wyatt's prior deal with other devils. This was why he hinted to Wyatt that he could always move to another planet when he was no longer able to hold the plague in. He did not care about the card world, he only cared about securing Wyatt's soul. Fight him. Belphegor realized Wyatt's soul had far greater value than he previously deemed it to be. The secret to Wyatt's time immunity alone suppressed the value of the realm fragment he used to create the plague. All while acting as if Wyatt had a say in this, Belphegor was forcing Wyatt to implant the plague in his body by persuading him that it would be the best possible outcome, in hopes that Wyatt was righteous and loyal enough to sacrifice his life for his world. Realm fragment, Wyatt muttered, not paying attention to what Belphegor or Colleen were saying to persuade him to do what they felt he should do. Realm fragment, as the name suggested, was the fragment of a realm's will. There was only one way to get a realm fragment, and that was by destroying a realm not just in the physical plane but also its will in the spiritual plane. Realm's will was like the root of a weed. Even if their physical form in the physical plane was destroyed, with time they could revive and repopulate the realm. But once the realm's will was destroyed, there was no way to revive a realm. The realm fragments were remains of their realm's will and rules. Devils refined them to pave their way to the transcendence. This was why power devils went out of their way to conquer countless realms. As for weaker devils, they formed groups to conquer, and the realm slowly accumulated power until they were powerful enough to conquer and occupy a realm by themselves. However, refining a realm fragment was easier said than done, as it was not easy to subdue the remnant of the realms will in the realm fragment, not to mention the remains of rules in the realm fragment were different from the rules of their native realm. From subduing the remnant realms will to aligning the rules of the other to that of their realm, it was a lot of work even for a devil. However, nobody said that the path to transcendence would be easy and smooth. Despite its priceless nature, Wyatt believed if it was to kill him, it was possible for the devil to use such a valuable ingredient to create a plague powerful enough to kill him. The grudge Belphegor held against Wyatt had already progressed to the point where the devil was willing to give an arm or leg to kill Wyatt, let alone his Worldhog incarnation in a realm fragment. Considering the calculative nature of the devil, it must have already determined Wyatt's soul's value to be greater than the combined value of a Worldhog incarnation and a realm fragment for it to proceed with such a plan without hesitation. So Wyatt did not that the devil would be willing to use a realm fragment to kill him. As for whether it had a realm fragment, to begin with, the devil was a devil merchant who conquered countless realms. For him, producing a realm fragment was not a big deal but not cheap either. It must be a big percentage of its wealth. After all, not all realms were strong enough to leave behind remnant wills. Therefore, forcing the devils to cultivate the conquered realm to their maturity. You are lying. Realm fragments are not easy to get, Colleen argued. What do you hillbillies know about realm fragments? Have ever seen a true realm fragment? I will have you know those measly remains that you get as a reward after you clear SSS rank dungeons cannot be considered realm fragments. You will have to collect thousands of those for them to amount to a realm fragment. But it is commendable that a few of you have used it to find your path to transcendence, admirable indeed. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong realm. Belphegor looked at Colleen with pity. With her strength to break into his secondary time flow, he had come to acknowledge her. Though Wyatt was hard to kill like a cockroach, she was actually giving him a sense of threat. If not for her pyrosynthesis still being underdeveloped, she would have been a formidable opponent to fight against. Which was why he even bothered to engage in an argument with her. As they argued, the rhythmic pulsing of the plague egg grew faster, signaling it that it was going to hatch any second now. Belphegor grew impatient, wondering what was taking Wyatt so long to reach a decision, but to not seem desperate he masked his desperation with his argument with Colleen. I will take it, Wyatt uttered loudly, gaining the attention of both Belphegor and Colleen. No, you can't. Colleen immediately opposed Wyatt's choice. You sure? Belphegor asked Wyatt, playfully getting his way. Yes, I am. Colleen stared at Wyatt in disbelief. She could not believe he was willing to sacrifice himself for the world. But remembering that this young man wagered his soul with the devil to save her granddaughter, she thought, it's just like him to step up when needed. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:18, location Southern region, Southern capital. The plague egg squirmed and beat like a live heart. By removing the plague egg from his Worldhog body early, Belphegor had saved a few breaths of life to negotiate with Wyatt. While losing its nourishment, the plague egg desperately wanted to hatch. That was where Wyatt came into the picture. If Wyatt chose to become the new nourishment of the plague egg and prolong its incubation cycle, he could not only postpone the hatching of the plague but also choose where the plague was released. Using these key details as an opportunity, by sacrificing his life, Wyatt could save the world from Belphegor's plague created using a realm fragment as an ingredient. Knowing that a plague created using a realm fragment was deadly to the world's will itself and there was nothing they could do to stop it, the choice was obvious to Wyatt. Not just Wyatt but Colleen too. However, she opposed Wyatt's decision to incubate the plague egg in his body because she felt that neither she nor the world could ask Wyatt to sacrifice himself for them. However, the next second another thought crossed her mind. Either choice given by the devil to Wyatt was a death end. Either he dies with everyone or he dies saving everyone. Thinking of it like this, Colleen glared at the devil, understanding that it was playing with Wyatt. The smirk pasted on its face made it pretty obvious. It was enjoying this. It found their struggle entertaining. A huge wave of rage climbed Colleen's head as she clenched her fist in anger. However, she soon loosened her fist as she understood they were helpless. They were neither powerful nor knowledgeable as the enemy they faced. Thinking about it, it was already a miracle that they pushed the devil this far. Colleen could not help but take a second look at Wyatt in amazement, realizing that this young man was the one who had pushed the devil to such a pathetic state. She could not Helped but wonder how the boy gained such power. Last time she checked was still a card soldier, and recently she did hear that he had broken through to the card master realm, but the prowess he displayed now was far above that of a card master. His strength seemed to be above that of a regular demigod and even edge at the outermost boundary of the transcendence. Such power was not possible even for a common card demigod, so Colleen wondered if Wyatt had once again wagered his soul to borrow a devil's power. If he did, then the boy was reckless and more daring than she initially thought. For some weird reason, the more Colleen looked at Wyatt, more pleasing and charming he appeared to her. And noting Wyatt's figure, she strangely thought this was the ideal grandson-in-law of the Heatsend family. Thinking, if nothing else, her granddaughter knew how to pick a man. Previously Colleen agreed to Wyatt as her grandson-in-law. It was mostly because of Anna loving him, the unfair soul contract between them, and his genius intellect that discovered the silver milk powder. But now it was different. Now, if someone were to ask why Colleen agreed to Wyatt as her grandson-in-law, then the answer she would give would be, because she found him as someone whom she would be willing to marry. Here, swallow it and it will incubate itself in you, Belphegor said, handing the fleshy plague egg to Wyatt. Taking the plague egg, Wyatt carefully scrutinized it with his soul pupils, to make sure that it was what the devil claimed it was. One could not be too careful when dealing with the devil. Seeing Wyatt take the plague egg from the devils without hesitation, Colleen's heart was turbulent with waves of mixed emotions. Then she yelled at her grandson-in-law, "Wyatt, pass me the plague egg, I will incubate it in my body. You have to live. If you live, millions of people will benefit from you. So, you have to continue on living no matter what." Colleen felt that if she had not let vengeance cloud her judgment and instead had helped Wyatt at the beginning to kill the devil sooner, then it would not have come to this. Therefore, it felt that it was only fair that she paid for her mistake. Listening to Colleen volunteer to sacrifice herself in his place, Wyatt was touched and even felt like forgiving her for the shit she had pulled so far, but he did not find the generosity in him to do so. Also, he could not let her die in his place, because for him living such a life would be far worse than living with the constant pain of the plague egg incubating in him and the fear of when it will hatch, finally taking his life. He was just built that way. Contrary to Wyatt, Belphegor mechanically pivoted his head toward Colleen in shock. When their eyes met, she smirked at him. He was so happy that everything was falling into place that he did not consider that Colleen would volunteer to incubate the plague egg in Wyatt's place. He could not believe he was almost being outsmarted by a muscle-head no-brain card apprentice. Getting his thoughts together, Belphegor warned, "Wyatt, swallow the plague egg right away without any trickery, or I will detonate it right away." Having said that, Belphegor locked his eyes with Colleen once again and let out a provoking smirk. Yeah, Wyatt said without thought, as he was too busy using his soul pupils to check the plague egg to see if it had a curse, hex, skill placed on it such that when Wyatt swallowed it, Belphegor could use it to control him or something worse. Wyatt had explored the entire Devil Merchant Code market for curses, so he was aware of how many various curses, hex, skills were out there with the most creepy and disgusting abilities or effects that one couldn't even imagine. Occasionally missing content. Please report. Errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:20, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. After confirming that there was no trickery attached to or with the plague egg, Wyatt prepared to swallow it. But as he brought disgusting warm pulsating meatball near his mouth, a shout interrupted him, "Stop." Soon one sickly female figure and one old yet bulky male figure appeared a few feet away from Wyatt, Colleen, and the devil. "What now? Who the fuck are you guys? What do you want? Don't tell me you guys also want to sacrifice yourself in his place," Belphegor asked the newcomers, losing his patience. Just when he thought his task here was done and he could peacefully die, these people stopped Wyatt from swallowing the plague egg. So he yelled, "Let me make it clear, if the plague egg is touched by anyone but Wyatt, it will immediately detonate. You said you would detonate it, but now you say it will immediately detonate itself. Well, which is it?" The sickly woman so suddenly appeared fearlessly asked the devil. From the aura her body was releasing, she was definitely a demigod, and not just any regular demigod but a scary one. "Both scenarios are possible. You crazy woman, are you trying to mock me?" Belphegor cussed at the sickly woman. Ignoring him, the sickly female demigod said, "It means I can only examine the plague without touching it. Now that's going to be hard." Then looking at Wyatt, who was holding the plague egg, she asked, "Young man, does your skin feel a cold sensation even if the fluids from the flesh of the egg are trying to burn your skin? Is holding it like holding a water balloon?" "Yes and yes," Wyatt replied to the sickly female demigod in shock. He was amazed by the fact that she could tell about the plague egg just by looking at it from afar. It seems her knowledge of the plague was profound. Did the leader of the Freedom Fright bring her knowing the battle would come to such a conclusion? Yes, one of the two figures who suddenly appeared belonged to the leader of the Freedom Fighter, Henrix. It could only mean that the sickly woman was also a member of the Freedom Fighters. This surprised Wyatt cause until now Wyatt was under the impression that Freedom Fighters were a bunch of ragtag card apprentices coming together with one purpose. He did not expect to find experts among them. How dare you show yourself here? Colleen yelled at Henrik from within the frozen part of the secondary time flow. And then immediately added, it seems the rumors are true, you have indeed emptied the treasury of the central government before becoming a traitor. Colleen said so because she thought the only reason Henrix could move around free with his colleague in the Devil's secondary time flow was because of the time skill cards he stole from the central government's treasury. Colin was kind of jealous since, because of the Southern royal family's continued strained relationship with Morningstar University, especially this year with Luna turning out to be a traitor and Anna stealing the key components of the dungeon relocation apparatus, the royal family did not receive any time skill cards from the university even if they were willing to pay twice the regular market price or thrice the price of what other royal family were paying. When asked why, the university made up a random excuse that they did not create enough time skill cards to spare the Southern royal family a few. When asked to repair their old time skill cards with the time rule power, the university gave them an appointment date 10 years from now. Hence, they were sitting ducks against the opponents that used time rule based attacks. Colleen was pissed at Morningstar University's blatant provocation and wanted to personally give them a stern lesson. However, her daughter asked her to be patient until Wyatt recreated the Silver Milk Gate dungeon. Then it would not be too late for them to teach those who looked down on them when they were at their weakest. Sorry, I was late because I had to go get Madame Joy to examine the plague. Henrix did not bother to argue with Colleen and instead explained to Wyatt why he was late to his rescue, unlike Colleen who showed up immediately. Turns out once Belphegor started brewing the plague in his body, Henrix, unlike Colleen, who warned Wyatt about the plague while she lied in wait for Henrix to redeem herself, left the southern capital using his origin card and fetched Plague Dr. Joy so that she could examine the plague Belphegor was creating and put an end to it before it spreads. Hearing him, Colleen immediately shut the hell up. As for Wyatt, he just nodded at Henrix, feeling relieved over the fact that Henrix did not have the foreknowledge of their battle to bring a plague expert with him. Instead, he was a responsible card apprentice with a great origin card. Belphegor dumbfoundedly looked at Wyatt, who calmly discussed the plague egg with the sickly demigod, and Colleen, who argued with the old demigod. Then suddenly screamed, yelling, "Do you bastards think this is a joke? Believe it or not, I will hatch the plague right away." Hearing the devil's threat, Wyatt, Henrix, and Colleen turned to look at Madame Joy to confirm that he could indeed do what he claimed. To their disappointment, Joy nodded, saying, "The plague egg was born from his life force, so he has a lot of control over it. If he wants to, he can hatch at any time." Listening to Joy's analysis, Belphegor nodded his head smugly, but hearing what Wyatt had to say, his face paled. "Does that mean he can hatch the plague even after I swallow it and incubate it in me?" "Yes," Joy nodded. With her response, Wyatt immediately turned his sharp gaze at Belphegor, and glaring at him he said, "I knew it, you would never give me such generous options." Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:21, location Southern region, Southern capital. The only reason why Wyatt agreed to incubate the plague egg in his body was that he would postpone its hatching, giving himself enough time to try and find a way to destroy it or the cure for it. However, knowing that Belphegor could just as easily hatch the plague egg even after Wyatt incubated the egg changes things. No, it made things worse, as Belphegor could use this as a knife to force Wyatt into doing his bidding. When Wyatt was searching for any kind of trickery that Belphegor might have added to the plague egg, he did find its connection to its creator, the devil, but he overlooked it, believing that once he incubated the plague egg, its connection with the devil be severed and it will establish a new connection with him. This was why he was about to swallow the plague egg before Henrix and Joy arrived. However, according to what Plague Dr. Joy was stating, it appeared that the connection between the plague egg and the devil would not be severed even after he incubated it in his body, because the plague was created using the life force of the devil, giving Belphegor highest control over the plague egg. This meant even if Wyatt became the plague egg's new host, it would still prioritize Belphegor's command over Wyatt's, making the whole reason why Wyatt was willing to become the new host of the plague egg moot. "So what? You should be grateful that I am not hatching the plague egg right away and giving you an opportunity to save your world. Wyatt, as long as you become the next host of this plague egg, I will not release it in your world. now that his trickery was out in the open, Belphegor did not deny it, instead owned it and doubled down on it. He even went as far as to threaten Wyatt. Listening to the devil's threat, the 4 card apprentices frowned and each had a different response. Colleen's was the most basic of all. Her rage was written all over her face, and it could not be more obvious. If not for her being limited to the frozen part of the secondary time flow, she would have already grabbed the dying devil by the neck and sent him to the afterlife, regardless of the conscience blinded by her rage. As for Henrix, he was eyeing the plague egg in Wyatt's hand intently. He thought if he was fast enough he could use his origin card to throw the plague egg into another world devoid of any form of life. However, what was stopping him from doing so was the devil's words that if anyone except Wyatt touches the plague egg, it will instantly detonate and release itself in the surrounding. Henrix himself was not worried about falling prey to the plague, but what concerned him was that if he was delayed in his action even for a fraction of a second, then the plague would be released in the card world. To avoid that, he would have to move Wyatt with the plague egg to another world, but then the devil would detonate the plague, putting Wyatt in danger of falling victim to the deadly plague. Henrix agreed with Colleen when she said that Wyatt could not sacrifice himself because if he were to live he could easily change the lives of millions of people around the world. These past few days have been a perfect example of that. Henrix did not want to deprive the card world and its people of their boon unless it was absolutely necessary. Therefore, he bid his time to make sure that there was no other way around this crisis. As for Wyatt, he was recalling and going through everything the devil had said and done so far, trying to understand what Belphegor was up to and what he really wanted. Knowing that currently, they were in a negotiation, and in a negotiation, information was more valuable and useful than death threats and ultimatums. It might look like Belphegor was playing with him, but Wyatt knew that if Belphegor could, he would harvest Wyatt's soul and immediately leave to enjoy his vendetta by putting Wyatt's soul through countless torture in the myriad realms. Therefore, he strongly believed that there was something that Belphegor was wanted or after. As long as he figured out what it was, then he could force Belphegor into giving a lot more friendly options to choose from. Wyatt knew he lost the moment desperate Belphegor went as far as to use his World Hog Incarnation's life force and a realm fragment to create the plague egg, but even if he lost, Wyatt planned to choose the way he lost so that he had a shiver of hope of making a comeback. Meanwhile, Plague Dr. Joy found that Belphegor's words were a tad bit arrogant for him to claim that he could use the plague egg he created using his life force to destroy the world. As someone who took pride in being an expert in the plagues, she took the devil's words personally and said, "Whoa, hold your horses there, buddy. Aren't you being too arrogant to claim that your plague egg could destroy our world? I know that if left unchecked a plague can slowly grow strong enough to be a threat to the world's will itself, but I am willing to stake my soul to bet that I can find a cure for it even before it completely spreads across the Southern Capital District." Joy declared with great passion and confidence. Now this was a person who took words, lay down your life for your duty, literally. Listening to Joy, Henrix's face lit up in anticipation, but Colleen shook her head in dismay while Belphegor scoffed. Seeing the confused gaze of Joy and Henrix land on her, Colleen explained, he used a realm fragment along with his life force to create the plague. Not the realm fragments from SSS rank dungeons, but the one mentioned in the Gospel of Demigod Michelangelo. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:22, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Henrix had left to fetch Joy as soon as he sensed the plague Belphegor was brewing and returned later, so neither Joy nor Henrix get to hear the devil explain how it had used its life force along with a realm fragment to create the plague. Wait, by the realm fragment mentioned in the Gospel of Demigod Michelangelo, do you mean the one that allowed him to help his third daughter find the path to transcendence and gain strength comparable to the Founder's? Henrix asked Colleen in shock. Until now he believed that the Gospel was written by fanatics and most of the things in it were exaggerated. Yes, that one. Apparently, it is commonly used by the higher devils to find their path to transcendence. That is what he said, so I do not know how much of it is true and how much of it is false. I guess, Madame Joy should be able to tell that now that she knows what to look for. Colleen asked Joy to confirm if what the devil said was true or not. So that is what that energy was. Now that I know what it is, I would like to reevaluate this plague's threat level from extinction to annihilation. If it is released in this world, there will be no world left to give life a second chance, Joy declared with a grave face. Plague Dr. Joy's previous confidence was not replaced by genuine fear mixed with curiosity, eagerness, and surprisingly a little turned on. The word quirky genius couldn't be more right and a profound fit for Joy. As someone who had spent her whole life studying plagues, the plague egg in front of her was like the holy grail of the plagues. She was willing to risk losing her life just to get a chance to study it. However, knowing that her touching it could bring forth the end of the world made her hesitate. Belphegor watched as the three demigods discussed the potency of the plague without any hurry because he felt if Wyatt understood the gravity of the situation more clearly then it would be easier for him to coax Wyatt into incubating the plague egg in his body. As despite the current misgiving between them Wyatt had no other choice but to trust that Belphegor would keep his word. Wyatt, just swallow the egg. You have no other choice here. Belphegor struggled as he spoke these words. His complexion had grown darker and his skin stuck to his bone. Only he knew how much willpower took on his part to cling to life to see the current negotiation to the end. For a devil, he was quite diligent. Hearing Belphegor's words the three demigods stared daggers at him. Any one of them could kill the current Belphegor with just their intent but they did not as they were worried that doing so would trigger the plague. As for Wyatt, his narrowed brows eased as he let out a gentle smile and shook his head. Then looking at the devil he said, "Go ahead, release the plague." Wyatt's words did not come as a shock to Belphegor alone but to the three demigods too. They could not believe their ears, they felt they were hearing wrong. But confirming that they heard right their gazes stuck to Wyatt waiting for him to explain himself. Ignoring the stares of the three demigods, Wyatt explained, "You in this whole scenario there only one thing I can be certain of, and that is, sooner or later you will release the plague in this world regardless of the options I choose. You make it sound like the option to incubate the plague egg in my body is the best option I could make in the current scenario but it is not. In many ways, it is even worse than immediately releasing the plague. I say that because even if I choose to incubate the plague egg in me, in case you are bored you will not hatch the plague egg right after but use it to strip my freedom and play with me. That would only last until you grow bored of me, then you will release the plague ending me in the world. In this situation, I will not only be losing my freedom and becoming your toy for others of this world to live a few more days at best. Ultimately the end result will remain the same, you releasing the plague and destroying this world. After all, you wasted a realm fragment to create this plague. Knowing you, you will never suffer a loss. I bet the only reason you used a realm fragment to create this plague was because you know you can make a profit by using it to destroy the card word. A profit big enough to not only cover the cost of the realm fragment but also the loss of your world hog incarnation and then you will still be left with profits making your trip to card world worth it. Therefore, I decided to not choose either of the choices you have given me and come up with a third choice. Where, as you release your plague into this world I will escape to the dark realm and go into hiding. Then do everything and anything to grow stronger to hunt your original body down. I heard that the devil's body is quite resilient. So, once I get hold of it, I will cut your privates piece by piece and feed it to you until you get addicted to it, Wyatt said menacingly as he pointed at the portal connecting the card world to the dark realm. Instead of giving the world and its people a few more days to live by incubating the plague egg in his body Wyatt has decided to give them a shot at vengeance. Listening to Wyatt's explanation, the three demigods nodded their heads in understanding and felt a newfound respect towards Wyatt for being willing to carry such a burden. As for Belphegor, his face was distorted with rage and a hint of fear. Just imagining the vivid picture of him being hooked on the taste of his genitals painted by Wyatt's words Belphegor felt a chill on his back. He had no doubt in his mind that Wyatt could escape the plague because he knew Wyatt's second identity as a demon merchant. Seeing how Wyatt was able to display the power of a demigod despite being card master, Belphegor got a feeling that Wyatt was doing quite well as a demon merchant and regretted not having his minions find Wyatt in the devil merchant code. He never thought that a mortal not native to the dark realm would ever be able to crack it as a demon merchant. To think this bastard was lucky enough to find a strong patron. Belphegor was a demon merchant once, only he knew how he struggled to establish himself as a successful and reputable demon merchant and grow into the devil merchant he was today. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:24, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. That's a damn good speech. However, if you think I, Belphegor, am afraid of a mere mortal's vengeance then you got another thing coming. Believe it or not, I will hatch the plague egg right away. Even with his current body edging at death Belphegor let out a malicious domineering aura, showing that his incarnation might be dying but he was still a devil. Despite being fully aware that even the most docile and loyal dog when driven to the corner will bite, Belphegor menacingly went on to say, "Stop your stupid delusion about vengeance and just incubate the plague egg in your body." At least this way you will be able to give your friends time to say goodbye to their families." Listening to the devil, the demigods were puzzled, wondering, if you are going hatch the plague egg, then do it. What's the need for this unnecessary dialogue? Why does the devil want Wyatt to incubate the plague egg so badly? Scoffing at the devil's words, he threw the plague egg back to the devil as if tossing a ball and not a world-ending plague bomb, and then turned to leave, saying, "You are right, I should use what time I have left to say goodbyes to my friends and family." Dumbfounded, Belphegor unconsciously caught the plague egg as he heard Wyatt's cold reply. Glancing at the broad back of his young enemy, Belphegor suddenly found it to have the broadest shoulder he had ever seen. He found himself dumbstricken and mesmerized by it. WTF, this is not how things were supposed to go, Belphegor panicked seeing Wyatt leave. He wanted to stop Wyatt but found that he was all out of threats and could not think of anything that could probably help. He was without words. The three demigods were humbled listening to Wyatt's cold reply and witnessing his resolute action. They believed that they could never walk away like Wyatt was doing right. They already knew that there was no way for them to keep the devil from hatching the plague egg in the card world, but their heart could not let go of the delusional hope that maybe by some miracle they could. Therefore, they could never walk away from the devil accepting reality. They would even be willing to become the best toy of the devil in hopes that the devil would spare their world rather than accept reality and move on. Wyatt's actions seemed simple, but they knew how hard these simple actions were. Despite having the cold hard facts laid in front of them, they could not bring themselves to walk away from the devil with Wyatt. They were frozen, not by the devil's time rule mastery but by the limits of their mind. Fuck, now I know why he could achieve so much at such a young age, Henrix cussed as he pulled out a cigar and began to smoke it. He thought he had high discipline, patience, perseverance, and resolve, but comparing himself to the young card apprentice he felt shy. This was coming from the man who created freedom fighters, a revolutionary force against the organization running the central government while being a part of that very organization and having killed one of its founding masters. No wonder, he could turn my party girl granddaughter into a virtuous lover, Colleen sighed, glancing at Wyatt's broad shoulders while gesturing to Henrix to pass her a cigar. In the face of death, honor, revenge, all become pointless. Hey, Hugo, since you are going to hatch the plague egg anyway, give it to me. I want to touch it before I die, Joy said to the devil while her gaze stuck to the plague in his hand. Shut up, you crazy bitch, Belphegor cussed at the sickly demigod in irritation. Looking at the fleeting back of Wyatt, he finally caved. Stop, come back. I will make a devil's pact to not hatch the plague egg if you were to incubate it in your body without any trickery. Listening to the devil, the jaws of the three demigods dropped and hung open. Wyatt stopped on his track as a grin formed on his face. Except for Anna, the people he cared for were back in Sky Blossom City, yet he headed to the royal palace grounds as all this was a ruse. Then with a straight face, he turned to look at the devil and asked in a cold voice, "You better not be proposing another one of your one-sided deals." "No, I promise as long as you incubate the plague egg without any trickery I will not hatch it. I give it in writing, that the plague egg will only hatch naturally when it is done sucking all of your life force," Belphegor repeated himself, seeing Wyatt stop. The three demigods were shocked hearing the devil's words and looked at Wyatt with wide eyes. Three of them could not help but wonder if this was what Wyatt was after from the start. They already saw that the devil preferred for the plague egg to be incubated in Wyatt's body rather than hatching it directly. However, they did not think it was enough leverage for them to force the devil's hand, yet Wyatt achieved what they thought was not possible. "Belphegor, you and I both know our promise and writing amount to nothing," Wyatt said with a deep voice, seeing how the devil subtly reduced signing a devil's pact to a promise and a writing. "Fine, I will share the pact with your codex, accept my request," Belphegor said with a clenched face. By the pact, Belphegor meant the Devil Merchant Pact, and by the codex, he meant the Demon Devil Merchant Codex. "Fine, but I want to modify the conditions," Wyatt declared, accepting Belphegor's Devil Merchant Pact request on his Demon Merchant Codex. "Dear Demon Merchant, Devil Merchant Belphegor is trying to access your information. Inter-Realm Network's privacy feature has protected your privacy. Dear Demon Merchant, Devil Merchant Belphegor has used his exclusive privilege to go over the Inter-Realm Network's privacy feature and access your information. Dear Demon Merchant, alert! Devil Merchant Belphegor has gained access to your information. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:27, location Southern Region, Southern Capital getting the series of notifications from the Demon Merchant Codex, Wyatt glared at the Belphegor and swallowed his rage. He was so weak, he could do nothing even if the culprit was right in front of him. Besides, he was mainly angry with the Devil Merchant Code, for allowing Belphegor to access his information despite him having paid in for the Inter-Realm Network's privacy feature. Yes, Belphegor used an exclusive privilege, but it was wrong of Devil Merchant Code to create an exclusive privilege that went against one of its paid features. Wyatt was not shocked that Belphegor had an exclusive privilege. He was able to gain an exclusive privilege from the Devil Merchant Code, so considering Belphegor's transaction with it, it would be surprising if Belphegor did not have a few exclusive privileges. Feeling Wyatt's glare, Belphegor scoffed. Now that he had Wyatt's Demon Merchant information, he could use it to trace Wyatt's footprints in the Devil Merchant Code and find his generous patron. Deciding to make Wyatt's last few days alive difficult, the Devil nonchalantly asked, "What condition?" "My condition is that you will completely sever your connection with the plague egg as I incubate it in my body," Wyatt proposed his condition. "Sure, but only if you agree to my condition," Belphegor said as he shared an updated Devil Merchant Pact with Wyatt. Receiving the update Devil Merchant Pact, Wyatt seriously went through it to find that Belphegor's condition could not be more obvious. It stated that Wyatt could not sacrifice the plague egg to the Devil Merchant Code. This made sense because once Belphegor severs his connection with the plague egg, it will become ownerless. Meaning, Wyatt could sacrifice the plague egg incubated in his body to the Devil Merchant Code. Considering that it was created using the life force of a devil and a realm fragment, the Devil Merchant Code will pay a hefty amount for it or even award Wyatt another exclusive privilege. Belphegor was not worried that Wyatt would use the Devil Merchant Code to find a solution to the plague, as he knew that it would cost Wyatt more than 2 or 3 realm fragments worth of sacrifice to get the Devil Merchant Code's help in finding a solution for it. The Devil was confident that regardless of how generous Wyatt's new patron was, they would not be willing to part with 2 or 3 realm fragments for him. "Okay, give me the plague egg," Wyatt asked the Devil after they signed the Devil Merchant Pact. Wyatt has been extra careful to make sure that there wasn't any sort of trickery in the pact. "Here, you go." The Devil passed Wyatt the plague egg with great pleasure. It was nearing climax as it was at the precipice of getting its revenge, wiping the smudge named Wyatt off its pride and honor. The reason Belphegor was so quick to agree to Wyatt's condition was that Wyatt's current strength was borrowed. Once the borrowed strength leaves him, the plague egg would instantly devour all of his life force, claiming him as its first victim in its path to destroying whatever world he was in. Knowing this, Belphegor was more than willing to compromise as long as his plan was achieved. Watching Wyatt about to swallow the plague egg, the demigods teared up, unable to control their emotions. They couldn't help but feel disappointed in themselves, seeing the young bright hope of their world sacrifice itself for them. Their helplessness and weakness made them feel pathetic and disgusted with themselves. As he was about to swallow the plague egg, Wyatt looked at the self-blame apparent on the faces of the 3 demigods and consoled them. "Everything is going to be all right. Don't blame yourself, I am only doing my part for the people in the world." Seeing the heightened emotions between the demigods and Wyatt, the Devil felt entertained. Its breath got hot and messy witnessing Wyatt swallow the plague egg and incubate it in his body. The Devil then severed its connection with the plague egg with a bright face, feeling that he had finally defeated Dalton Wyatt and redeemed his lost honor and pride. As soon as the Devil severed its connection with the plague egg, Wyatt's grimoire rang with a notification asking him if he was going to use the plague egg to satisfy one of the conditions to unlock the 4th transformation of his Calamity Soul Gem. Conditions to unlock the 4th transformation: 1. 100,000 median tier soul grades, satisfied. 2. Evolution ingredient, not satisfied. 3. SSS rank dungeon core, not satisfied. 4. Explore by self. 5. Explore by self. 6. Explore by self. Do you want to use plague egg as an evolutionary ingredient to unlock the 4th transformation of the Calamity Soul Gem? Yes, no, yes. Wyatt agreed, and suddenly his aura surged as the plague egg incubated in him was devoured by his Calamity Soul Gem. Wyatt was thinking of using a strong devil ingredient with spatial attributes as an evolutionary ingredient for his Calamity Soul Gem, but fate had other plans. It gave him the opportunity to use a plague egg created using the life force of a devil and a realm fragment as the evolutionary ingredient, and Wyatt took it. As opportunistic as Wyatt was, how could he let such a chance slip by? Feeling the sudden change in Wyatt's soul energy signature, the demigods and the devil were surprised. Shouldn't the plague egg be feeding on his life force while torturing him with constant unbearable pain? Instead, After incubating the plague egg, his energy suddenly soared, as if the plague egg was boosting his strength. What's happening? Colleen asked, unable to hold in her shock. A few seconds ago she was contemplating how she would explain to her granddaughter that she could not protect her grandson-in-law. But now she did not understand what was going on as a shiver of hope sparked in her heart. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:29, location Southern region, Southern capital. While the three demigods stood astounded witnessing Wyatt's surging soul energy signature despite having incubated a world-ending plague egg in his body, the devil suddenly began to laugh, confusing the demigods who had ignited hope in their hearts, as the devil appeared to be laughing at Wyatt. Then the devil went on to say, "Ha ha ha, sealing the plague egg is only temporary, it will not change the result. The plague egg will break free of the seal and it will be flared up, you and your world can only await your miserable end." Belphegor said that the card world would be destroyed with Wyatt because he was sure that Wyatt would die in the card world and not another world. As the card apprentices had yet to perfect realm travel or invasion methods, and as for Wyatt using the devil merchant code to travel to the other world, he will need consent from the will of the other worlds. Now that Wyatt's body was incubated with a world-ending plague, no realms will be willing to permit Wyatt to move into their realm. That would be suicidal. Belphegor knew this when he advised Wyatt that he should incubate the plague egg to postpone its hatching, and then he could use this time to move to another realm and hatch it there, successfully saving his card world from the plague. This was a trick he played on Wyatt, giving him the false hope of being able to save his world by incubating the plague egg in his body. This was why he found it funny and entertaining to watch him use all of his might to seal the plague egg, trying to postpone its hatching such that he could hatch it in another realm, sparing his world from certain annihilation. Why did Belphegor relate the sudden surge in Wyatt's power levels with him trying to seal the plague egg in his body? Because other than that he could not think of any other reason why Wyatt's soul energy signature would suddenly show such a boost despite incubating a world-ending plague egg in his body. In Belphegor's mind, there was no way for Wyatt to rid of the plague egg he had planted in his body, other than seeking Devil Merchant Code's help to seal it by making a considerable offering. Though the offering would be less compared to the offering required to rid the plague, it would still cost a lot to seal a plague of that power, especially in the body of a card apprentice. As the creator of the plague egg, Belphegor was painfully aware of how tenacious the plague was, and his world hog incarnation's current physical conditions were evidence of that. He knew even if Wyatt recruited the help of the Devil Merchant Code to seal the plague egg, it would break the seal in record time and wreak havoc on Wyatt and his world. Here, in this particular part, Belchor felt that Wyatt once again outsmarted him. As the Devil Merchant Pact between them only specified that Wyatt should incubate the plague egg in his body, there was no specification or restriction on what he could do afterward. So Wyatt trying to seal the plague egg after incubating it was not against the pact between them. Being outsmarted by Wyatt again, Belphegor was not enraged but rather relieved, believing that this was the last straw up Wyatt's sleeve in his pointless struggle against the inevitable. In a way, he fooled himself into believing what he wanted to believe. Mostly because Belphegor did not want to face the reality that sacrificing his world hog incarnation and a realm fragment was pointless. So much so that just thinking in that direction scared him. While the hearts of the demigods and the devil were turbulent with waves of emotions, Wyatt discovered that Belphegor's plague egg helped him satisfy not one but two conditions to unlock the fourth transformation of his calamity soul gem. The plague egg not only satisfied the evolutionary ingredient condition but also satisfied one of the unknown conditions that Wyatt had to explore by himself. Conditions to unlock the fourth transformation: 1. 100,000 median tier soul grades, satisfied. 2. Evolution ingredient, satisfied. 3. SSS ranked dungeon core, unsatisfied. 4. Realm fragment, satisfied. 5. Explore by self. 6. Explore by self. The unknown condition required to unlock the fourth transformation of his calamity soul gem turned out to be a realm fragment, surprising Wyatt. If not for Belphegor, it would have taken Wyatt a while to uncover this. Please, satisfy the remaining two conditions to unlock the fourth transformation of your calamity soul gem to start its evolutionary process as soon as possible. Reading this notification, Wyatt shook his head in dismay, wondering how long it would take him to uncover the other two conditions to unlock the fourth transformation of his calamity soul gem and start its evolutionary process. Considering that one of the unknown conditions turned out to be a realm fragment that the demigods of this world had only had the opportunity to hear about in the historical texts, Wyatt felt that the other two unknown conditions were not normal either, and maybe it was impossible for him to uncover them on his world. He would even have to search the vast myriad realm to it. But Wyatt's history of unlocking the previous transformation of his Calamity Soul Gem told him that one of the remaining two unknown conditions, or both of them, could be a rule or rule meaning. Similar to how the blood curse meaning the blood rule was one of the requirements to unlock the third transformation of his Calamity Soul Gem. There could be other meanings of other rules that could be one or both of the unknown conditions to unlocking the fourth transformation of his Calamity Soul Gem. There was no telling if one or both of the unknown conditions were some rule meanings, but it was worth giving it a try before searching the myriad realms. As Wyatt's soul energy signature stabilized and returned to its previous state, the devil's laughter came to an abrupt halt as it glanced at Wyatt along with the demigods. To their astonishment, Wyatt looked fine as he asked the devil, "You still here? Let me help you." Wyatt's hand swiftly pierced 3 different points on the Worldhog's body, destroying its 3 hearts and the core they were hiding instantaneously. In his current drained condition, Belphegor could not even put up a struggle and could only die without getting a satisfactory explanation as to what just happened. Did Wyatt seal the plague egg after incubating it in his body? How long did Wyatt though he could keep the plague egg sealed? After swiftly killing Belphegor, Wyatt immediately stored the devil rank Worldhog's body in one of his storage card. And neither of the demigods stopped him from doing so, as Wyatt had faced it solo and defeated it solo at a costly price. So the spoils of the war belonged to him and him alone. The demigods stared at Wyatt, waiting for him to explain the situation. However, Wyatt stood there quietly with no sigh of sharing the details with them. Impatient Colleen, unable to hold back her worries, asked in concern, "Wyatt, did you really seal the plague egg in your body as the devil said?" "Yes, I did, but it is only a temporary measure." As Wyatt said this, he rapidly coughed blood and his soul energy signature sharply decreased from that of a demigod to a card master. His healthy bulky body shrank at a visible rate, so his well-defined muscles were gone and his skin was sticking to his body. Right now he looked like he had starved for months. Seeing this, the demigods panicked, especially Colleen, as he called out Wyatt's name repeatedly in distress, "Wyatt! Wyatt, what's happening?" Then summoning a neon red elixir from her grimoire, opening its cap, she fed it to Wyatt, explaining, "Drink this, it's an elixir." Holding Wyatt in her embrace, Colleen slowly poured the elixir into Wyatt's mouth. As soon as the elixir touched Wyatt's lips, it would vanish into his body and help with his recovery. Soon Wyatt's complexion turned for the better, but his body was still thin and fragile. This must be the side effect of whatever means he used to gain the power of a demigod, Henrik said, looking at Wyatt's condition. This may sound harsh, but with his current condition, I don't know if the seal on his body will be able to lock the plague egg for long. So, I think to ensure his sacrifice was not in vain, we should immediately move him to another world. If Wyatt was in any condition to speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. He would also agree with my words, Plague Dr. Joy reminded Colleen and Henriks. Quote. Listening to Joy, both Henriks remained quiet and did not pressure Colleen into letting him take Wyatt to another world, as he found it difficult to address this. He felt that it would be best if Colleen was understanding and handed Wyatt to him out of her own accord. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:32, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. With the death of the devil, the secondary time flow it had conjured had long been lifted. The demigods who had earlier retreated to the safety of the royal palace grounds after exhausting their divine power immediately recovered their divine power using the emergency resources distributed by the southern royal palace and returned to the battlefield, circling the 3 demigods and Wyatt. With the devil dead, the battle was still far from over, as they still had to capture the freedom fighters. Being surrounded by the 75 demigods of the southern region, Henriks and Joy did not flinch. They patiently waited for Colleen to make the right choice. According to Joy and Henriks, as the carrier of the world-ending plague egg, Wyatt should be banished from the card world as soon as possible, and they knew Colleen was also aware that was only possible by Henriks. With the arrival of the demigods, Colleen carried the ghastly body of Wyatt, who appeared to be about to knock on the death's door any moment now despite having taken an elixir, and ordered the demigods, "Stand down." Then turning to look at Henriks, Colleen declared, "In light of your help, I am overlooking your crimes this one time. Leave, before I change my mind." If not for Plague Dr. Joy's timely advice, it would have been too late. When Wyatt realized that Belphegor's connection with the plague egg would not be disconnected after he incubated the plague egg in his body. So the freedom fighter had credit for stopping the devil from releasing a world-ending plague in the southern capital. To make them even, Colleen decided to overlook the crimes of the freedom fighters against the southern royal family and the southern region this one time. Watching Colleen leave with Wyatt, both Henrix and Joy were stumped. They could not understand what was going on in Colleen's head to take Wyatt back to the southern royal palace with her instead of handing him over to them. Does she not comprehend that her actions were defeating the purpose of Wyatt's sacrifice to save this world? Plague Dr. Joy and Henrix could not hold back their bewilderment. Joy stared at Henrix asking him to do something, who finally broke his silence on this matter saying, "Colleen, it is not safe to keep Wyatt in this world any longer." Listening to Henrix, Colleen stopped in her tracks and snapped, "That soldier queen for you, you have lost the privilege to call me by my first name. Fine, don't let your hatred for me stop you from doing the right thing. I don't have to tell you what will happen if the plague is released into this world." Henrix suggested to Colleen to not let her hatred for him cloud her sense of judgment and bring doom on everyone she loved, her people, and the world itself. "I know, you do not have to remind me. The southern royal family is fully capable of disposing of the plague," Colleen said pretty confidently and then threatened, "If you do not leave within the next minute, you will never be able to leave." Listening to Colleen confidently claim that she could dispose of the plague, both Henrix and Joy were stumped. Henrix could not help but ask, how? Even the top 10 universities cannot make such a claim confidently. The only way to properly dispose of the plague would be to banish it to the bottomless depths of the myriad realms. It was no secret to anyone that the let alone southern royal family, even the top 10 universities, were not capable of that. Yet, Colleen confidently made such claims. They did not understand if Colleen was lying or if she genuinely felt that way. "Don't tell me you plan to use a dungeon reversal to move the plague to another world. If you are, then I will advise you against it, as doing so will give the plague easy access to the world's will. Regardless of the type of dungeon, all the dungeons on this world are part of the world. Releasing the plague in one of them, even the reverse dungeon, would put the world's will in a venerable position against the plague," Joy explained. Madame Joy immediately understood that the only reason Colleen could be so confident was she planned to release the plague into a reverse dungeon believing that it was in another world. However, Colleen forgot to take into account that the reverse dungeon was the creation of this world, making it a part of this world. Listening to Joy, Colleen paused and looked at her, only to hear Joy double down on her answer saying, "If you do not believe me, you can consult your experts. They will also tell you the same thing." Noticing the contemplation in Colleen's eyes, Joy spoke up, planning to strike when the iron was hot. "Besides, Wyatt's condition is not completely hopeless. We can try to figure out a solution to the plague egg in the time we have. Soldier Queen, please let me help Wyatt. He is a survivor, let's give him a fighting chance." "Fine, you can stay behind and tend to Wyatt and help him understand and overcome the plague," Colleen said. With her words, the demigods in the surroundings focused their intent on Demigod Joy, understanding that their queen wanted this person to stay behind. "Damn it, Colleen, quit being stubborn. Are you planning to make that boy's sacrifice senseless by risking the release of the world-ending plague in our world?" Henrix snapped, seeing Colleen act so stubborn. 5, 4, 3. Instead of heeding to Henrix's words, Colleen began a countdown. While her body split into two, a clone carrying Wyatt to the royal palace grounds. As for the original, it faced Henrix, continuing the countdown. 2, 1. Your 1 minute is up. Glacier Punch. Colleen sucker punched Henrix, while the other demigods ganged up on Joy to capture her. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:34, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. As Colleen's punch, imbued with the Cyrosthesis rule power, was about to freeze him with his surroundings, Henrix vanished into thin air. His movement wasn't just fast, it was more than that, an action that did not even utilize a fraction of a second. It was instantaneous. As a fraction of a second passed, Colleen's punch had frozen the area where Henrix vanished into a huge glacier. Colleen's punches were fast. It took it almost less than a fraction of a second to freeze her target into a glacier. Unfortunately, for her this time, her opponent was Henrix, whose movements were instantaneous. Escaping from Colleen's attack, Henrix appeared next to Joy, who was surrounded by demigods with no way to retreat, and then both of them vanished even before Colleen's eyes could move to their spot. Next, Henrix and Joy appeared behind Colleen's clone, who was carrying Wyatt to the royal palace grounds. Henrix destroyed the clone by precisely piercing his arm through its head. Joy immediately caught Wyatt in her embrace and they vanished from the southern capital even before the demigods surrounding them and Colleen could respond. Seeing Henrix and Joy kidnap Wyatt, Colleen does not get enraged, instead orders the demigods to disperse while asking them to hold off from reporting back to their posts at the Way Beyond until the Southern royal family does something about the city's protection array formation. Then she looked at her fist, thinking that her strength was still far from facing the top demigods in the world. To the demigods in Colleen's surroundings, her actions looked as if she did not appear to care that Wyatt was kidnapped by freedom fighters. However, none raised a voice of concern and returned to their post in the city, guarding it from any form of outside threats. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:36, location Central Region, Central Capital. You lost, remember to make do with your words. Next time I am forced to come here, I will not be as generous and understanding as this time around, a majestic voice resounded from the figure in the clouds before turning to leave. Quote. Arnis's master quietly glared at the vanishing back of the majestic figure in the clouds with tightly clenched fists, his fingers digging into his palm and blood with a golden glow oozing out from them. Buddy, you lost big this time, Jill's father said with a little chuckle as if taking pleasure in his friend's loss. Shut up. In a fit of rage, Arnis's master cussed Jill's father, making it clear that he was in no mood for jokes of any sort. Okay, I will shut up. What will you tell to other masters? It will be hard for even you to make them shut up, Jill's father reminded this friend his misery was far from done, it had just begun. I don't need you to worry for me, I can handle them, Arnis's master said as he deeply contemplated his next course of action. Tell me again, what did you him if you lost? Jill's father asked his friend, genuinely trying to understand how badly his friend lost. Tisk, Arnis's master reluctantly recalled the event that transpired an hour ago. As Arnis's master and Jill's father moved to the skies of the secret base to greet the uninvited guest, as they had previously guessed, their guest that crashed the airspace of their secret base was none other than the current ruler of the southern region and the current patriarch of the Heatsend royal family, Anna's grandfather. Seeing him leave his post at the Way Beyond and pay the secret base a visit in person, Arnis's master and Jill's father felt a chill on their back. However, their shock had not ended yet, because their respective informants at the Way Beyond immediately reported back to them that the ruler of the southern region never left his post at the Way Beyond. Learning this, both the friends looked at the figure in front of them in shock, because its soul energy signature was the same as the ruler of the south, and it portrayed a strength that neither of them could gauge. Only to hear the figure say, "Don't worry, unlike you, I am a man of my word. I promised to personally guard the Way Beyond for a century. I will guard it for a century, if there need be even a few more decades, but no less. Besides, I do not need my original body to awaken the sleeping fear of the unparalleled bloodline in you, my incarnation is enough for that." Listening to the arrogant words of the ruler of the south, both the friends were pissed, but what enraged them further was the fact that they were mocked by the incarnation of the southern ruler and not his original body. They recalled attending his first birthday, and him soiling himself in his crib, but today that very same toddler had grown to the point where he could openly threaten them. That was the power of the unparalleled bloodline, giving the Heatsend family the right to become one of the royal families in equal standing with the central government. Even though the words of the southern ruler's incarnation had hurt their pride, Arnis's master and Jill's father chose to be level-headed. They did not engage in an argument or a battle with the southern ruler's incarnation, as even if either of them won against his incarnation it would not bring them any benefit, but if they were to lose to it, then only boundless shame awaited them that they lost to the incarnation of the southern ruler. Therefore, they controlled their anger and stayed level-headed throughout the situation, knowing that the incarnation was here trying to provoke them. Before you start to play dumb, let me make it clear, withdraw all your forces from the southern capital this instant, or else. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:47, location Central Region, Central Capital. Hold up, before you start making threats, know that I am not involved in this in any way. I was here to greet you and nothing more. But since you two have stuff to figure out, I will take my leave now, Jill's father said as he prepared to leave, but feeling Arnis's master's gaze on him he added, "Buddy, he is not here to fight. So do give a reason to." Seeing how Anna's grandfather only sent his incarnation instead of coming in person or sending his son, it was clear that he was not here to fight but to scare, as he had mentioned upon his arrival. As long as Arnis's master was sensible, things would end peacefully. So Jill's father did not feel the need to stick around, as this was not his mess, to begin with. Knowing his buddy, if he continued to stick around he would be dragged into the mess regardless of his wish. Seeing Jill's father throw all the blame on Arnis's master and leave, Anna's grandfather's incarnation scoffed, saying, "Your daughter is not a match for my granddaughter. It would save her some heartache if she moves on." It was obvious that Jill's presence next to Wyatt bothered the Southern royal family. If Jill were just another researcher at Morningstar University, they would not have cared. However, Jill's identity was far from ordinary, so they would not tolerate her shadowing Wyatt, trying to gain a place in his heart. The Southern ruler would spare time to learn about the daily life of the talent who would lead the Southern region to a better future. Compared to the original, "You got a quiet mouth on you, don't you, but let us stay out of our girls' business. I believe they can handle themselves." Jill's father paused in his tracks hearing the Southern ruler's incarnation bring up Jill. Jill's father instantly understood that the Southern royal family was aware that it was he who had purposefully revealed the information about the collaboration between the central government and Morningstar University to Jill, fully aware that she would leak it to Wyatt. Anybody could see that he was helping his daughter to score some points in pursuit of gaining Wyatt's affection. "Hope you will keep that in mind," the incarnation warned Jill's father to follow the words he just spoke. As far as the Southern royal family was concerned, Wyatt in general was the South's property, therefore Jill's father's action to help Jill win Wyatt's affection was akin to him trying to steal their property. "Look at you two talking as if I do not exist," Arnis's master spoke up, feeling disrespected. It was clear that he too was after Wyatt, but these two dared to talk about Wyatt as if he belonged to them right in front of him. If this was not disrespect, then what was? Quote. Jill's father did not even bother with his buddy and left the scene. Unlike the other two, he was factionless. He could not afford to fight in passive-aggressive behind-the-scenes battles like them. Now that he had shut down most of his inhumane research, he could see some cash flow in his hands and was thinking of starting a faction, so he did not want to attract trouble even before establishing one. With his buddy leaving, Arnis's master locked his eyes with Anna's grandfather, only to hear the other party arrogantly say, "You heard me the first time. So are you retreating your forces from the southern capital or not? Boy, if your original body was here I would have spared some time to teach him some manners, but with you, I could not be bothered to. So let me make it clear, I want Dalton Wyatt. Hand him over and my forces will leave the southern capital alone." Arnis's master conveniently skipped over the attack on the dual-gate dungeon connecting the western capital to the southern capital. "And I want this land, hand it over," Anna's grandfather's incarnation declared, surprising Arnis's master. "Heatsend, you're taking a joke too far." "Who said I was joking? Now, I want this land and your head, hand it over," the incarnation doubled down without menacing its words. "You, even your original body would not dare to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you." Such arrogant words. What kind of crazy incarnation did he refine, or are you a failed product? Arnis's master started to get a feeling that Southern ruler's incarnation was exactly the opposite of Southern ruler himself, while their bodies looked alike and exerted the same unfathomable soul energy signature. "You say I am being arrogant, then what about you? Is it not arrogant of you to demand me to hand over my citizen to you? Get it through your head, for Dalton Wyatt, I am not only willing to risk the southern capital but the entire southern region." The incarnation's words could not be clearer that if the masters planned to come after Wyatt they should be prepared to face the entire southern region. The only reason Anna's grandpa dared to be so reckless about the southern region was because he knew Wyatt was worth it. As long as they were given enough time to grow, Wyatt and Anna could together rebuild the southern region from scratch, stronger and better. He had already decided to hand over the southern region to Anna and her counsel, Dalton Wyatt. Ha ha ha, having gauged the resolve of the southern ruler, Arnis's master laughed and then said, "Everything has a price. Tell me how much for Dalton Wyatt. Now don't be hasty to reject me before hearing what I have to offer: the patent and manufacturing rights to the silver milk powder and copyright to the soul energy digestion card recipe." It appeared as if Arnis's master was offering a huge price for Wyatt when actually he was offering nothing. Both silver milk powder and soul energy digestion effect cards belong to Wyatt. Even with him out of the picture, without a proper and constant source of silver milk, the patent and manufacturing rights to the silver milk powder were worthless. And he figured with the amount of cards with the soul energy digestion effect released in the market by Wyatt, it was only about time that someone deduced similar card recipes. Seeing no point in regulating either of them, Arnis's master decided to exchange them for Wyatt. Besides, compared to the VR universe, they were worth nothing. Dalton Wyatt is the son of the South. He is not for sale. Just withdraw your forces while I am being patient, the incarnation declared resolutely. If Dalton Wyatt is not up for sale, what about a wager? AN 10 FP per user, redeem code less than Abid Heidelhaveneftexa greater than limited to first 10 users. Chapter 1581 World's Decree Date 13 April 2321 Time 9:48 Location Central Region, Central Capital. No, did you not hear me? He is the son of the South. You expect me to wager the hope of my people? Come on, old man, don't make me repeat myself. If not for the original body asking me to show restraint, I would not be asking you, you would be begging for your life. Southern Ruler's Incarnation's words followed by a burst of his domineering soul energy signature, clearing the surrounding clouds. Arnis's master was shocked when the Incarnation revealed its full soul energy signature. He could not believe that one could refine an incarnation this powerful. That was when he remembered the origin card of Anna Heatsend, the current Southern Emperor and rumored to be the higher of the Southern region, giving him an insight into why the Incarnation's physical and soul energy signature was similar to the Southern Ruler but completely different emotionally and spiritually. It seems that the Southern royal family has come up with a new way of refining incarnations based on the origin card of the Southern Emperor. No wonder he could not gauge the strength of the Incarnation, as in exchange for the mental deviance the Incarnation possesses the entire strength of the original and can develop independently. Considering the quality and strength of the Incarnation, the exchange was worth it. Provoked, Arnis's master did not back down. He explosively released his intimidating soul energy signature, clashing it with the Incarnation's soul energy signature. The only thing holding him back from teaching this deviant Incarnation a lesson was the fact the price paid would not be worth it. Regardless of his win, others would only focus on his struggle to achieve a win against the Incarnation of the Southern Ruler. It wasn't worth it. His pride would not allow such a thing. Southern Ruler knew this, and that was exactly why he had sent this Incarnation of his instead of sending his son or another representative. Understanding that this Incarnation of the Southern Ruler was crazy and did not have a single diplomatic bone in it, Arnis's master stopped his diplomatic approach and spoke the language the barbarian in front of him could understand: madness. I will stop beating around the bush. If my people manage to capture Dalton Wyatt from your people, I take everything. If your people manage to protect him from my people, then you take everything. When I say everything, I mean everything from silver milk powder to the soul energy digestion effect cards to the VR universe. Arnis's master laid everything on the table as he did not want to miss such an opportunity to capture the creator of VR universe, and knew that Southern Ruler's Incarnation would not leave peaceful if he did not immediately withdraw his force from the Southern capital. Who are you kidding? Don't get me wrong. You are one of the masters, but even you do not have the power to decide this. The Incarnation finally calmed down, hearing that the VR universe created by Wyatt was also on the table. Though all three of the things wagered by the Arnis's master were not his to be wagered, what this actually meant was that he would legally legitimize the exclusive ownership of these three things. It was them basically saying if the Southern royal family won the wager, they would no longer covet the silver milk powder, soul energy digestion effect card, and the VR universe. Of the three things wagered, gaining exclusive ownership of either of the things would be enough to elevate the social and economic standing of the Southern region by an astronomical margin. This could potentially eliminate one of the huge risks the VR universe was about to face, being declared illegal by the central government. Once the central government declares the VR universe illegal and cracks down hard on its VR slime cards, despite the card's magical soul energy digestion effect and the obvious benefits of the VR universe, the masses would have no choice but give up on it. Some dare people would try to resist this law, but considering the central government's reign over the card world for millennia, the resistance will easily scrubbed. VR universe was not just an opportunity for the Southern region but for everyone who could not afford the card world due to the monopoly of the top university over knowledge and the monopoly of the central government and royal families over resources. VR universe was something that could potentially usher the card world into a new age that could not be controlled even by the likes of the central government. Therefore, the masters would never agree to legitimize it and give on its ownership. Therefore, even though impressed by the stacks given by Arnis's master, the Southern Ruler's Incarnation did not actually believe that it would be possible. Yes, you are correct. I do not have the authority to unilaterally decide on something this big, but this does, Arnis's master said as summoned a captivating scroll from his grimoire. World's Decree. The Incarnation blurted, looking at the scroll in Arnis's master's hand. Just by the reaction of the Southern Ruler's rude Incarnation, one could tell that this was the real deal, capable of doing what Arnis's master claimed. Arnis's master was satisfied by the look of shock on the Incarnation's face. He thoroughly enjoyed it. World Decree had the reality manipulating ability that could turn the user's order into a truth that would be imposed by the world's will. It was basically the reason why the masters were able to dominate and rule the card world for millennia despite the existence of powerful figures like the Heatsens, other royal families, sects, hidden cults, etc. For example, using the World Decree, the master could basically order that fire doesn't burn human skin, or oxygen is poisonous, and the world will ensure to impose these orders as the new truth regardless of the consequence. Even if it meant the end of the world itself. If it were the World Decree, then Arnis's master could indeed deliver on the stakes he wagered. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:38, location Central Region, Central Capital. You wagered and not only lost the silver milk powder, soul energy digestion, and VR universe, but you also pardoned Wyatt for borrowing the devil's power in the fight. You basically gave him the exclusive right to regulate 3 things that masters wanted to rid from the world. Doing exactly the opposite of what the other masters voted for. You must have been very confident in your people, seeing how you went as far as to use a world's degree. Buddy, what went wrong? Jill's father asked Arnis's master. He was dumbfounded to learn that his buddy had gone as far as to use a world's degree to seduce the southern ruler into a wager he knew he would win yet lost. It was the devil merchant Ezra. That ungrateful bastard not only tricked us with a fake name but killed the 2 groups I sent to the southern capital to bring me the boy and destroy the new dual gate dungeon near it. That dumb devil, despite all his trickery and strength, lost to a card master. How ridiculous is that? Can you believe it? A freaking card master managed to defeat a devil that killed 4 parties of demigods as if nothing. Just my luck, I guess, Arnis's master said in frustration as he went through the events of the battle. In the southern capital. Well, in the end, you got what you wanted, right? The boy is on his deathbed and will die soon. Jill's father did not seem to be impressed hearing that Wyatt, a card master, managed to defeat the devil. Jill's father, like the whole world that witnessed this battle, seemed to believe that Wyatt was borrowing the power of a devil. They mainly believed this theory because they could not think of anything else that could allow a card apprentice to gain such a boost in power. And mostly because the devil repeatedly kept calling that Wyatt's new patron was very generous in sharing their power with Wyatt. When the devil conjured secondary time flow, he attracted the attention of all the world powers that were strong enough to be unfazed by his time rule mastery towards the fight in the southern capital, allowing Wyatt to spread the message that he planned to convey to the world through this fight, telling the world that he, Dalton Wyatt, was no pushover but the real deal. If the creation of VR universe made Wyatt a big fat whale in the eyes of these world powers, then his battle against Belphegor morphed their perspective about him from a big fat whale to a slumbering leviathan. But the sea was never shy of fishermen who dared to catch the monster. It's a pity that the monster was on its deathbed and going to die soon. However, Wyatt's selfless sacrifice garnered all their respect. Most of all, this battle was very eye-opening and knowledgeable to them, as they got to learn about the realm fragment that Michelangelo used to help his daughter consolidate her path to transcendence. Come to think of it, wasn't it you who introduced the devil merchant Ezra to me? Arnis's master suddenly recalled that the only reason he recruited devil merchant Ezra was because Jill's father had introduced him to him. Don't look at me, I too was clueless about his trickery. It is just that you feel for his deception before me. Jill's father acted innocent, claiming that he was as shocked by devil merchant Ezra's deception as his buddy was. He claimed that if today Arnis's master had not fallen for Ezra's trick, then tomorrow maybe Jill's father, himself, would have fallen prey to the devil. He defended himself by claiming that all this was just a coincidence that could have happened to him just as easily. However, Arnis's master was not buying it, as it was he who paid the price for Jill's father's negligence. You damned bastard, you want me to believe that you did not do a proper investigation of the devil before you recommended him to me. If I recall correctly, you said you knew this devil since he was a demon. You even showed me that A-rank equivalent exchange demonic card that the devil gave you when it was a demon merchant. Yes, I did, but you also saw that the name mentioned on the demonic card read Demon Merchant Ezra. How am I supposed to know that a demon was so meticulous, patient, and cunning enough to play a long con that spanned over millennia? Jill's father claimed innocence, arguing that he did not have the slightest clue of Ezra's long con. Damn it all, Arnis's master finally began to show his emotions of frustration, anger, and irritation at losing the wager. He was pissed the most at himself for using a freaking world's degree to consolidate this wager and its stakes. However, Without using it there was no way he could get the southern ruler to agree to the wager regardless of how high and mouth-watering the stakes were. What frustrated him the most was that he used a reality-manipulating item like the world's degree as an advanced form of soul contract. The other master would not be happy to learn this. After all, an item like world's degree was not easy to make. Even if they all came together to use all the manpower available to make it, its ingredients were very rare and scarce, not readily available. "You could use some miracle right about now, don't you?" Jill's father taunted his buddy, reminding him that it was his foolish competitiveness that had cost them the right eye of the world that he could use now to render the world's degree he just used void. Just because Agent Louis Forger belonged to another master and he did not give him the right to experiment with her physique, giving in to his insecurities and envy, Arnis's master used her like one of the disposable pawns, and now that he had lost her, he had become the person who needed her the most. The only way to cancel a world's degree was by using a higher authority than the item had. Such authority was only available to the world's will itself. If the right eye of world was present, she could have used her physique to mediate and undo the damage, but now Arnis's father had no choice but pay his dues. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1583 concern Baylor and Luna. Date. Time. Location Reverse Dungeon. Yellow Plain Planet. Freedom Fighters Base. Is it okay to bring him to this world? After all, it is connected to the card world through the reverse dungeon, and not to mention almost 70% of our force and their family have settled. Hurry, Henrix asked Joy, looking at the skinny Wyatt she carried in her embrace, having teleported them to the Freedom Fighters base using his origin card. Don't worry, I cannot sense the tiniest trace of the plague in the boy. Whatever seal he used, it has successfully managed to seal the plague egg completely in his body. As of now, the plague is not a threat. However, the side effects of him using the power of a demigod despite having the active soul control percentage of a card master are grave, and responsible for his current condition. Unless we nurse him back to health, with his death the plague will be released, Joy explained. What plague? The figure of Baylor, who had just entered the hall where Joy and Henrix had arrived, asked Joy, but looking at the skinny Wyatt in her arms, who looked like he could die any moment now, his body exploded with a murderous aura no one has seen him release ever before, and asked, who did this? Was it teams the central government or the Morningstar University? Baylor neared Joy to take possession of Wyatt's sickly body but was stopped by Henrix, who did not bother to give Baylor an explanation and shook his head signaling that he should leave Wyatt with Joy, saying, let drive. Joy take care of him. In our base only she can help him in his current condition. Demigod Baylor did not take well to Henrix's action to stop him from checking on Wyatt, so he glared at him murderously, forgetting the fact that this guy was his mentor. But hearing him speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. About Wyatt's condition, his murderous intention only grew stronger. However, for someone who has been through countless battles, Baylor's murderous intention was a child's play. Then Henrix released some of his murderous intentions, clashing with the murderous intention of Baylor's. When the two murderous intentions clashed, the hall's pressure suddenly increased, and soon Henrix's murderous intention obliterated Baylor's murderous intention, awakening Baylor from his trance and rampage. Then, seeing the madness in the eyes of Baylor replaced with a sense of reason, Henrix said, pull it together, kid. Next time I will not be this lenient. Shocked by a small part of Henrix's murderous intention, Baylor looked at him warily. He had never seen his mentor get angry before, but today he finally got to see that side of his. He would always remain aloof, puffing on cigars. His strength allowed him to. This helped Baylor understand that his mentor's trip to the southern capital to capture Wyatt did not go well, as if Wyatt's sickly body was not evidence enough. What happened? Baylor calmly asked his mentor, wondering what could possibly cause his aloof master to show agitation on his face. Neither Joy nor Henrix were in the mood to recount what transpired in the southern capital. So, Henrix said, we will discuss it later. First, let Madame Joy nurse the boy. His condition is not great. I can see that. Baylor moved to the side, allowing Joy to rush to her lab carrying Wyatt. But Joy had not even made it to the exit of the hall and was stopped by a figure that entered the hall. It was Luna. Unlike demigod Baylor, as a card king, it took her a full minute to rush over after receiving the news that Henrix had returned from his mission from the southern captain. Entering the hall, Luna was instantly greeted by Wyatt's sickly body that was being carried away by Joy in a princess carry. Seeing Wyatt in such a condition, Luna panicked and like Balyor she rushed to check on Wyatt, but Joy used her demigod agility to go around her in an instant and then rushed to her lab. Leaving Luna catching the air, enraged Luna summoned her grimoire, activated one of her fancy agility boosting cards, and ran behind Joy yelling, "You bitch, get back here. Where do you think you are going with my Wyatt?" Seeing this, Henrix shook his head saying, "I can't catch a break, can I?" Then teleporting from his spot he appeared right in front of Luna and stopped her in her tracks from picking a fight with Joy over Wyatt. Seeing Henrix block her path, Luna yelled, "Henrix, step aside." Luna tried to go around Henrix, but she could not, as she was no match to Henrix's speed despite using her fancy agility booster card. Baylor slowly walked out of the hall and arrived behind Luna. Seeing him arrive, Henrix decided to explain the situation to the two and gain their cooperation. "Wyatt's condition is not stable, so I would appreciate it if you two do not disturb Madame Joy until she is done taking care of Wyatt." Then Henrix went on to recall the incident at the southern capital, from the collaboration between the central government and Morningstar University to the devil summoning to Mohawk Devil killing all the demigods, and the shocking strength displayed by Wyatt as he defeated the Mohawk Devil, then finally the Plague Egg and Wyatt's sacrifice. Luna and Baylor patiently listened to Henrix narrate the battle of the southern capital with complex emotion. Then when he was done narrating, Baylor looked at him with cold eyes and asked, "Why did you not capture Wyatt when the demigods and devils were fighting, instead waited till the end for the devil to create the Plague Egg?" The blame in Baylor's words was clear. He appeared to blame Henrix for Wyatt's current condition. He felt that if Henrix had captured Wyatt earlier, then things would not have ended in such grim fashion. "Are you two for real? Did I not just say that Colleen was lying in wait to capture me using her weird energy-absorbing glacier rule meaning? Date, time, location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base. I did not know my grand aunt was strong enough to threaten you," Luna said, hearing Henrix claim that the reason why he did not capture Wyatt sooner was because of Colleen. Then she pointed out, "It hasn't even been a year since she became a demigod. A few weeks ago Matron almost killed her using a bunch of card semi-demigods and card emperors. So, freaking help me understand, how can someone who just became a demigod be of any threat to someone like you, one of the world's top demigods? How the freaking am I supposed to know? I just saw a card master wipe the floor with a devil who killed not one but 4 teams of demigods. Besides, with legacy and resources of the Heatsend royal family, comparing her progress to a regular demigod's progress would be unfair. Not to mention your grand aunt was known to be a combat genius, gaining the Soldier Queen title," Henrix defended himself. How was he supposed to know how Colleen became that strong? If he knew how, then that would be a whole new problem. He could never walk the card world, because the moment his presence appears on the card world, Southern ruler will have his head for infringing on his wife's privacy. However, he did not explain to Luna that he was not sure who was in the space vestige belonging to the Southern royal family until Colleen showed herself. For all he knew, it would have been the princess or the prince of the southern region in the space vestige. The Freedom Fighters Network did say that the prince was at the way beyond guarding it and the princess was in the western region talking diplomatic relationships. Yet, considering the importance of Wyatt and his VR universe, he chose to be cautious over blind confidence. The prince and princess of the southern region, like their father and aunt, were also blessed with the pure unparalleled bloodline and were very difficult to handle. Either one of them could not only give Henrix the run for the money, but if well prepared they could kill him. Knowing that he could come to kidnap Wyatt, the southern royal family had prepared to capture him. Colleen might even have been successful if not for the appearance of the Mohawk Devil. Instead of Colleen, if it was a demigod possessing unparalleled bloodline, the whole battle at southern region would have happened differently. However, for reasons only known to them, the Heatsend royal family prioritized the Dual Gate dungeon over Wyatt. If Field Marshal Heatsend was part of Wyatt's security detail, the central government and Morningstar University might have given up on their collaboration. The Heatsend royal family's reason was simple: though the VR universe and soul energy digestion effect cards of Wyatt were gaining traction, it was only a matter of time before the central government confiscated or banned them altogether. Even if they somehow stopped the central government from doing so, these items belonged to Wyatt, and he did not like to share. However, if they secured the Dual Gate dungeon, the money they would make through the trades and the taxes from those trades would be a sure thing, and they would not have to share. So they basically prioritized a conventional means of making money over something that was not theirs to begin with. Do you know where in the countless worlds a card king could question a card demigod like this? Being put on the stand by Luna, Henrix was growing tired of explaining himself to her. Well, isn't that the charm of the freedom fighters? Each one of us is equal. I am wrong. Were those words that you said when recruiting me just a false sales pitch to recruit me and nothing more? Luna pointed out that she was just making the best use of the privileges of being a freedom fighter. Yep, but aren't you taking your freedom to the extreme? Your freedom doesn't give you the right to infringe on my freedom or my authority as your leader. Do you understand what I am saying? I did what I felt was right according to the dynamic situation during the mission, so stop wasting your time by investigating me and go set up the silver milk powder production line. Aren't you way behind the schedule? Henrix, as the leader of the freedom fighters, knew how to handle a smart mouth like Luna. Otherwise, this whole secret revolutionary force would not have been possible. Quote. Luna quietly glared at Henrix, wreaking her brain to vent her agitated emotions. Shutting Luna up, Henrix turned to Baylor and asked, "How far have you come in establishing a safe, working, and fast supply and distribution network?" "It is a total bloodbath," Baylor answered without thinking, as most of his thoughts were occupied with the safety of Wyatt. However, he knew that Wyatt was in safe hands for now, so he should not neglect his duties. Hence he went on to explain, "Our people are still having a hard time trusting each other after Matron awakened her sleeper spies in our forces to kill their families and core members. From what I see, they are more afraid of them or their loved one being a spy of Matron than facing a spy of Matron. That incident has really messed up the morale of our people. Meanwhile, the members of the Pa clan are very aggressive and ambitious, so much so that they do not appear to fear pain or death. They do not seem to have any sense of guilt or compassion, as if they are soulless. Our guys are being massacred out there. If you ask me, we should temporarily withdraw our forces, give up on the central region's market, and focus on markets in other regions until we figure out a solution to counter Matron's origin card." Finding a way to counter Matron's origin card? That's easier said than done, Luna suddenly spoke up. Chapter 1585 Exhausted Funds. Date, time, location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base. What do you mean? Baylor asked Luna. Both he and Henrix respected her input in most decisions. After all, she was the chief of the Freedom Fighter R&D department. However, once she gained their attention, Luna did not speak. "Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos." Thank you. About what they listened to her for, but things bothering her. I see none of the top brass is here to check on Wyatt since they are all sure he is not going to make it. Listening to Luna, Henrix frowned, understanding what she was implying. Previously, everyone showed a lot of interest in Wyatt and his wealth, but now that they know Wyatt was on his deathbed in a coma while incubating a plague egg, they suddenly lost all of their interest in him. That was natural. After all, others did not have a personal interest in Wyatt like Luna and Baylor did, but Henrix did not understand why Luna would bring this up now. Seeing the question mark on both Henrix and Baylor's faces, Luna went on to explain, "Seeing how none of them are interested in Wyatt, I want Wyatt as a part of my R&D department." Having said that, Luna stared at Baylor and asked, "You have a problem with that?" "I will allow it." As much as Baylor would like to take Wyatt under his wing, his public relations department was not peaceful. Just last night, they had a bloody battle with the Pa clan over the rights of a small boutique store. Such a thing was common for the public relations department. So, Baylor felt it was not a good fit for Eileen's son. Considering Wyatt's knack for innovation, he felt that the R&D department's desk job was a good fit for Wyatt. Listening to Baylor, a bright smile formed on Luna's face, but it soon vanished. Feeling a presence approach, it was the demigod in charge of Freedom Fighters' finances. As he neared the trio, he said, "It appears I chose the right time to give an expense report. Otherwise, the finance department would have lost Dalton Wyatt to the R&D department. Old man, Wyatt is mine. If dare to covet him, believe it or not, I will use the very numbers you love to strangle you in your dreams," Luna blatantly threatened. The demigod in charge of finance telling him to back off, as Wyatt was hers and hers alone. The demigod in charge of finance went silent upon hearing Luna's threat. Not that he took offense from her threat, but he was genuinely worried for his life. Despite being a mere card king, Luna remained the baddest and untamed bitch in the whole Freedom Fighters. She was nothing like the good girl that she introduced herself to Wyatt in Sky Blossom City. She was the polar opposite of it. She was still an introvert virgin researcher, but with psycho and sociopath prefixes to it. She hoped to lose one of those titles now that Wyatt had joined Freedom Fighters. Her subordinates and colleagues were genuinely scared of her and worried for themselves around her. If Lorenzo knew of this side of Luna, he would wonder if he ever knew his granddaughter, whom he was very proud of. After all, out of all his children and grandchildren, only Luna achieved high achievements in the field of research and array mastery like him. Henrix, she is doing it again, tell her to stop, the demigod in charge of finance complained to Henrix. To which Henrix sternly said, Luna, can you not go around threatening your colleagues? It was not a threat, I telling him his future, Luna uttered, but feeling Henrix's stern glare, she apologized to the demigod in charge of finance. I am sorry, I am just overcompensating for 7 decades of suppressed individuality and ideology. She referred to her old life as a perfect granddaughter. Now this was some rich people's excuse. Quote. Baylor was lost in thoughts looking at Luna's face, as whenever she spoke of Wyatt her face had an uncanny resemblance to Sansa's face. He has been noticing this for quite some time now, and he did not know if he should feel sorry for Wyatt or happy for him. If not for his heart having only Eileen in it, his married life with Sansa could have been one of the best experiences of his life. Despite all her quirks, Sansa was the best wife a man could ask for, it was an undeniable truth. Expense report could have waited till our daily meeting. However, since you are here searching for me, I guess it couldn't wait. So why don't you stop making small talk and tell me what is the matter? Henrix reminded the demigod in charge of finance to do what he was here for instead of wasting time arguing over which department Wyatt would join. Wyatt wasn't even a part of the freedom fighters. Even if he was, it was up to him to join whichever department he wanted. Yes, about the expense report. After treating Baylor's injured subordinates, as of now we have officially utilized all of our funds. Even the ones that we reclaimed and gathered from the other departments have been exhausted, the demigod in charge of finance announced, shocking Henrix, Baylor, and Luna. But during the last meeting, did you not say we still had a month or two before we exhausted our funds? Baylor asked the demigod in charge of finance immediately, because no money meant no more necessary medical treatment for his injured subordinates. I did, but you proved me wrong. When calculating the data, I did not expect your war with Matron to go so one-sided. Not only did you lose many subordinates to Pa clan, but those who are alive all had major internal injuries or lost a limb or two. It would still be manageable if it was just a few dozen of them, but we are talking about a whole unit here. What the fuck are you guys from public relations even doing? Did guys forget how to fight? Date, time, location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base. What happened? Did you guys forget how to fight? The demigod in charge of the finances in the Freedom Fighters would not have dared to be so rude towards Luna A. Card King, but he did not think twice before taunting demigod Baylor. This was not the case until the top brass of the Freedom Fighters learned that Matron was Baylor's wife. All the reputation Baylor had built among the Freedom Fighters fell in one night. It was already a miracle that they did not suspect Baylor of colluding with Matron. Have all of the injured been treated? Demigod Baylor chose to ignore the demigod in charge of the finances and instead asked if all of his injured subordinates had received the appropriate medical care. Apologize. Before the demigod in charge of the finances could even answer Baylor, Henrix calmly said to the demigod in charge of the finances. Though Baylor was tolerating, as his mentor Henrix wasn't, causing Luna to look at the demigod in charge of the finances in interest, wondering if he would apologize to Baylor. Quote. Seeing the demigod in charge of the finances hesitate to apologize, Henrix did not repeat himself, but he did explain himself. Those card apprentices whom you just ridiculed were injured in the process of fighting for the very cause that brought us together. I don't care about the disagreement between you guys, hash it out. I will not tolerate disrespect toward the cause our hundreds of thousands of freedom fighter brothers and sisters have sacrificed themselves for. I apologize, that was insensitive of me. The demigod in charge of the finances apologized while Henrix stared at his disciple as if asking, how long are you going to let everyone walk over you out of guilt? You did nothing wrong. Ignorance is as bad as the crime itself. Baylor's eyes conveyed this to his mentor. With this, it became clear to Henrix that as long as Baylor wasn't willing to forgive himself, there was no helping him. Soon dark lines formed on his forehead as he heard Luna mutter, coward, in response to the apology issued by the demigod in charge of the finances. Henrix needed to do something about this rich spoiled girl. She was causing disarray among the top brass left and right. Usually, she would be busy with her research, so he did not bother with her. But now that they had withdrawn all the funds from her department, she had more time on her hands, which was proving challenging for the bond between the freedom fighters. You The demigod in charge of the finances was enraged, being called a coward, but before he could give a proper rebuttal to Luna, Henrix yelled, "Enough." The demigod in charge of the finances once again swallowed his words despite noticing the obvious sneer on Luna's face. After the moment of rage passed, he understood he could not afford to piss off either Luna or Henrix. He, a demigod, did not find it shameful to be afraid of a card king. It showed that the amount of grip that Luna had over the leadership and subordinates of the freedom fighters was just insane. Did everyone receive the necessary medical care? Henrix asked, ignoring the small exchange between Luna and the demigod in charge of the finances. Was he enabling her by giving her a pass on such behavior toward her colleagues? It was hard to tell. No, there are a few dozen more injured card apprentices that need medical care. Understanding that we were about to run out of medicinal supply, some freedom fighters refused medical care so that there were enough medicine ingredients for those with severe injuries. Though our medics were understanding enough to respect their sacrifice and only treat those with severe injuries first, we ran out of medicinal ingredient cards before all those with severe injuries could be treated. It took a lot out of the demigod in charge of finance to keep his face straight as he spoke these words. Today, he got to compare what was considered a severe injury, loss of a limb, or punctured organs. The answer was not simple when you were standing in front of a ward full of people with missing limbs refusing to undergo treatment such that the medics could focus on those with internal injuries. Take them all to Madame Joy, tell her to add all the expenses to my tab, Henrix ordered immediately. Desperate times called for desperate measures. High-ranking medical card apprentices were very rare, so much so that Freedom Fighter did not have a single one of them. As a result, the seat for chief of the medical department was still empty. In desperation, Henrix even asked Plague Dr. Joy to fill in the post, but she decisively refused the offer, knowing that with her abilities and cards after becoming the chief of the medical department she would become a free medical care plan for the whole Freedom Fighters. She cared for the cause of the Freedom Fighters so much that she left her high status in the card world and joined them, but not enough to turn herself into a battery for the whole damn Freedom Fighters. Therefore, she maintained as much distance from the medical department as possible. No, Luna yelled in protest even before the demigod in charge of finance could agree with Henrix. Madame Joy was treating Wyatt. She did not want her to split her attention with other patients and delay Wyatt's treatment. When Henrix glared at her, Luna dragged Baylor for support. Baylor, you understand why I am saying this, right? Quote. Baylor could not speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. A word. Right now he was basically being asked to choose between Wyatt and his subordinates who selflessly and heroically fought at his command. All the eyes were on Baylor to see if he agreed with Luna, but he stood there frozen without any reaction. His love for Eileen was such that he was struggling to make the obvious choice. Henrix shook his head saying, "Did you not hear what I just said? Make the necessary preparations." Chapter 1587. Counter date. Time, location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base. Luna was not willing to let Henrix make a decision that could potentially hinder Wyatt's recovery. However, before she could argue, Henrix warned, "Don't test me, Lorne. If you continue to question my every order for the boy, I will throw Wyatt into the empty space where his plague-infested body belongs." "You wouldn't dare." Luna stared at Henrix, but seeing the fierce look in his eyes she did not dare to provoke him. Baylor also glanced at his mentor but ultimately chose to stay silent, knowing that with Madame Joy's abilities, it would not be hard for her to attend to multiple patients at a time. "Done," the demigod in charge of the finance said after ordering the medical department to move the patients to the poison and plague department after having informed Joy of the new development through his grimoire. He would have gone in person to convey their leader's intention to Joy, but there was still one thing he had left to achieve here, and that was to recruit Wyatt in the finance department. "This cannot happen again. We have to do something about Matron's ability," Henrix said, comprehending the dread of Matron's ability. He then glanced at Luna and said, "Lorne, you seem to have something to say about countering Matron's ability. My grandpa and I, along with other researchers of the Southern royal family, have burned midnight oil trying to figure this out, only to conclude that without her origin card info, we are basically shooting blind. Still, we thought of various ways to counter her memory ability based on the information we had about her origin card, but all of them faced one problem: we could not figure out a way to read the memories of everyone to find the discrepancies in them without alerting Matron about our actions. Because she could remotely alter the memories, allowing her to hide all traces of her addition to the memories of her spies. However, Since freedom fighters are in another world, we have an advantage that the Southern royal family did not have. To understand if we can make use of this advantage, I need to know the location of all the sleeper spies in our force that Matron activated on the day of the incident. If all the sleeper spies that were activated by Matron were only present in the card world and not in Yellow Plains, then it means Matron's ability doesn't extend to this world, which allows us to go through the memories of the freedom fighters without worrying about alerting the Matron, Luna explained. When Clownmask revealed her future vision to the Southern royal family, that they would lose the Southern region to Matron, the Southern royal family spared no effort to figure out a way to counter Matron's ability based on the information given by Clownmask, which was now coming in handy for the freedom fighters. I already thought of that. Unfortunately, her ability doesn't seem to be limited by the borders of realms, Baylor replied to Luna's speculation. He believed Sansa to be his mistake, so only he knew the sleepless nights he had put into thinking of ways to counter Matron and avenge Eileen. Luna was not surprised knowing that Matron's ability was spanning past the borders of realms, as she believed this was to be expected of someone who overthrew two royal families and managed to become the ruler of both the northern and southern regions. But I did notice something odd. Of all our bases in Yellow Plains, one remained untouched by her attack. This base had its reverse dungeon connecting it to the card world closed, Baylor informed. So, you mean to say the only reason Matron's ability is able to extend its influence into this world is because of the reverse dungeon connecting this world to the card world? Luna said as she found a way to limit the extent of Matron's ability. We need to close all the reverse dungeons the freedom fighters are using to travel between the Yellow Plains and card world. No, as long as we are far enough from the reverse dungeons connecting the worlds, her ability will not be able to influence her victims from across the worlds. Henrix had created multiple reverse dungeons so that the freedom fighters could covertly travel to card world and return. Each base of the freedom fighters in Yellow Plains had at least one reverse dungeon keeping them connected to the card world. It can be seen that the base with the reverse dungeon closed was not reachable by Matron's ability despite other reverse dungeons being open, showing that Matron's ability influence in this world was limited. It grew weaker further from the reverse dungeon. This was why Luna claimed that they did not need to close the reverse dungeons, as long as they were far from it. That should do the trick. What kind of memory search are you talking about here? If it is a deep memory search, then many will be reluctant to cooperate with our plans. Henrix pointed out that not many would be willing to have their memories viewed by strangers even if it was by their trusted immediate superiors. Don't worry, memories are like a continuous string. If Matron has done addition to them, it will immediately be visible from the surface, so we do not need to dive deep into their memories, just the surface will do. However, we have to dive deeper into the memories of those that show signs of an anomaly to confirm its source as Matron or some kind of trauma. Luna explained that freedom fighters did not have to worry about their memories being shared, as all she needed to do was see the memories of the target as a whole to spot any form of anomaly that would normally not present in one's memories. Only then she would go deeper into them to confirm whether the cause of the anomaly was Matron or a trauma. Good, then I will gather all the members of the freedom fighters under the guise of celebration for capturing Wyatt. You guys prepare the necessary arrangements. Henrix, we do not have the funds to do so. Date, time, location: reverse dungeon, Yellow Plain planet, freedom fighters base. Baylor, did you manage to sell the raw silver milk? Henrix asked, as they had planned to sell raw silver milk to keep their organization running until they were able to set up the silver milk production line. No, Baylor shook his head sideways to everyone's disappointment. What do you mean no? So many hidden sects and clans have shown interest in buying large quantities of silver milk for a high price, the demigod in charge of finance inquired Baylor. The belief that the sales of raw silver milk would soon rejuvenate their dry funds was what kept him calm in this situation. It was all a ruse to pinpoint the location of our reverse dungeons. Our spies picked on it quick so we were able to avoid a huge crisis, Baylor responded, and then continued to say, the Silver Beach dungeon has put a huge target on our back. It has turned our allies into our enemies. This is one of the reasons why there were so many casualties last night. Previously no one cared about our group, but now everyone, even the small adventure guilds, are trying to track down our reverse dungeons. If my estimate is correct, then a third of our reverse dungeons have already been compromised. The thing keeping the world leaders from barging in is Henrix's barrier that only allows the members of the freedom fighters to enter the reverse dungeon, and the fact that the compromised reverse dungeons were all of A rank or below, so anybody higher than Card Lord rank cannot enter these reverse dungeons even if they can break through Henrix's barrier unless they do not value their life. I have already reported this to the Dungeon Patrol Department. She should find you to discuss it once she finishes her investigation into it and has a picture of how bad our situation actually is. Quote. Everyone's face turned ashen listening to Baylor's words. They knew things would be harder now compared to before, but they did not think that it would hit the fan so fast. One had to understand adventure guilds are at the bottom of the barrel, yet they dared to target the members of their organization. Either the freedom fighters appeared as an easy target to them, or the appeal of the silver milk powder to the general public was far greater than they thought. Regular intake of silver milk powder from a young age guarantees a mortal to achieve 10% active control of their soul before they are 13 to 15 years of age. Even nobles and royals could not guarantee this with their powerful bloodlines. Being able to contract a bronze grimoire at the age of 13 basically signified the birth of a prodigy, and now with a sufficient supply of silver milk powder anybody could be a prodigy. When it comes to the middle class and low class card apprentices and mortals, they were willing to take on any kind of hardship as long as it meant giving their progeny the opportunity that they did not have. As such, how could they not covet silver milk powder? The high-class card apprentices were well aware of this, as they had been using it to control the middle and lower class people and pitting them against each other to continue and maintain the class system. But now they were using this sentiment to target freedom fighters. Yes, they were using the very people who once helped freedom fighters and believed to be their allies to bring them down. Regardless of what the freedom fighters stood for and how big and scary they were, everyone felt that they deserved a piece of the silver milk powder that they had illegally monopolized. While the leaders of the freedom fighters were thinking that the silver milk powder would help them gain the power necessary to achieve their cause, they forgot the appeal of the silver milk powder. Because of it, they no longer had allies in the card world. The main reason the world leaders could rally the masses against freedom fighters was because of Anna's mother's strategy of making the people fully aware of silver milk powder and its capabilities in the state media while denying its existence by claiming that it was a huge sham run by the silver milk fraudster. The Southern Princess's strategy worked so well that overnight everyone who dreamed of becoming a card apprentice began to fantasize about the existence of such a powder. Then imagine their surprise when the leaders they put their faith in suddenly began to claim that silver milk powder was not fake but real. The news of freedom fighters stealing the only source of silver milk and monopolizing the silver milk powder was enough to change the opinion of people about freedom fighters from a band of Robin Hoods to a band of thieves and bandits. This is not good. People are in real danger. Recall everyone and enforce a total lockdown. Ask the patrol department to double the members guarding the reverse dungeons, and also make a list of compromised dungeons and share it with our members, so that they can avoid those dungeons and use the other nearby reverse dungeons to report at their respective yellow plane base. Henrix decided to recall all the members immediately because he felt it would be too late to do so once the dungeon patrol department had conducted an investigation into it. Apart from finding the compromised reverse dungeon and aiding in total recall of members, everything else came secondary. This time, however, Henrik's decision to recall all the members of the freedom fighters was not for the sake of catching the spies of Matron but for the protection of his members, because he knew if they continued to stay in the card world once their cover was blown, their lives would no longer be safe. He was so focused on monetizing the silver milk powder and upgrading the freedom fighters that he failed to see how it had turned himself and the freedom fighters into the enemy of the world. Even the Southern royal family did not dare to be so blatant about monopolizing the silver milk powder, let alone the freedom fighters. Now it looked as if silver milk powder would not be the steps to their success but the gate to their end. Henrix, the demigod in charge of the finance, was going to remind Henrix that they cannot afford a lockdown, but Henrix completed his sentence for him. We cannot afford a lockdown. I know. Leave it to me. I will figure something out. Or we can always make use of you-know-who. Don't look at me like that. This is part of my job. Besides, isn't he going to die soon? Then won't that all money go to waste? It would be better if we put that money to use. The demigod in charge of finances reminded the crowd that they could use Wyatt, especially his VR universe. Before he could finish his sentence, Luna and Baylor glared at him, but he ignored them and chose to finish his sentence anyway. He is not going to die soon, but you are. Date, time, location: reverse dungeon, yellow plane planet. Freedom fighters base. Luna pounced on the demigod in charge of the finances without any warning, fortunately. Henrix was quick to react and held her down, otherwise, it was unclear what might have happened. As it appeared, the demigod in charge of finance was prepared to take her on with all his might. Feeling the gaze of Baylor and Henrix, the demigod in charge of the finances defended his action of using all his might against a card king, saying, "What? Regardless of her family name, unparalleled bloodline runs through her veins. Even though it is not pure, you guys don't have the slightest idea how scary she is. Let go. Luna shook Henrik's grasp on her shoulder with a strong shrug and a jolt surprising Henrik's, prompting him to recall what her bloodline was again. Luna then stared at the demigod in charge of finance and said, I don't need to step in for him. He will handle you once he wakes up. If Luna had said this before, the demigod in charge of finance would have laughed his ass off, but today it was a different story. They all knew that they could not underestimate Wyatt just because he was a card master. However, he still continued to spearhead his agenda. Henrik's, I know with your ability you can make arrangements for temporary funds, but currently you have more important things to do than gather funds. It would be wiser if we temporarily borrow money from Wyatt. Borrow? Is that what they call stealing in your hometown? Luna said, knowing what the demigod in charge of finance was proposing, and that by no means it was just as simple as borrowing. Then she continued to add, will you just be satisfied with borrowing his money or also plan to borrow his VR universe, too? You know, Luna, for someone who betrayed her family you are suddenly acting high and mighty, the demigod in charge of the finances suddenly blurted. With his words the atmosphere in the hall turned heavy. He felt ashamed of having said such words, as Luna had betrayed her family for their cause. But he did not apologize to her, and instead, with a hideous expression, he said, fine, since you insist, I will speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Clearly, let us hack into Wyatt's grimoire while we still can and take control of the VR universe and his other wealth. I heard he has made quite a fortune selling millions of VR slime cards to families across the 5 regions. This will not only solve our issue with the temporary funds but also create a constant and stable source of huge funds for our cause. That is until the central government declares VR universe illegal. Keeping their feeling for Wyatt aside, both Luna and Baylor felt that though it was wrong what the demigod in charge of finance was saying was a necessary evil. If it was not Wyatt but someone else in his place, then they would not even be having this discussion. You are right, I cannot waste time on gathering little funds to sustain ourselves when I know there are wolves out there eyeing our herd. Luna and Baylor, I did not plan to do things this way. I wanted to help Wyatt understand our cause and gain his sponsorship, but he is in no condition to do so. For now, my hands are forced. I hope you two will understand and cooperate, Henrik said, asking Luna and Baylor to get on board with what the demigod in charge of finances had proposed. For organizations like freedom fighters to thrive under the monitoring of the central government, they need to have strong hacking capabilities such that they can modify their grimoires to avoid the monitoring of the central government and create secure channels for their organization to communicate with each other. Seeing how so far the freedom fighters have not been caught and disbanded by the central government, it can be seen that their hacking capabilities were not to be underestimated. This meant they would not have a hard time breaking into the grimoire of a card master and making use of their limited access to achieve their agenda. Listening to Henrik's words, both Baylor and Luna were quiet. It was unclear what was going on in their head, but soon Baylor spoke, saying, I'm afraid, I cannot allow you to do that. Hearing Baylor, Luna, who was hesitating, suddenly felt ashamed and sided with him. She informed, right, you guys have to wait for Wyatt to gain consciousness and get his sponsorship. I am telling you this for our own good because Wyatt is spiteful, and if he learns that we tried to steal from him, then we can forget ever getting him to join our cause. Isn't that more the reason we need to proceed and take control of the VR universe while we can? Or did you forget that we already stole the only source of sliver milk from him? If what you said about Wyatt's nature is true, then we can all assume that he would never join and help our cause. The demigod in charge of the finance suddenly spoke, using Luna's words against her. Look, you two, the enemy is already at the doorsteps. We do not have time for civil strife within the organization. It would be for the best if you guys get on board because, regardless of your personal feelings, the lives of thousands of our brothers and sisters are on the balance. If we delay and they die, then their blood will be on your hands. So I advise you to keep your personal feelings aside and act like the leaders that you are. Henrik's warned Baylor and Luna from letting their personal feelings for Wyatt risk the lives of 1,000 members of the freedom fighters. Seeing Luna and Baylor had finally gone silent, the demigod in charge of finance asked Henrik's for his permission to proceed with hacking into Wyatt's grimoire to take control of VR universe. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:32, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. After killing Belphegor's World Hog incarnation, which was already drawing its last few breaths, Wyatt saw he had two options in front of him: One was to tag up with Colleen to try and capture Henrix or continue to use the sympathy of Henrix and Joy to achieve the impossible, them leading him to their main base in another realm. Even if Wyatt thought that Colleen and he could capture Henrix, Wyatt would go with the latter option as he knew a veteran like Henrix would rather silently suffer torture for eternity than give his torturers what they wanted. Besides, Wyatt knew that even together Colleen and he could never capture Henrix as his origin card was overpowered when it came to escaping. To be honest, ever since Wyatt knew that Henrix would try to capture him today, he had long decided to let Henrix capture him. Because he knew that after capturing him Henrix would take him to the main base of the freedom fighter in the other world. Making use of this, Wyatt would gain the coordinates of the world where freedom fighters were hiding. Having already planned this, Wyatt had made the necessary preparations. However, there was a slight deviation from this plan because of Belphegor's involvement. Though worried, Wyatt was confident he could control the situation to get the result he wanted. With that, Wyatt decided to put an end to the Battle of Southern Capital by lifting his 12 Blood Curse incarnation form. As a result, Wyatt's soul energy signature suddenly reverted to that of its original level before it had gained the boost of the Blood Curse incarnation from the soul energy signature of a card master. While lifting the 12 Blood Curse incarnation body, Wyatt also simultaneously separated the SSS rank blood curses that possessed his mutated soul, causing him to feel a soul-tearing pain. This pain was 1,000 times worse than the time William Bright tore his soul back in his warehouse in Sky Blossom City. In response to the pain, Hive AI quickly reacted and began to manage the pain for Wyatt. Soon Wyatt began to cough up blood and feel his physical body lose vitality at an incredible pace. Had he not intervened in time, overcoming the soul-tearing pain he felt, his physical body would have collapsed on itself. But by the time he had acted, his physical body was severely damaged to the point that his bones could be seen through his skin. The adverse reaction of Wyatt's physical body was the result of the damage sustained by his mutated soul. Turns out that by housing the SSS rank curses for even a fraction of a millisecond in his mutated soul in the absence of the enhancement from the 12 Blood Curse incarnation form, Wyatt's card master realm mutated soul had stretched to the point where numerous small tears had formed in it. These tears had not appeared when Wyatt was in 12 Blood Curse incarnation form, but when he deactivated it. Had he separated the curses from his mutated soul before lifting his 12 Blood Curse incarnation form instead of simultaneously lifting them, this could have been avoided, as the 12 Blood Curse incarnation form would have protected his soul from wear and tear. However, when Wyatt simultaneously lifted the 12 Blood Curse incarnation form and the SSS rank curses possessed his consciousnesses, the extra fraction of a millisecond required for the curses to separate from the consciousnesses of Wyatt's mutated soul left multiple tears in them. Wyatt could not imagine what would have transpired if the curses had taken longer to separate from his mutated soul. With this incident, Wyatt curved into his soul that the next time he uses the 12 Blood Curse incarnation form he should separate the SSS rank curses possessing his soul first under the protection of the curse incarnation form before deactivating it. Just like when one has to take precautionary measures when starting a fire and when extinguishing a fire. Otherwise, they risk burning themselves. In the end, this worked in Wyatt's favor because with this he no longer had to pretend that he could no longer fight, as he was seriously injured from fighting against the devil using borrowed power. To garner enough sympathy from both Colleen and Henrix such that they forego the notion of fighting. Tears in his soul were not new to Wyatt. That was how he was able to create his mutated soul and come up with a whole new power system based on soul mutation. However, the pain that came with was unbearable. Even with the help of Hive AI managing the pain, Wyatt still could not stand the pain. But he did not complain, as his circumstances did not allow it, and not to mention had he been cautious enough to separate curses from his mutated soul before he lifted the curse incarnation form, then this could have been avoided. Fortunately for him, the curse separated from his soul fast enough that he could still manage the aftermath they left in their wake, and thanks to the pain of his mutated soul tearing he could gain the sympathy of Henrix and Joy without any suspicion. This was important because he needed them to take him to their base realm where they had hidden the D-ranked Silver Beach Gate dungeon that they stole from him. Since Wyatt has never been to their main base, he solely relied on gaining their trust and sympathy such that they let their guard down and foolishly lead him to their main base in another world. As for the tears on his soul, he could heal them just like how he healed the cut in his soul that Corey's grandpa had made, using his mutated soul power system. Soul repair was not that urgent, as aside from the pain the only other consequence of having a damaged soul was that until he heals his soul he cannot increase his active soul control percentage. Besides, Now was not the time for him to worry about healing his soul, as Wyatt was more focused on achieving his agenda to garner the sympathy of Henrix and Joy. Because if Henrix has even a hint of suspicion about him, then instead of him conning Henrix into having him lead him to Freedom Fighter's main base in Otherworld, he would become the prisoner of Henrix. This was also the reason why made sure to display that he had completely sealed the plague egg in his body and had it under control for now. Because nobody would be stupid enough to take an unstable container of plague to their home. Especially not Henrix. Regardless of what he stood to gain, Henrix would never do anything to risk his people. Therefore, if he had even the slightest of misgivings about Wyatt, then he might just dump him in some other world that could not sustain life. By now it was clear that, by deactivating his 12 blood curse incarnation body, Wyatt had given up all his control over the situation, and left everything up to Colleen and Henrix's discretion. Yes, Wyatt could always move soul to one of his remote pseudo-calamity soul gems and escape anytime he wishes, but that applied if he was in this world. He would not be able to do that if Henrix were to use his origin card to take him to another world. So, in a way, in order for Henrix to lead him to the main base of Freedom Fighters in another world, Wyatt had given up control of his life and death. He sought to completely rely on gaining the trust and sympathy such that he could ensure that Henrix would lead him to the Freedom Fighters base and not some godforsaken world. Wyatt had made sure of this by pretending to sacrifice himself for the world. To gain the trust and sympathy of Henrix, a soldier and the leader of a revolutionary force like the Freedom Fighters, there could not be a more fitting and surefire way. Foregoing the control of his life to almost losing his life for the world, all of this was far from enough to gain the complete trust of all the demigods present and avoid any form of suspicion. Just pretending that he was severely hurt by sacrificing his life to protect the world would have worked had his target been card emperors or semi-demigods, but for demigods it would not be enough because of their divine perception. Demigods' divine perception was real trouble. It allowed them to perceive the thoughts of a lower being, especially when the intent of their thoughts concerned them. This would have been a godlike ability if only they could read what the lower being was thinking, but still being able to tell that they were thinking of them was also good. Some keen perspective demigods could even tell good intentions apart from bad ones. So, in order to successfully gain the complete trust and sympathy of the demigods, Wyatt would not only have to deceive their eyes but also their divine perception. Which was easier said than done. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:32, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. The easiest way for a card apprentice to deceive the divine perception of the demigods would be to make their original thoughts with fake thoughts. Wyatt had used this method the first time he met Colleen and other demigods at St. Raymond's Cemetery in Sky Blossom City. However, the circumstances back then and now were different. Back then Wyatt was not pretending to be unconscious after being severely injured. So Wyatt could not just mask his thoughts by creating a second line of thoughts riddled with the intent to do obscene stuff to Colleen as in an unconscious state. One would have no thoughts. Unless they were dreaming or having nightmares. Since Wyatt had pretended to pass out from the pain which was the result of backlash of the power he borrowed to face the devil leaving his body, he could continue to project the pain he felt from the tears in his soul to cover the fact that he was not unconscious, instead monitoring his surroundings through Hive AI. Since Hive AI was not a living being, the demigods couldn't possibly feel its intent, so Wyatt was using it to collect and interpret the data from his ears, nose, and skin collected from his surroundings. Meanwhile, the 11 of Wyatt's mutated soul consciousnesses were projecting 11 different layers of thoughts with pure pain as their intent, with the thoughts of the original consciousness at the bottom of the 12 layers of thoughts, successfully masking the fact that the original consciousness was monitoring their actions through Hive AI. This way all Colleen, Henrix, and Joy could perceive through their divine perception was the pain and suffering of Wyatt, 11 times the pain he was feeling from the tears in his soul. If they wanted to perceive this original thought, then their divine perception had to be strong enough to bypass the 11 layers of thoughts. The intent of pain Wyatt's 11 layers of thoughts were projecting was so intense that the demigods felt his pain not just since he was in pain. They say the power of thoughts was infectious and could achieve the impossible, so imagine what the power of 11 overlapping thoughts could achieve and how contagious they were. 11 layers of pain-filled thoughts combined with his selfless act of sacrificing himself to save the world and its people, was enough for Wyatt to gain the full trust and faith of Henrix, Colleen, Joy, or anyone else in this world. Wyatt processed all these thoughts and acted on them in a mere second as Colleen came forward to carry Wyatt in her embrace, watching his body be drained of vitality and leave a skinny shell of a body that began to free fall as he lost consciousness. His prior preparation did help. While pretending to be in a vegetative state, Wyatt began to watch the situation unfold through Hive AI while his other consciousness project the sharp intent of soul-tearing pain. Considering that he had incubated the plague in his body, Wyatt believed Colleen would hand over his body to Henrix in order to rid the world of the world-ending plague before it hatched. That was the logical choice. Though the plague was sealed, one could not risk the presence of such a sinister existence in their world, as it could bring the end to everything they held dear and knew. But to his surprise, Colleen did not hand him over to Henrix, rather planned to take him back to the royal palace grounds. Wyatt had no idea why Colleen would do this. Was it because of guilt? Or her greed for his VR universe? Either way, by not handing him over to Henrix, she was basically putting a stop to his plans to gain the coordinates of the world in which freedom fighters were hiding in. Wyatt's surprise further intensified was he saw that Henrix did not even bother to stop Colleen and ask her to hand my plague-riddled body over to him to properly dispose of it. Thankfully, Plague Dr. Joy did, but Colleen continued to be stubborn and did not heed Joy's words of reason, forcing Henrix to come forward and try and talk reason with Colleen. However, they both failed to persuade Colleen to change her mind. Meanwhile, the demigods who had recovered, seeing that the devil had died, began to pour out of the royal palace ground and surround them, scaring Wyatt that his efforts to con Henrix were going to amount to nothing. So in a moment of fear that Colleen's stubbornness would ruin his plans, Wyatt had Hive I use the Southern royal family's secured channel to send the following short text: Colleen, send me with Henrix. Trust me, I always keep my promise. Kid, I knew you were using your pain to mask your true intent. Don't worry, I am just helping you sell it. Colleen replied immediately. The reason she was able to tell that Wyatt was using pain to mask his true thoughts was because Anna had explained to her why Wyatt was brazenly thinking of doing obscene things to his wife's grandma with his wife right next to him. Apparently, in a family full of demigods, Anna had to practice something of a similar nature constantly to protect the privacy of her thoughts. The fact that Colleen never thought of this with a demigod husband, children, and subordinates showed that she was never worried about revealing her true thoughts to people close to her. With her simple, single-minded, and straightforward personality, it was understandable that she never felt the need to do so. Besides, no demigod in the southern region would dare to perceive the thoughts of the soldier queen. Since Colleen could figure out what Wyatt was up to, it would not be long before Henrix and Joy suspect this. Therefore she had distracted their thoughts by shifting all their attention from Wyatt to her. Understanding that everyone loved a good bargain, Colleen figured Henrix would be less on guard against Wyatt if he were to snatch Wyatt from her hands instead of her just passing Wyatt to him. Hence, she acted the part while genuinely doing her best to keep Henrix from snatching Wyatt from her, only to come to a realization that she was still far from possessing the strength to contend with the world's top demigods. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:34, location Southern region, Southern capital. Entrusting one's life to others was a concept Wyatt was very familiar and unfamiliar with at the same time. Whenever he found himself in such a situation, he could not sleep as he had to be in control of his life. These sleepless nights contributed to his exponential growth as he once again took the reins of his life back into his hands. So Wyatt had never truly ever entrusted anyone with his life, until today, where only by entrusting his life to Henrix could he achieve what he set out to do. Wyatt has done a lot of preparations and calculations of this very instance, but nobody knew better than him that all of his calculations were unless in front of Henrix's heart. As nothing was as fickle as the human heart, it was riddled with variables of the highest orders out there, for example, love. Wyatt would like to think that his calculations based on Henrix's nature, behavior, and moral code could predict his reaction to a said action, so this time he would not trust his life to Henrix but to the probability of Henrix reacting according to his calculation, which was very high. How was it any different from trusting one's life to another, believing the good in them, hoping that they will do the right thing, and doing what's best for you? Regardless of what Wyatt said to assure himself that everything was still within his calculation, the truth was as simple as that. The instance Henrix and Joy snatched Wyatt's body from Colleen's clone and Henrix used his origin card to teleport them, Wyatt was no longer in control of his life. His calculations told him that Henrix would take him to the base of freedom fighters in another world, but there was no guarantee of that was there. After all, Wyatt was a walking plague balloon. Nobody knew when he would pop and unleash the horrible death on the world he was in. However, as soon as the scenery surrounding him changed, in Joy's embrace, from the sky of Southern capital to a simple but elegant hall, Wyatt knew his calculations were correct, or to be more accurate, his bet won. Though his calculations told that the probability of Henrik's taking him to the Freedom Fighters base in another world was high, the probability of him ditching plague carrier Wyatt in a lifeless world was also high. So in the end, Wyatt's action of trusting his life to Henrik's was nothing but a gamble with his life at risk. Seeing the familiar faces of Baylor and Luna once again, Wyatt confirmed that Henrik's had not teleported him to any base of the Freedom Fighters but the main base of the Freedom Fighters. Considering that Luna was in this base of the Freedom Fighters could mean that the D-rank gate dungeon Silver Beach was also in the vicinity of this base. Wyatt was ecstatic seeing that his gamble not only panned out but hit the jackpot. After Wyatt gained the coordinates of the other world's Freedom Fighters were using as their hideout, he had little idea as to what to do next. Considering that he could not guarantee that his plan could make it this far, he had not really given serious thought to what he should do once he got the coordinates of the other world. After a moment of thought, Wyatt decided to continue with his act until he healed his soul while joy healed his physical body. After all, he was in the heart of the enemy territory and it wouldn't be wise for him to plan anything without being at his absolute peak condition. Being at his peak allowed him to have a lot more options in his hands when the opportunity presented itself to him. So with that thought, Wyatt decided to prioritize healing his soul for now and continued with his act as Joy carried his skinny and feeble body to get it the proper medical care it needed. However, to Wyatt's surprise, the place where Joy brought him was no medic area but a palace that was entirely made of a colony of single-celled microorganisms. To be more exact, a giant colony of single-celled organisms shaped in the form of a palace. From the walls, floors, stairs, and the ceiling, everything was a wide tissue formed by the colony of single-celled organisms. The colony was so huge that it encompassed a 3-story palace with nearly 20 rooms and 2 ground floors. As Joy appeared in front of the giant door of the living palace, it did not open wide like a normal door, but its small hole big enough for Joy to walk into the palace manifested on the door, feeling her presence, and once she entered it closed itself behind her. Passing through the living halls and stairs of the palace, Joy carried Wyatt to the second underground floor of the Packle, which was a huge cave. At the center of the cave was a clear water pound. Joy did not waste any time before placing Wyatt's skinny and feeble body in the pound. Soaked in the clear water of the spring, Wyatt began to feel this unknown energy in his body that was rejuvenating the vitality of his physical body that he had lost. Each and every cell of Wyatt's body felt empowered and brimmed with energy like never before. His body began to recover at a visible rate, as fast as his reconstruction skill. Surprised, Wyatt took a closer look at the clear water to find that the water actually contained a specific breed of microorganisms that appeared to be infiltrating his body at the cellular level and using the energy stored in it to rejuvenate the cells of his body. It was as if the purpose of these microorganisms was to help human cells recover. The interesting part was that these organisms were sentient and very adaptive. They knew exactly what they were doing from my realm to the problem with my physical body, despite this being the first time we were introduced. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time, date, time, location, reverse dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters base submerged in the pool. Wyatt's physical body enjoyed the miraculous treatment of the clear water in it. He was impressed by what the clear water was capable of. It helped his body rejuvenate his physical body, nurtured its different physiques, and brought it to its peak condition. This surprised Wyatt because most elixirs out in the market were mass-produced to recover the average body of the card apprentice but not their physique. This was ideal as not all the card apprentices had physiques, and even those that had physiques had different types and grades of physiques. It would not be ideal or possible for the creators to mass-produce an elixir that would nurse to all the physique a card apprentice could have. Not to mention some physiques were so rare that card apprentices had no idea what they did, let alone create elixirs to recover them. Just like how a patient loses their muscle mass in the injured area even though the injury gets healed, similar was the case with the physique of a card apprentice. However, with time the card apprentice would recover the physique just like the muscle mass can be regained with continued effort. As such, Wyatt's physical body too needed to recover his physiques with its recovery. This was why Wyatt valued his reconstruction skill, as it reconstructed his physical body with his physique. As it was enhanced and reinforced by several of his physiques such as the Gigamite physique, and the Myriad Devil body. Despite being the body of a card master in terms of strength, it could rival the strength of an early stage card king. These two physiques of Wyatt had no records in the history of the card apprentices since he was the first to get them. So no one except him knew what they were capable of, let alone what to require for him to recover these physiques with his regular physical body. Yet, Somehow the organisms in the clear water were able to use their energy to stimulate the rejuvenation in his cells along with the recovery of his physiques. Now if this wasn't miraculous, then what? It was more than just giving his cell the energy to recover his physiques, because there was a limit to how much and how fast a cell could do. Just providing abundant energy did not solve the underlying issue of recovery and led to rejuvenation. This was why Wyatt was so impressed by Joy's clear water. It turns out her title Plague Doctor wasn't just for show. From the Palace of Flesh to the miraculous clear water, Joy showed an incredible knowledge of microorganisms that went beyond even Wyatt's. From how Joy had applied them to her day-to-day life, it can be seen her achievement in this field was not small. It was no small feat for one to have such high achievements in a field that was not as popular as other research fields. It was non-existent considering the card creation or array mastery. Yes, send them over to the second underground floor of my Plague Palace. And ask Henrix when he is going to settle the old bill. Joy received a call and responded to it. Breaking the graveyard silence in the flesh cave illuminated by a lump of flesh formed by the colony of a particular type of luminous microorganisms. Soon, the flesh cave was crowded with numerous patients with lost limbs and serious internal injuries. Unlike Wyatt, these patients were not placed in the pound of clear water in the center of the cave, but they were embedded into the flesh walls of the cave. The flesh walls drew clear water from the pool and fed it to the patients embedded in them, helping them recover their internal injuries and lost limbs at a rate visible to the naked eye. However, the clear water in the pool was also declining at a rate visible to the naked eye. So Joy stood by the edge of the pool and began to gather an unknown rule power in her palms. Then she simultaneously began to use the rule power to create more of the clear water. As a result, the volume of the clear water in the pool began to drastically increase. Wyatt noticed that Joy was not using her rule power to create more clear water, but she was feeding her ruler power to the microorganisms in the clear water such that they could rapidly multiply. As for the water, that was just the byproduct. Seeing so many injured card apprentices in the ranks of the freedom fighters prompted Wyatt to wonder if the freedom fighters were fighting a war with the natives of this world. Since Card Apprentice can live in this world, it would not be wrong to assume that it had sentient natives with a unique power system capable of fighting the Card Apprentice who invaded their world. However, eavesdropping on the conversation of the patients, Wyatt soon realized that his assumption was wrong and the casualty of the freedom fighter was because of a territory dispute with the Pa clan. It appears that the Pa clan and the freedom fighters were fighting over the certain percentage of the black market in the central region that was not secretly governed by the central government or the nobles of the central region. Both organizations were strong, but they were not stupid enough to go up against the local snakes. However, to be impartial, the part of the black market that the two organizations were fighting over was actually made available by Matron by assassinating or brainwashing all her competition. As for the freedom fighters, like magpies that like to steal other birds' nests, they were once gained trying to lay in the bed made by others. Just like how they stole the dungeon card that the Southern royal family had painstakingly created to move the Silver Beach Gate dungeon. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1594 Flag date. Time. Location Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base. Seeing that Joy was busy healing other patients, Wyatt decided to use this moment to visit the Infinity Library in the Inter-Realm City to gather more information on soul recovery and soul mutation. Now that he was planning to use his soul mutation power system to heal the tears in his soul, Wyatt thought it would not hurt for him to refine his technique with knowledge from the myriad realms. Considering that this world and the card world were connected to each other through the dungeon, their timeline should be the same. So a moment in this world several minutes in the sector DSO 909. So Wyatt would not miss much in his absence. Dear Demon Merchant, welcome to sector DSO 909. Note, behave as always. Sector DSO 909 was crowded and Wyatt skillfully navigated through the crowd and arrived in front of the Darius Merchant Mall. Then he headed to the Infinity Library without any unnecessary stops, where he was greeted by a familiar joyous pixie guide, Dredre. Hello, Wyatt. Hello, Dredre. You look cuter than always. He, how can I help you? Could please help me get all the books on soul recovery, soul mutation, and other books that would be helpful with these two topics. I would like to redeem my free reading time to read them, Wyatt demanded. He had a feeling that his soul mutation power system could be further polished, so he did not mind spending a few free reading minutes exploring it. Listening to Wyatt's demand, Dredre nodded and used her connection to the library array to gather the information, but her expression soon became complicated, and then she said, Wyatt, your library card has been flagged. So, I cannot help you with your request. Carefree Wyatt was suddenly dumb-stricken, listening to his pixie guide say that his library card was flagged and she could not help him any further. Gathering his calm, Wyatt asked the pixie, "What do you mean my card was flagged? Why was it flagged?" Wyatt was afraid that the librarian had taken notice of him abusing the loophole of the library membership and flagged his library card. But then, considering that a being like the librarian would not have the time to waste on a small figure such as himself, Wyatt had an inkling that it was not the case. However, he could not be sure until all the facts were presented. "I am sorry, I am trying to find out why your card was flagged, but I am unable to view it. It can only mean that my authority level is not enough to view the reason why your library card was flagged," Dredre explained frantically. She too seemed to be concerned over Wyatt being flagged. After all, Wyatt was the only demon merchant who did not treat her as a library tool but as a person. She was doing everything in her power to understand why Wyatt's library card was flagged and if there was anything she could do about it. Unfortunately, her authority as the library guide was limited. Even if she wanted to help, she did not have the power to do so. "Is there anything I can do about this?" Wyatt asked in distress, as he had gotten used to using the Infinity Library, which was the treasure trove of the myriad realms' knowledge, as his personal library. Losing the privilege to use it would really hinder him. Thinking of this, Wyatt thought had he known he would be facing such consequences, he would have opted not to abuse the loophole in the library card membership. But it appeared to be too late for any regrets. "Not much, but I can help register an appeal about your situation to the library management. However, it will take them quite a while to answer your appeal," Dredre responded, saying that there wasn't much Wyatt or she could do but raise a formal appeal with management, hoping that the concerned authorities would have the patience to answer their appeal. "Let's do that, it is better than nothing." Wyatt decided to give a try to the formal process of the Infinity Library. If everything fails, he could always turn to the Devil Merchant Code. "I have submitted the appeal. When there is a reply, I will inform you through your Demon Merchant Codex," Dredre said, having submitted the appeal on Wyatt's behalf. Wyatt stared at Dredre, wondering what next, only to see that the pixie was suddenly startled as she hurriedly said, "Wyatt, they replied to your appeal." "I cannot believe they replied so fast. What does it say?" Wyatt asked eagerly. He wanted to resolve the issue as easily as possible because he did not want to have to go to the Devil Merchant Code to uphold justice, knowing that despite its claims of being unbiased, it favored the one with a rich offering. "Whoa!" Dredre exclaimed, going through the reply. Her eyes had grown large in shock. As she uttered, "I can't believe it. The librarian has personally replied to your appeal." Listening to Dredre say that the librarian himself had answered his appeal, Wyatt too, like Dredre, was dumbfounded. But also worried that maybe his abuse of the loophole in the library membership had finally caught up to him. Still, he gathered his courage and said, "Well, what does it say?" "It says here that the librarian would like to meet you in person at a time convenient for you and explain why your library card was flagged." Dredre narrated the contents of the reply in shock, as it was unlike the librarian to show interest in such menial matters. After all, there was an entire tribe of the pixie to do just that. Then she respectfully asked, "Dear Demon Merchant, when would it be convenient to meet the librarian?" Seeing the sudden change in the way Dredre addressed him, Wyatt frowned. Seeing him frown, Dredre panicked and asked, "Dear Demon Merchant, is there a problem?" "Yes, there is." Hearing Wyatt, Dredre's expression paled. He continued to say, "Did I not ask you to call me Wyatt?" "I am sorry, Wyatt." Dredre apologized. Noticing that the librarian spared some attention to Wyatt, his status in Dredre's mind elevated, causing her to act more professionally toward him unconsciously. Chapter 1595. Stand in date. Time, location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace, Sector DS0909, Infinity Library. "So Wyatt, when will it be convenient for you to meet up with the librarian?" Dredre asked Wyatt, as mentioned in the reply from the librarian himself in response to Wyatt's appeal. "I am free now," Wyatt answered, hoping to resolve the problem with his Infinity Library membership card as soon as possible. "Fine, I will inform the librarian," Dredre said. She appeared to be very excited to be able to exchange direct text with her boss himself. Many tribes of pixies were serving the librarian. Each tribe had a population of more than 100,000, so except for the tribe chief, most of the pixies would complete their lifespan without seeing the face of the librarian that they were serving. So it was obvious why Dredre, who had the opportunity to chat with the boss, was so giddy and enthusiastic. So much so that it even made Wyatt feel a little neglected as her client when she waited for the reply of the librarian with a one-track mind without sparing attention to anything else. Wyatt shook his head feeling happy for her. "I got a reply," Dredre exclaimed as soon as the librarian responded. Then she patiently read the whole reply thrice, making sure she did not omit or miss any of his instructions, and with great enthusiasm, she informed Wyatt, "The librarian asked me to bring you to him." Wyatt felt if the pitch of Dredre's voice were any higher then she would shatter all the glass in her surroundings. If she was excited to just exchange a few texts with the librarian, now she was blown out of her mind knowing that she would be able to meet the librarian in person. Knowing all this was only possible because of Wyatt, Dredre hovered closer to him and then kissed his cheek. "Thank you, Wyatt." Wyatt was surprised at how little it took for Dredre to get happy. Was this because of her life in imprisonment? Not really. Pixies have strong elemental power, but they are still preys and have many predators. So they never leave their territory. Their entire race was basically an example of a shut-in. So their life in the library was not any different. Except for the change of habitat and their day-to-day job, nothing much has changed for them. Now they are able to eat their fill every day without worrying about predator breaking into their territory. If I were to say, the pixies were modernized. From surviving on dew and nectar, now they had everything with more food and life security. In that way, the librarian was developing them rather than enslaving them. "Ready?" Dredre asked as she used the new authority she gained to use her connection with the library array formation and access the restricted section of the library to teleport Wyatt and herself there. Soon Wyatt found his surroundings distorted and he found himself in a grassland devoid of any trees, but the weather was pleasant and cool, so the absence of their shade was not missed. Looking around, Wyatt wondered if they were still in the library inside the mall. Then finding no one in the surroundings, Wyatt asked Dredre, "Are you sure you teleported us to the right location? There is nobody here." For miles, only grassland could be seen stretching, meeting with the sky on the horizon. Dredre also scanned the surroundings, unable to find a single soul apart from her and Wyatt. She said, "This is where the librarian asked me to bring you." In a panic, Dredre went through the librarian's instructions again, and confirmed that she had come to the specified location. "Let us wait. The librarian is a busy person," I said, seeing the pixie that was supposed to be guiding me lose it under the pressure of being able to meet her boss soon. However, I myself was not happy with the librarian. He asked me to hurry, but he did not show up yet. If he were busy, then he should have arranged the meeting for some other time. It's surprising to see a demon merchant care for a pixie. "You really are different from the others," a voice suddenly sounded in the grassland. Neither Wyatt nor Dredre were able to pinpoint the source of the voice and which direction it came from. Wyatt activated his soul pupils but found nothing, feeling that the librarian must have planned this when he asked them to meet here. Not that he knew about Wyatt's soul pupils, but he planned to use this location to appear mysterious as a power move. I did not know what need the librarian would have to attempt something so childish. By the actions of the librarian so far, Wyatt came to the assumption that he was not invited by the librarian, but by some who were given the authority of that librarian. Was it the librarian's stand-in or something of that sort? Wyatt made this assumption because any being who loved books would have substance to them and would not resort to such tactics. While Wyatt felt that it was a waste of time, Dredre looked around the vast grassland and introduced herself to the voice in the most respectful way she could think of. "Your Highness, Librarian, I am Book Guide Pixie Dredre of the Forest Guide Tribe." "Dredre, tell me little about your client," the voice spoke again. "Wyatt is my friend. He is nice to me, and he likes to read a lot of books." Dredre's answer was short, but it summarized my entire interaction with Dredre. A pixie and a demon merchant, who are friends. Times do change, or is it because you are a human? The voice said, as if the friendship between Dredre and Wyatt was unnatural. Wyatt chose to remain silent until the voice specifically addressed him, as he was already certain that the person he was speaking to was not the real librarian but a stand-in filling the role of the librarian. Chapter 1596, Dalton Librarian Jr. Date, time, location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace, Sector DSO-909, Infinity Library. If not for the sake of his library card, Wyatt would have already chosen to leave. Within the Inter-Realm City, regardless of their power and influence, one cannot detain others. "Your Highness Librarian, Wyatt is not like other demon merchants. He doesn't treat Dredre like a library tool and is always respectful." Dredre spoke up, defending her friendship with Wyatt. "Is that so?" This time the voice sounded right next to Wyatt and Dredre, allowing them to trace its source right beside them. Both were shocked to see that the source of the voice was a humanoid yak in a fancy suit with a majestic long Viking beard. Seeing the creature, Dredray's small figure immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Highness, the librarian. If not for the others, but for the book pixies of the Infinity Library, the librarian was royalty, and hence they treated him like one. And nobody complained, as the librarian was strong enough to hold that title. Dredray, let me correct you, I am not the librarian. I am just a part of him and am acting as his stand-in. So you do not have to be so formal with me. Just call me Zoltan." Dredray and Wyatt both were surprised by the words of the Zoltan. "Zoltan, if you don't mind me asking, what do you mean by part of the librarian?" Wyatt asked Zoltan, but seeing that he did not appreciate him addressing him as Zoltan, Wyatt abruptly halted his question. Turns out, the so-called part of the librarian only permitted Dredray to address him as Zoltan, and as far as Wyatt was concerned, he was the librarian for him, not the stand-in librarian or Zoltan. Causing Wyatt to wonder if Zoltan had agreed to hear his appeal because of Dredray. "To answer your question in the way you can understand, Wyatt, you can consider me as the son of the librarian," Zoltan answered, seeing that Wyatt had noticed his mistake in his actions. Though Wyatt did not apologize, he did not continue to make the same mistake. "I have seen, Your Highness Prince Zoltan." Dredray greeted the Prince Zoltan excitedly with great excitement. Even though she did not get to meet the boss, she got to meet the boss Jr. It was totally worth it. She never knew that her boss had a family, especially a son. Wyatt remained silent, as he could see that the librarian Jr. had zero interest in him, but Dredray was a different story. He seemed to get happy seeing her face lit up. Wyatt's observation was not wrong. Zoltan was indeed indifferent toward him but was affectionate towards Dredray. There was a reason for that. Since his birth, the librarian has never shown any form of interest in him and has thrown him to the pixies just like another chore. To top it, Zoltan has only seen his father on rare occasions. He did not even know his relationship with him for years and believed himself to be a pixie. So, the ones to raise him to adulthood were the pixies of the library. And they did a great job at that. To Zoltan, the pixies were like his family, so when the demon merchants treated them like tools or in an ill-mannered way, he would get angry, but the pixies have taught him to treat the customer well and never let his personal feelings come in the way of his business. Wyatt, your friendship with Dredray, though odd, has managed to impress me, and I am feeling very generous today. So I have decided to reward you with a little information," Zoltan said as he continued to add, "as of today you are no longer the only demon merchant from your home world. Now your home world has a devil merchant, and 2 demon merchants including you. If my information is accurate, there is someone else in your world with 2 demon merchant recommendation tokens. They need 1 more recommendation token to become a demon merchant. So if I were you, I would be careful from now on." The information provided by Zoltan detonated an explosion in Wyatt's mind. Until now he was under the impression that he was the only demon merchant in the card word, but now the card word not only had an extra demon merchant but a devil merchant too. In shock, Wyatt blurted, "How? You have to figure out that for yourself, as that was the end of my generosity." "Now, let us talk business," Zoltan said. He acted casually after just having revealed the huge news that Wyatt's home realm had gained 2 new demon devil merchants. Listening to Zoltan, Dredray looked at Wyatt in concern, as she knew that it was not uncommon for the demon merchants to hunt each other for the demon merchant recommendation token. Considering that Wyatt was of the demon master realm, Dredray was worried he would be targeted in his home world for his demon recommendation token. The look of concern from Wyatt on Dredray's face did not escape Zoltan's eyes. He felt that Wyatt was not worthy of Dredray's concern. After all, he knew better than anyone that it took very little to gain a pixie's trust but a lot to lose their trust. Since they were the kind that did not give up on kindness till the end. However, he respected Dredray's choice and chose to stay silent. Wyatt could care less about what Zoltan was thinking, as he was worried about what it meant for the card world to have 2 more demon devil merchants. But then, thinking that not everyone has access to troves of devil-grade ingredients like he had, Wyatt calmed down. But the fact that there was a devil merchant in the card realm bothered him a lot, as devil merchants had a lot more privileges at their disposal than the demon merchants. He needed to figure out the identity of these 2 before deciding on their threat level. Chapter 1597 Blacklisted. Date, time, location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace, Sector DS0909, Infinity Library. Business. "What do you mean?" Wyatt asked Zoltan in confusion. He did not understand why Zoltan used that particular word and in that manner. He was here to learn why his library card got flagged. If possible, try and resolve it without involving the Devil Merchant Code. Are you really that clueless, or are you pretending to be clueless? Zoltan asked Wyatt in surprise, seeing Wyatt did not seem to know what he was talking about. What are you talking about? Wyatt asked in annoyance, but he understood that he must have missed something big for Zoltan to ask him this. Did you not recently visit your native sector? Zoltan asked, hinting at Wyatt. No, I haven't been there. Why do you ask? Did something happen? Wyatt asked, sensing that something big might have happened for Zoltan to act this way. That explains it, but this discussion would have been smoother and faster had you known what was up. Still, let me ask you, why do you think your library card was flagged? Zoltan seemed to finally understand Wyatt had no idea of what was happening. I have no idea, Wyatt said with a straight face, even though one thing came to his mind, him abusing the library card's free reading time. It was because somebody asked the librarian to, Zoltan revealed, shocking Wyatt and Dredre. Who could possibly get the librarian to ban a customer? Wyatt asked Zoltan in utter shock. He did not understand who held the power to order the being that managed to gather the knowledge of the myriad realms. Nobody can do that. The reason the librarian banned you was because that particular person cashed in an age-old favor asking the librarian to ban a young demon merchant, Dalton Wyatt, from using the Infinity Library. For someone to use the favor of the librarian over something so trivial when they could have asked the librarian to help them with anything, they must really not like you. How much does this person hate you to do something like this? Zoltan explained. He did not understand how could any being hate someone so much. Though Zoltan said they could use the favor for anything, he knew the librarian would never agree to act as a hired thug for others, let alone a killer. Belphegor, Wyatt blurted, as there was only one being in the entire Devil Merchant Code that would hate him so much. Ding, 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 correct answer. It isn't just the Infinity Library. Belphegor is using his influence to blacklist you, making it so that no shop or merchant in this sector will conduct any sort of business with you. I do not know what you did to him, but I heard he is gathering a large number of devil merchants to plan something big, Zoltan informed Wyatt, hearing him guess correctly who it was behind his library card being flagged. It is a long story. I did not think he would be this petty though. Wyatt was under the impression that once he incubated the plague egg in his body, Belphegor would leave him alone, feeling that Wyatt was going to die soon and he would have one less enemy to worry about. But now it turns out Belphegor had still not given upon him. From the actions of Belphegor using the librarian's favor to stop Wyatt from accessing the Infinity Library, one can understand that he was trying to stop Wyatt from finding a way to undo the plague he had created. After all, there were only two places that could help Wyatt undo the plague in his body, the Devil Merchant Code and the Infinity Library. Belphegor had already seen Wyatt use the Devil Merchant Code to seal the plague he incubated in his body because he did not have the offering enough to get the Devil Merchant Code to get rid of the plague that was created using a realm fragment and the life force of his Worldhog incarnation. Leaving only one other way for Wyatt to get rid of the plague, and it was a lot cheaper than asking for help from the Devil Merchant Code, the Infinity Library. Using the Devil Merchant Code, Wyatt had sealed the plague egg, so it would take a while before it could break the seal to hatch and go berserk, but this time was enough for someone like Wyatt's intellect to make use of the knowledge in the Infinity Library to find the solution for his problem. This was the reason why Belphegor did not hesitate to make use of the librarian's favor to cut off Wyatt's access to the Infinity Library. Considering that he already lost a realm fragment over this, the librarian's favor was nothing compared to it. After all, the usefulness of the librarian's favor depended on the librarian's intent and interest, paling in comparison to a realm fragment. Think of this, Wyatt realized. By influencing the demon and devil merchants to not conduct any business with him, Belphegor was doing everything in his power to cut his chance to try and find a solution to the sealed plague egg incubated in his body. So Belphegor was not being petty but cautious. Only by ensuring that Wyatt died painfully under the influence of the plague can Belphegor ensure that Wyatt's soul doesn't enter the river of souls in the reincarnation cycle but instead enters his hell in the dark realm, where he can put Wyatt's soul through every torture technique in the myriad realms. Belphegor was doing everything in his power to ensure that his loss of Worldhog incarnation and a realm fragment pans out and was worth it. Realizing this, Wyatt did not know whether to laugh or cry, as in his own misguided way Belphegor had still managed to make things difficult for him. Wyatt did not care for the shops and merchants of Sector DS0909 blacklisting him. he only cared for the Infinity Library and the seemingly infinity knowledge gathered in it. Chapter 1598 Help Date. Time, Location Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace, Sector DSO-909, Infinity Library. Above all, Wyatt wondered, since the librarian had decided to ban him as a favor to Belphegor, then why did Zoltan accept his appeal and patiently explain to him what actually had transpired? How can you just ban a paid member? Wyatt asked Zoltan. Since you are already a paid member, we could not completely ban you, so we flagged your card over suspicious activities such that you will not be able to access the books of the Infinity Library. Once your subscription ends, we do not plan on extending it. Instead, we will permanently ban it, stopping you from ever stepping foot into any branch of the Infinity Library. After all, we reserve the right to whom we want to provide our service. Zoltan patiently explained to Wyatt what was actually going on. Listening to Zoltan's explanation, Wyatt wondered why he was revealing what they did to him. Was he not worried that he would use it against them when in the trial by Devil Merchant Code? Or was he that confident that regardless of what Wyatt did, the Infinity Library will come on top always? Apart from this, Wyatt's best guess was that Zoltan wanted something from him. This confused Wyatt, because what could the son of the arguably richest devil merchant in the Devil Merchant Code want from a nameless demon merchant such as Wyatt? Besides, since the librarian has banned him from the Infinity Library, what could Zoltan even do to stop it? Did he even have the authority to do something like that? Wyatt did not see what he could offer Zoltan, and as well that Zoltan couldn't offer him what he wanted. So he wondered what was the point of this meeting. Zoltan noticed that with the passing of time, Wyatt was losing interest in the meeting. This surprised him, as any regular demon merchant would be thinking of using this meeting to impress him, get on his good side, and establish a connection. Especially, if they had an enemy like Belphegor gunning for them. However, Wyatt showed no such tendency, prompting him to believe that either Wyatt was ignorant or just the person he was looking for. What if I tell you that I have the authority to undo the librarian's ban on you? Zoltan said, hoping to reignite Wyatt's interest in their meeting. If you do have the authority to do so, what do you want from me in return for lifting the ban on me? The Infinity Library was an important arsenal in his hand. Zoltan knew it, otherwise he would not use it as a bargaining chip. Therefore, Wyatt did not try to beat around the bush and directly asked him what it would cost him to regain his privileges as a member of the Infinity Library. Before I answer you that, you need to understand that if I were to help you lift your ban, I would be going against the librarian. Regardless of my status, for having done that I will have to pay a hefty price. Therefore, the price I ask you will not be cheap in any way, so I need to know if you are sure about this. Zoltan warned Wyatt that he would be taking a huge risk to lift the ban on him, so he wanted to know that Wyatt was all in and would not back away in the last second, leaving him hanging. Yes, do not worry. If the price you are asking is within my limits, then I will not mind paying it as long as you deliver on what you claimed. Listening to Zoltan say that changing the librarian's arrangements would cost him a lot, Wyatt understood where he was coming from. After all, attempting something like that would be equal to challenging the authority of the librarian, even if Zoltan was a part of the librarian as he claimed. He would not be forgiven for something like it. Would be a surprise if he was not labeled as a traitor. That was if Zoltan could actually do that and was willing to do that. Great, I need your help with one thing. Don't ask me what, I will tell you when the time comes. But know this, I will not ask you anything that would harm your interest. It will be dangerous, you might die, but that is the cost of my help to you. Zoltan spoke, explaining what he needed from Wyatt in exchange for his help. Sounds simple enough, but why me? I am just a nameless demon merchant with an average prowess. Why chose me when there are countless demon merchants that you can ask to help you? Wyatt asked Zoltan, unable to understand why someone of his influence would approach him when he could easily find better options out there. What I am searching for is not strong people. I am confident in my strength. What I am searching for is people I can trust my life to in dire situations. And you fit the bill, Zoltan answered, which only further confused Wyatt. I don't understand. We haven't met each other until today, and you believe that you can trust your life in my hands during a dire situation. How does that work? Wyatt started to feel like Zoltan was one of those people who never let others guess their next move. Helping Zoltan once to regain his privileges as a member of the Infinity Library sounded like a good deal to Wyatt. From the voice of it, Zoltan did not plan to let him fight. This was as good as Wyatt knew. Even if he involved Devil Merchant Code in this, he would only fail against the librarian. After all, The librarian was someone who made use of the Devil Merchant Code to gain the copyright of the newly invented words of various dark tongues despite the resistance of the native dark tribes to whom those languages belonged. Someone who was capable of that would not have a hard time dealing with Wyatt. Chapter 1599 Trust Date. Time, Location Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace, Sector DSO 909, Infinity Library. I can trust you with my life because Dreadray trusts you. Every time Zoltan responded he only made Wyatt more confused. It was as if Zoltan was speaking a different language. Wyatt found what just Zoltan said downright stupid and did not bother to hide it. Believe me when I say I have had a crazy day, and that is by far the most stupidest thing I have heard today. Wyatt would never trust a person just because a simpleton pixie trusted them. Pixies were so simple-minded that they would help their kidnappers kidnap them. For someone of Zoltan's caliber to make his decisions based on the preference of a cooped-up pixie, now that was nuts. Wyatt, you do know that though pixies are a friendly and joyous bunch, it is not easy for someone to get close to them and gain their trust. It as if they have a supernatural sense when it comes to this, Zoltan explained. As he spoke about the pixies one could see the affection and love he held for the pixies, which was a rare sight in the dark race. As many dark races thought pixies were stupid and annoying, and saw them as prey. Nope. All I did was show a little interest in her life and she became close to me. I do trust Dreadray to recommend me the books I need, but not with my life. A dubious creature with a little brain can gain the affection of these pixies. They are just too simple and gullible. Wyatt spoke the truth. He found Dreadray cute and extended her the common courtesy he would extend to any fellow being. The fact that you would claim something like this instead of accepting it shows that you understand the pixies as I do. Zoltan was starting to see why Dreadray liked Wyatt. This guy was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. If you put in the work to gain his trust, then he will never let you down. Someone like this was hard to come by. Nope, I say this because I am starting to doubt this whole offer. If you are satisfied by something so simple and basic, then there has to be a catch. It makes me doubt you and your leadership in many ways. Zoltan had already informed Wyatt that he might have to risk his life to help him. Knowing this, Wyatt had his concerns of this deal. And from the looks of it, Wyatt was starting to feel like Zoltan planned to use him as a cannon fodder in his plan. Therefore, he could not bring himself to agree to Zoltan's offer. Dreadray stood on the side formally, even though her free spirit would prefer to hover around and explore, as she was in the presence of His Highness Prince Zoltan. She did not seem to be bothered by Wyatt's words. She did not seem to register them as offensive. That's how simple she was. Though Wyatt has not said something very drastic. However, he did claim that their friendship was only good for book recommendations and did not extend beyond that. If it was a human they would take offense to that, but Dreadray took it as a compliment and was happy that Wyatt trusted her to do that. How could one use such simple creatures' closeness as a scale to trust someone? Now that was just crazy. So it was not a surprise Wyatt was having a hard time trusting Zoltan's intentions. Did Belphegor tell the myriad world about the real fragment he used to create the plague egg incubated in him? No, he wouldn't, otherwise he would lose any chance of retrieving it after Wyatt's death along with the remains of the world that Wyatt unleashed the plague on in his final moments. Would the librarian covet a realm fragment? The librarian wouldn't, but Zoltan would. The librarian was rich as hell, but Zoltan was just a part of him with very small authority. Regardless of whether Belphegor was stupid enough to reveal to the myriad realms about the realm fragment or whether the Zoltan was conspiring for the plague egg created using the realm fragment, Wyatt had to be careful dealing with the dark race. That was given. Zoltan looked at Wyatt for a while, understanding that though he could trust Wyatt now, he had to gain Wyatt's trust. After a thought, he turned to Book Guide Pixie and asked, Dreadray, how many newbie demon merchants applied for the Infinity Library card on the day Wyatt applied for it? 10,011 demon merchants applied for the library card on the same day as Wyatt, Your Highness, Dreadray answered after accessing the library array for the information. And how many of them were friendly and treated their library guide with respect? Zoltan asked, knowing that pixies share everything with each other. It was not considered gossip because they treated their whole tribe like a family. So for them, it was like sharing their day at work with their parents and siblings. Since the Darius Mall branch of the Infinity Library fell under the jurisdiction of the Forest Guide Pixie tribe of Book Guide Pixies, it was not surprising that Dreadray would be aware of how each of the 10,011 newbie demon merchants treated their personal Book Guide Pixie. About 7,605 newbie demon merchants were friendly and treated their guides with respect, Dredre answered, immediately remembering every conversation she had with her fellow pixies on that day. Listening to Dredre's answer, Wyatt was surprised to learn that about 7,600 newbie demon merchants actually treated their guides kindly, as he had heard from Dredre that demon merchants do not tend to treat pixies as beings but as tools to help them navigate the library. How many of those demon merchants continued to treat their guides the same after knowing that book guide pixies cannot give them any discount on the books they borrow or buy? With this, one could guess the point Zoltan was trying to make with this series of questions. 1. What is the name of that demon merchant? Dalton Wyatt. Chapter 1600 VVIP membership date. Time. Location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace, Sector DS0909, Infinity Library. Now, Dalton Wyatt, do you understand why I would hold you in a higher regard compared to other demon merchants? Zoltan asked with a gentle smile, confident that he had sealed the deal with his clever explanation. Nope, I still think it is pretty stupid. Because I know a whole generation of humans, of both genders, willing to give an arm or leg to simp over such adorable creature. Look at her, how can any bring themselves to mistreat and verbally abuse her? Wyatt said, pointing at Dredre. He was not wrong, the people of Earth would freaking go gaga over Dredre. They would not hesitate to make her their queen. Cults would rise in her honor and people would worship her as their cute goddess. Even China would declare her and her kind as their national treasure, kicking the pandas to the curb. Yes, pixies were so cute that they could put the pandas out of business. Wyatt guessed it was the cultural difference between the Earth and the Dark Realm. Only the humans of Earth, who have grown soft after decades of peace and modern entertainment, would appreciate the cuteness of pixies and would do anything to protect them, but the dark races who were in constant conquest appreciated strength. They would immediately categorize the pixies as slaves and even as food. Listening to Wyatt call her adorable, Dredre giggled but then immediately suppressed it. Since she was in the presence of the prince, she had to be professional. Excuse me, what is a simp? Zoltan asked, hearing a new word. It is a disease. Do not worry, considering the culture of the dark races, it's not a surprise that you guys have not come in contact with it enough to term it, and I don't see it happening in the near future. Wyatt brushed off explaining simp to Zoltan and continued to say, this is not going anywhere, just promise me that you are not conspiring anything and will not use me as a cannon fodder in your grand plan. This was how much the Infinity Library meant to Wyatt. He was willing to risk his life and enter a deal with Zoltan just to have his ban lifted. Someone like Wyatt would always prioritize knowledge over anything. That has been his motto so far. Therefore it was not a surprise that he would risk his life for knowledge. However, he also understood just because he could does not mean he should touch the forbidden knowledge, as some things were better kept a mystery. Dalton Wyatt, I will be honest with you. I am recruiting your help to trust my life to you when the time comes, so you do not have to worry about being conspired against or used as cannon fodder. Still, I will draw up a one-time employment agreement following those terms, and as a payment, I will give you conditional free access to the VVIP membership of the Infinity Library, Zoltan proposed, revealing a hint about what Wyatt had to do for him. Conditional free VVIP membership? Wyatt asked in confusion. Dredre took the opportunity to explain to Wyatt about the VVIP membership of Infinity Library. Wyatt, VVIP membership of Infinity Library is not something one can simply subscribe to. One has to apply for it, and depending on their status the library would decide whether to give them VVIP membership. As for the privileges of the VVIP membership, the members' Demon Devil Merchant Codex will gain an additional page that will give them 24/7 access to the library anywhere in the myriad realms, i.e. not just in the inter-realm city but in the physical plane at their native realm. So the VVIP membership was like Amazon Kindle but better. The members' Demon Devil Codex will gain an extra page specifically for the remote access of the Infinity Library, which will use its connection to the Infinity Library's array formation through Devil Merchant Code to give them access to all of the books in the Infinity Library anytime and anywhere in both physical and spiritual planes. This saves the Demon Devil Merchant the trip to visit the Infinity Library in the inter-realm city in the spiritual plane. Wyatt appreciated the VVIP membership, but remembering it was conditional, Wyatt did not get excited early. Instead asked Zoltan, what is the condition? My condition is that, instead of adding the Infinity Library page to your Demon Codex, I would like you to allot Dredre as your exclusive book guide pixie. She will accompany you in the physical plane and replace the role of the Infinity Library page. You can use her connection to the Infinity Library array to access any book in the library for free. From the moment you accept my deal, you become the guardian of Dredre. I do this because you will be able to enjoy the privileges of the VVIP membership for free until you have Dreadray satisfied and by your side. Zoltan explained his condition, while his true intentions were to let Dreadray explore the myriad realms with Wyatt. He was worried that Dreadray, who lived in the company of her huge tribe, would feel lonely on a physical plane, but this had to be done to see if pixies were capable of functioning as normal outgoing creatures of a similar race such as the pixie dragon and their much naughty and nasty counterpart the dark pixies. Wyatt had no problem with Zoltan's condition as compared to what he was paying him with. It was nothing, but before signing the contract, he turned to Dreadray and asked for her opinion. Dreadray, would you like to accompany me in my world from now on? Yes, Dreadray readily agreed. Pixies were shut-ins, they would not leave their territory until it was absolutely necessary, yet she readily agreed to Wyatt, showing how much trust and faith she had in Wyatt to be willing to step out of her comfort zone. Seeing Wyatt being considerate enough to ask for Dreadray's consent, Zoltan knew he had chosen the right person for the task. Even though Wyatt just had the power of a demon master Reem, he made up for his lack of strength with his trustworthy character. Chapter 1601 Unable to afford rent. Date. Time, location Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace, Sector DS0909, Infinity Library. It might seem as if Zoltan was looking at every action and word of Wyatt with rose-tinted glasses. However, he was actually viewing them under a microscope. Yet, he saw Wyatt in a positive light because he saw similarities in the personality traits of the pixies and Wyatt. If any other demon merchant were given the same contract with a condition-free VVIP membership to Infinity Library, they would sign it immediately, forgetting everything else. This wasn't an assumption, but Zoltan has seen it happening. After all, a VVIP membership to Infinity Library was a status symbol. It could get one to places and open doors that were previously closed for them. Wyatt's reaction was different from the other demon merchants. His first thought was to seek Dreadray's opinion if she was willing to accompany him to his world as his exclusive pixie. This could only mean three things: Wyatt was considerate, or Wyatt was devious, or Wyatt was ignorant. Pixies too were very considerate of fellow beings and ignorant when it came to earthly possessions. As for Wyatt being devious enough to resist the charm of the VVIP membership to Infinity Library and continue his act, well, congrats, he managed to fool Zoltan. However, he was going to trust the instincts of the pixies and bet on Wyatt being considerate of Dreadray or ignorant of what he was gaining. You sure you won't miss your friends and family? Wyatt reminded Dreadray what accompanying him to his home world meant. She would have to relocate far from her tribe where all her friends and family members were. Don't worry, silly, I can always use the Devil Merchant code to meet them. Dreadray hovered next to Wyatt and stood on his shoulder, breaking all the protocols of the professional training her tribe had given her, turning her from a bubbly, free-spirited forest guide pixie to a formal, polite book guide pixie. Fine, if you say so, Wyatt muttered as he signed the one-time employment contract drawn up by Zoltan. As soon as the contract was signed, Zoltan said, I have updated your membership status, your ban is lifted, and now you can access the books from the Infinity Library wherever and whenever in the Myriad Realms. Anything else I can help you with? Yes, it is about the Myriad Realm race records of the Infinity Library. It says it's the recorded all of the races across the Myriad Realms, but is it though? Wyatt asked Zoltan as he had doubts about someone being able to record all the races across the Myriad Realms. Why do you ask? Did you come across a race not recorded in the Myriad Realm race records? Zoltan seemed well prepared for this question, as if he had to answer the same question to many library members. Yes, I did. The white sinister snake that Belphegor's corpse puppet devil daughter Agony has is not recorded in the Myriad Realm race records. Wyatt refrained from bringing up Cory as apparently, it looks like Park has many enemies and friends from her time in Dark Realm. Wyatt did not know under which category the Infinity Library fell in. That snake's origin is a mystery. Apparently its egg was discovered in the ruins of the primordial sector of the Myriad Realms by Belheger's daughter. It appears to be the last of its race. It isn't the only one. There are many beings and monsters across the Myriad Realms whose origins are shrouded in mystery. We had to make a separate book on them. Check it out when you are free, Zoltan explained briefly and added, I will contact you through Dreadray when I need your help. It will be soon, so you better start getting your things in order back home right away. See you then. With that, Zoltan teleported Wyatt and Dreadray to the VVIP members' lounge using the library array. Arriving there, Dreadray asked, Wyatt, what books do you want? It can wait. I will deal with other things first. You go get your things in order and let us meet on the physical plane. now that he could access the books of the Infinity Library whenever and wherever. Wyatt decided to first check on his native sector to see what Zoltan was talking about. Okay. With that, Dreadray teleported Wyatt to the threshold of the Infinity Library, and she left to make arrangements to accompany Wyatt on the physical plane. Dear Demon Merchant, do you want to leave Sector DS0909 and move to Sector S0012? Yes, no, note. You are entering your native sector, so standard offering practice will be followed. Yes, dear Demon Merchant, using Spirit Transfer Array to travel from Sector DS0909 to Sector S0012. Note. Spirit Transfer Array takes the Demon Merchant's spiritual body that has entered it and transfers them to the Inter-Realm City. Dear Demon Merchant, welcome to Sector S0012. Note, behave. Being carried out of the White Tunnel by an invisible force, Wyatt appeared next to a fountain. He looked around Sector S0012 from where he stood and was dumbfounded, seeing that it had undergone a huge transformation. Even after the transformation, it had no development whatsoever. However, its barren land had expanded from 100 acres to 100,000 acres. Soon Wyatt learned what had happened. It turns out that suddenly some demon merchant had rented the entire 99,999 acres of land surrounding the acre he had rented. As a result, the rent of the land had been jacked up to an insane price, such that Wyatt could no longer afford to continue to rent the 1 acre he had previously rented. He could afford it with his VR universe wealth, but from a business point of view, trying to harvest the liquid rule power in this sector was no longer as cost-effective as before. Who would do this? Since the only other demon merchant to use this sector other than him was the young Red-Foot dwarf, he was one of the suspects, but considering that he slept next to the fountain to cultivate instead of renting a small piece of land, it can be seen that it did not have the capital to pull off something like this. If not him, then who? Chapter 1602. Hacking. Date. Time. Location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace, Sector S0012. After the young red-footed dwarf, the obvious suspect was Belphegor. Considering that someone of Zoltan's status warned him about the situation, it was clear that it had to him. But Wyatt did not understand what Belphegor could possibly get from this. He understood him banning him from the Infinity Library and blacklisting him in Sector DS0909 was an attempt to stop him from using external help to get rid of the Plague Egg. But this did not make any sense. Or after losing to Wyatt so many times, this was his way of sticking it to him. This was downright petty. Now that Wyatt was making money through the VR universe and had a little funds to spare, he was planning to expand his liquid rule power and soul power business, but Belphegor had now put an end to it. There was still hope. Wyatt did not believe Belphegor would be spending a fortune to rent the land forever. For someone of Belphegor's caliber, renting 99,999 acres of land in an unknown sector was like spending pocket change, but if he were to do this for long, then the pocket change would add up to a small fortune. Belphegor's willingness to spend a fortune to hurt Wyatt's startup should not be surprising, as he had already shown that he had crossed the threshold where he was willing to harm himself to harm Wyatt by sacrificing his Worldhog incarnation and a realm fragment to create the Plague Egg. Wyatt wondered if Belphegor had done something similar in Sector NS7878 to hurt his liquid soul energy startup. If he had to guess, Wyatt would bet that Belphegor had indeed done something similar in the Sector NS7878. Just as Wyatt was preparing to head to check on Sector NS7878, multiple demon merchants appeared next to the fountain of Sector ES0012. Noticing Wyatt, they glared at him with an unfriendly gaze as they pointed at Wyatt and whispered about him to each other. Wyatt noticed that all the demon merchants in the group belonged to various dark races from the Dark Realm, and he got the feeling that these demon merchants not only knew him but hated him. So Wyatt refrained from reaching out to them and making small talk to inquire about their identity and purpose in this sector. Seeing them head to the barren land and begin to build infrastructure on it, Wyatt assumed that these demon merchants might be from Belphegor's faction and that they had invested in this sector under the direction of Belphegor. Other than that, Wyatt could not think of any other reason why these demon merchants would willingly leave Sector DS0909 and invest to develop ES0012. Wyatt guessed that the demon merchants were developing infrastructures in S0012 to recover some of the money they were spending on renting such a huge piece of land. Shaking his head, Wyatt prepared to head to NS7878, but before he could, he got a notification from his demon merchant codex, which read, "Dear demon merchant, an external entity is trying to break into your golden grimoire housing your demon merchant codex. The demon merchant codex has successfully managed to stop the invasion. Going through the notification, Wyatt immediately understood that someone was trying to hack into his golden grimoire on the physical plane, taking advantage of the fact that Wyatt was in a coma. Since he was in the base of the freedom fighter, who else could it be other than them trying to hack into Wyatt's grimoire? Wyatt immediately identified that they were after the VR universe. Regardless of what the freedom fighters claimed, their actions were starting to seem more like thieves than revolutionaries. If not for the security of the Demon Merchant Codex, the freedom fighters would have been successful in their attempt. I cannot catch a break, can I? Wyatt decided to return to the physical plane to save the clowns from wasting time on their fruitless attempts and welcome Dreadray. Now that Wyatt had gotten the coordinates of the Yellow Plains, he saw no need to continue the charades, especially when the freedom fighters tried to steal from him again. Date, time, location. In a luxurious palace with boundless walls covered by never-ending rows of bookshelves, a small humanoid child with ape-like features sat on a pile of books, naked, reading a book without any care in the world. It visibly seemed to be at peace reading the book. As the small creature enjoyed the book in its hand, a dark portal opened in front of it and two tall figures with different vicious features wearing armor stepped into the hall. Without making any noise, they kneeled in front of the creature. Hours passed by and the two armor-donning figures patiently kneeled in front of the creature, not daring to make any sound or any form of disturbance. Waiting for the creature to finish reading the book in its hand and finally spare some attention to them. That was a good book, the creature said, closing the book. Then it looked at the two figures kneeling by the foot of the pile of books it was sitting on and asked, "What is it?" "Sir Librarian, young Master Zalton has used his authority to undo your arrangement," one of the creatures in armor informed. "I thought at least this one would be different," the librarian uttered, and then ordered, "Arrange for him to enter the pit. Let's see if he manages to crawl out of it." "Yes, Your Highness," the two figures agreed in unison. Then the librarian looked at them and asked, "What do you think, will he be able to survive the pit?" The two creatures in armor hesitated, but the one with seniority responded first, "Your Highness, though young Master Zalton is a part of you, he was raised by those pixies, and not to mention, young Master chose to forego his innate power system and adapt the power system of the pixies. So, it will be difficult for young Master Zalton to survive the pit." Listening to his subordinates, the librarian shook his head and said, "You may be right. As a reward for your loyalty to me, I gave each of you a part of me. Each of you nurtured my part, gifted to you into a great warrior or conqueror or scholar. However, only the pixies managed to gain my love. So, I would not underestimate them so much." Chapter 1603, The Bishop and the Queen. Date, time, location, Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace. "You guys, I did not think you people would stoop to this level. How is this in accordance with our cause?" Joy berated Henrix and the other figureheads of the freedom fight who barged into the basement of her Plague Palace and began to break into unconscious Wyatt's grimoire. Then she turned to Baylor, knowing his history with Wyatt's parents. "You too." As the only known demigod realm plague doctor, Joy was sought by many, both for her medical and assassination prowess. Just her appearance fee was a fortune for many. She was among the top paid demigods in the card world, right below demigod Windsor. Yet she gave up on all that and joined the freedom fighters for next to nothing, believing in their cause. She never regretted her decision, but today, seeing the actions of the freedom fighters, she was beginning to. She knows that just having a great cause would not help them accomplish it. They will need a lot of help in the form of manpower and capital. However, there were many other ways to mass wealth than stealing from a child. Not just any child, but the one that chose to sacrifice his life for the card world and its people. This was not the same as stealing from the government, the royal families, the capital region nobles, sects, etc. He has no say in this. The demigod in charge of finance suddenly spoke up, fearing Joy's words would motivate Baylor to do something crazy. It wasn't easy for him to get Baylor and Luna to stay out of this. He did not want Joy to excite these two again. The demigod in charge of finance did not stop there. He continued to say, "If we do not do this, we will not be able to pay your sky-high fee, and besides, the boy is in a coma. All that money will be lost once he dies. So do not think of this as stealing, but helping him put the money to a better use." "My sky-high fees? You know better than anyone that I am only charging for the resources I need to use my healing skills. If I were to start charging you with my service fee, I don't think you guys can afford it." Joy was pissed listening to the demigod in charge of the finances complain about the price of her healing skill. At first, when Joy joined the freedom fighters, She used her personal wealth to help treat the members of the freedom fighters, as the world was not aware of her involvement with the freedom fighters, so she made up for the losses taking on more work. However, once her involvement with the freedom fighters was revealed, she started to charge for the resources needed to use her healing skill, and sometimes when they could not afford to pay her, she would use the wealth she had saved up to help treat the members. Hearing these ungrateful words, she doubted if it was worth it. She gave up on everything she built with her hard work and did her best for the freedom fighters and their cause, only to hear such words. Yes, she was starting to wonder if demigod Windsor's choice was the right one, and she chose poorly in a moment of excitement. Apologize. Henrix glared at the demigod in charge of the finances and ordered him to apologize to Joy. Everybody in the basement was aware that if not for Joy and her sacrifices for the freedom fighters would never have been able to survive to make a comeback by stealing the only known source of silver milk. Demigod in charge of finance clenched his fist in humiliation, as in the basement it wasn't just the figureheads of the freedom fighters present but also the other injured members of the freedom fighters receiving treatment. Still, seeing the look in Henrix's eyes, he swallowed the shame and rage he felt and apologized to Joy. "I was wrong, plague Dr. Joy." With that, the basement had once again fallen into awkward silence while the demigod in charge of finances received a text from Henrix. "Ned, why? Why do you do this? Why do you always have to be the bad guy? Over the years we have managed to gather great minds with kind hearts, together we could have thought of something else." To which the demigod in charge of finances, Ned, replied, "I rather they blame me for all the bad things than they starve to death unable to make the difficult choices because of their righteousness. Henrix, these people have joined our cause, so it is our responsibility to take care of them." Nobody in the basement even had a hint of the exchange between Ned and Henrix. Except for Henrix, none of them knew Ned's true role in the freedom fighters. If Henrix was the face of the freedom fighters, then Ned was the shadow of the freedom fighters. As for his role as the in charge of the freedom fighters' finances, it helped him keep track of all the members of the freedom fighters, from the common members to the top brass. He could track all their activities based on their financial statements. Ned was well aware that all the people gathered here were not 100% okay with breaking into Wyatt's grimoire for his wealth in the VR universe. If not for the urgent financial troubles the freedom fighters were facing, more than half of them would stop the rest from attempting something so morally compromising. As for people like Joy, they would rather suffer than participate in something morally compromising. But the freedom fighters could not afford such a mentality at this point, as too many lives were depending on them. Their cause was no longer a popular dream but a revolution fueled by countless lives. For their sake, someone had to make the difficult choice. This was where Ned, as the shadow of freedom fighters, shone. He proposed the difficult choices, put them into action, and got the necessary results to keep them alive. He took all the blame but shared the glory and fruits with all. Damn it, what happened? I failed. Breaking into this kid's grimoire is proving to be impossible. Chapter 1604 Slap Date. Time, Location Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace. What do you mean impossible? It is just a golden grimoire, how hard can it be? I have seen you break into diamond grimoires in under a minute, Ned asked the demigod trying to break into Wyatt's grimoire. Well, what can I say? I tried everything I usually use and think of on the spot but I failed to break into it repeatedly. I don't think that it is a regular golden grimoire. Since the boy is capable of creating something like VR universe, I would not be surprised if he has modified his grimoire, the demigod explained. He seemed to be very impressed by whatever modification Wyatt had down to his golden grimoire. So, you are giving up already? Ned asked in shock. This incident told more about Wyatt's capability than the demigod's failure. No, I have collected the data. Give me some time, I will figure something out. The demigod was not embarrassed, unable to break into Wyatt's grimoire. Instead he seemed to be motivated. Time, unfortunately, we do not have that, Ned uttered as he was really counting on Wyatt's wealth to meet the freedom fighters' immediate financial needs, but this failure put a hold on all his plans. Ned then looked around the basement and realized this was not the conversation he was supposed to be having in the presence of the regular members of the freedom fighters. However, he underestimated them. These guys did not join the freedom fighters for money or riches, they joined it because they believed in its cause. Every day they got up from bed hoping to get a step closer to achieving their cause. Commander Ned, a card king who was having his lower torso rebuilt by Joy's microorganisms, spoke up, gaining the attention of every soul in the basement. I have some money saved up for my daughter's marriage. It is not a lot, but I hope you would put it to good use, the Card King said. But then, looking at the complicated looks on his commander's face, he smiled and said, Sir, she prefers a small wedding. So please do not feel burdened to use this money. Immediately after the Card King, another member getting his left half of chest and shoulder treated spoke up, Sir, my son is dumb. I don't think he can ever pass middle school. I will be happy if he ever manages to graduate high school. So, please put his college funds to good use. Soon one by one the members of the freedom fighters began to offer the money they had set aside for their family to help with the financial crisis. Each one of these guys was capable of leading a life that many dreamed of and struggled their whole life to achieve, but they earned enough to settle their families and set some aside as a safety net. Then jumped on the opportunity to achieve something they felt was greater than them. The reason and motivation behind their choice was different, but they all believed in the one cause. And for that, they did not hesitate to make further sacrifices. As they truly believed what they were fighting for was greater than them. The demigods, who had used their entire net worth to keep the freedom fighters running so far, could not help but feel useless. The reason they went through all the trouble to shoulder the burden of keeping the freedom fighters running was because they not only wanted to protect the cause they stood for, but also the people who believed in their cause. However, now they could not help but feel they were failing both their cause and the people who believed their cause. Regardless of their thoughts, the demigods were happy, feeling that their sacrifice until now in the name of the cause was all worth it. Even though they had yet to achieve their cause, seeing the members step up in their time of need showed that though they were far from achieving their cause, they had made undeniable progress. I heard there is no honor among thieves, but you guys give it a new meaning. To think the freedom fighters would stoop low to steal money for their members' families in the name of a cause that is supposedly greater than all of them. Shame on you, a stern voice echoed in the basement of the Plague Palace, breaking the emotional moment the members and the figureheads of the freedom fighters were having. This statement instantly brought a wave of dissatisfaction among the members of the freedom fighters, especially the demigods, as it targeted them. The enraged crowd searched for the source of the statement, found that it originated from the center of the basement. As their gaze converged on the clear water pool, they saw Wyatt hover out of the pool and glance over them arrogantly until his gaze finally stopped on Joy, and he said, You have some interesting skills. It is a pity that you are a part of this band of thieves. The crowd was dumbstricken to find that Wyatt continued to be arrogant under their intimidating glare. Before they could react, Luna exclaimed, Wyatt, you are awake. Luna dashed at Wyatt in excitement. Unlike her reserved self in the Sky Blossom City, she directly threw herself in Wyatt's embrace, but to her dismay, Wyatt stepped aside. Then raising his left hand high, he slapped her defenseless soft cheek with all his might. Luna crashed into the clear water pool below as the thunderous sound of the slap echoed in the basement. Consider yourself lucky. If not for Anna and the Southern royal family, I would have killed you for stealing from me, Wyatt said, not sparing a glance at Luna, who crashed into the pool below, but he continued to stare down the intimidating glares that had converged at him. These people had stolen from him. He should not be afraid of them, but they should be afraid of him. Date, time, location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace. Wyatt glanced over all the demigods in the basement, registering their faces, then his gaze stopped on Ned. With a sneer, he said, You knew exactly what you were doing. Man, just a few perfectly timed words, and you had the crowd ready to lay their life and their families' lives for your great cause. I guess you are the shrewd one, the glue keeping this broken organization together. You are not as strong as others, but have mastered the power of communication to the point where you can easily play with people's hearts. Wyatt's spiritual body had long returned to his physical body. However, hearing the figureheads of freedom fighters in a heated discussion, he chose to spy on them to learn about his enemies, only to find that they were bankrupt and had no money to run their organization. Wyatt was aware that the freedom fighters were running low on funds, but for them to become bankrupt in a single night came as a huge shocker to him. So he immediately accessed the VR universe to go through the records of his information network to check what he had missed. Soon he learned about the freedom fighters being ambushed by the Pa clan and forces that were once their allies or worked together with them. Following this trial, he uncovered the massive conspiracy against the freedom fighters. Because of the hate spread against them purposefully by the world leaders, they were being hunted down by everyone in the card world. Even the small guilds from third-rate cities were after them. What was shocking was the people who were grateful to the freedom fighters for their help had also turned against them after hearing the rumors that the freedom fighters were planning to monopolize the silver milk powder. The allure of the silver milk powder even turned the allies and friends of the freedom fighters into their haters, allowing the Pa clan's ambush on the freedom fighters to become so successful that it drove them to bankruptcy, which even the central government could not do back in the day. If not for the assistance from the silver milk powder, Pa clan could not have achieved this. Worse, the secret reverse dungeons that the members of the freedom fight used to travel between worlds were being uncovered by motivated pathfinders at an astonishing rate. The freedom fighters only thought that 1/3 of their reverse dungeons were compromised when more than half of their reverse dungeons were compromised. Seeing how Henrix issued all members to report to their respective bases unaware of this important piece of news, the freedom fighters were going to see more casualties. It was going to be a massacre. The worst thing about this was that these were good people who were willing to sacrifice their lives for a better future for everyone, even their enemies. As Wyatt was digesting this information, he was simultaneously listening in on the heated discussion between the top brass of the freedom fighters. He was impressed by the demigod Ned. This guy came off as a third-rate villain, but actually, he had the whole room under his control. To the regular members, Ned showed the helplessness and struggle of their leaders who had fallen to the point where they had to compromise their moral standing and break into the grimoire of a child just to ensure that their organization kept running. He then skillfully brought up the ugly topic of the freedom fighters' lack of funds by blaming Joy for charging high fees to use her healing skills. When everyone in the basement was clear, her healing skill consumed a lot of precious and expensive resources, and currently Joy was using her wealth to help heal them all. Ned noticed the dissatisfaction in Joy's eyes as the direct result of his actions. But he did nothing about it, knowing she could take it. Lastly, when his plan to use Wyatt's wealth to keep the freedom fighters running hit a roadblock, he timely ignited the crackers he planted in the hearts of the regular members by showing the struggles the figureheads of the freedom fighters were facing to keep things going, motivating the members to step up and help their leaders even at the cost of harming the interest of the families they abandoned for the great cause. Ned used the persona of a crude, narrow-minded person to dig up the rude and difficult stuff that people rather not think about, and then gave them an easy way out of it by making the difficult decisions for them while all they had to do was quietly follow his lead like a herd of speed. The difficult thing was to convince the first few, then the rest would follow blindly. The best thing about all of this was not that Ned had managed to find temporary funds, but that he had relieved the dissatisfaction of the demigods that he forced to compromise their morals. This was especially true for Plague Dr. Joy. The doubt in her eyes had vanished and replaced with, well, joy as she saw the members of the freedom fighters step up. At this point, when the emotion among the freedom fighters was running high, Wyatt decided to make his entry, planning to take full advantage of the stage Ned had created. Right now the trust among the freedom fighters was at its peak. However, if everything were to go in accordance with Wyatt's plans, that would not be the case for long. As of now, the freedom fighters were alone in the world with no allies or friends to depend on. They had little to no information from the outside world, as they had ceased all their activities and asked all members to report to their respective bases. Combined with their state of bankruptcy, it would not be wrong to say that the freedom fighters were at their weakest and most vulnerable right now. How could Wyatt just let go of such an opportunity? Since they dared to steal from him, he had no compassion or mercy for them. In response to Wyatt's words, Ned shook his head and, pointing at the clear water pool below, he said, "You should not have done that." Date, time, location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace. Swoosh. Wyatt closed his eyes, feeling a sudden headache. When he opened them, he found Luna's face right in front of his, so close that he could feel her breath on his lips. Wyatt noticed that Luna's pupils had morphed into a starry night sky. Soon he felt wetness on his chest. When he looked down to check, he found that Luna's hand had pierced through it, and then turned his head to look behind him to find his beating heart in her bloody arm. Registering what had transpired in the fraction of a second he had his eyes closed, Wyatt returned to look into Luna's starry pupils with his soul pupils, only to hear Luna say, "I was aiming for your mutant ego gem, but it moved in the last second. So I could only settle for the next best thing in your chest, your heart." Fuck, she is going to kill him. Joy and Baylor panicked and were about to rush to his rescue, but Henrix, who saw Wyatt fight the devil and survive worse than this, stopped them, saying, "Wyatt can take care of himself. But just in case, Joy informed me the instant the plague egg in his body acts up." Henrix, listen to them. Luna will kill him. That little girl is crazy, Ned stressed based on his personal experience. Fuck, are all of you sisters insane? Wyatt said, referring to the crazy in Anne, and now Luna. Was this the direct result of the burden royal children faced? Regardless, He was super surprised by the strength and speed Luna erupted. It was beyond the limits of a card king, even a card emperor. I am keeping it. Luna pulled out her hand from Wyatt's chest while holding his heart, widening the hole in his chest. Wyatt did not even flinch as she did so, scaring the shit out of the onlookers, the regular members of the freedom fighters. As Luna summoned a storage card and prepared to preserve Wyatt's heart in it, to her disappointment his heart and every drop of his blood suddenly turned black, oozing malicious curse energy. Not only did it destroy the heart but also made it so that it could not be used for cursing Wyatt. Meanwhile, the hole in Wyatt's chest healed in an instant and then his skin began to fall off. To be accurate, all the cells in his body began to be replaced, as they were all tainted by Joy's microorganism. After giving the cells energy to heal, the corpse of the microorganism inside the cells act as a sensor for Joy, allowing her to monitor the physical body of the tainted. Wyatt had no evidence to back that she could do a lot more, but he did not mind taking caution. Seeing this, Joy frowned and said, "I cannot monitor plague egg in his body anymore. Not that I could earlier." While healing Wyatt, Joy tried to find the plague sealed in his body to study it and see if she could learn from it, if possible find a cure for it, but to her surprise, she could not find it in his body. Either Wyatt had a very advanced and mysterious sealing method, or he never incubated the egg in him in the first place. As Joy scoured through his physical body using her plague, she could not find anything peculiar about Wyatt except for his mutated ego gem and extremely sturdy physique. Most of Wyatt's secrets were in his Calamity Soul gems, so Joy could not uncover any of them, let alone come in contact with them. Crushing the black heart in her hands into the dirt, Luna's starry pupils locked on Wyatt as she said, "IWWAANNT Anathir Ani, TTTH Hisani Ias Aruaned." No, Luna was not speaking oddly, but Wyatt's mind's processing power had slowed down by a huge margin. So much so that he did not even realize that Luna had already closed the distance between them and once again almost pierced his chest to pluck his beating heart right out of it. Thankfully, he had given the hive eye the persimmon to control his body if Luna used her ability to mess with his mind again, which saved him from another loss at her hand. Earlier, when Wyatt had experienced a sudden headache, it was the doing of Luna's weird ability. It had messed up his brain's processing power, such that the things that would normally take him a fraction of a millisecond to process now took more than a second to process. Therefore, even though Luna was showing the speed of a peak card king, Wyatt felt like she was attacking him with the speed of a demigod. If not for his hive AI taking emergency action to move his Calamity Soul gem in the last second, earlier, Luna would have grasped his Calamity Soul gem instead of his heart. So, after experiencing a loss earlier, Wyatt gave hive AI partial reign on his physical body. This way, even though this mind was being messed up by Luna's ability, hive AI would take control of his body and take defensive and if necessary offensive measures. Luna was surprised to find that though her ability worked on Wyatt, somehow his body was able to defend against her attacks. Luna was not happy with this result, so she increased the effect of her skill on Wyatt to the point that it was not just messing with his brain anymore but his nervous system too. If this move was used on any other card master, they would permanently be paralyzed or even enter a coma. With the nervous system of Wyatt's body under the influence of Luna's ability, the hive AI had no choice but to lift the taboo limiter on his body and summon the 11 pairs of floating hands and heads. Before Luna could react, the arms vanished and appeared behind her. While one pair of arms blocked her eyes, the source of her weird ability, the other 10 pairs of arms held her down. With Luna's vision being obstructed, her skill's effect on Wyatt lifted. His mind and his nervous system returned to normal. If not for hive AI, he would have been in deep shit right about now. Date, time, location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Plague Palace. Now that is a weird but powerful ability, Wyatt said as he finally freed himself from Luna's ability. His soul pupils noticed that the unparalleled bloodline Luna gained from her grandma had perfectly mixed and enhanced the bloodline she gained from her mother, giving rise to a monstrous bloodline technique. Luna struggled to break free from the grasp of the 10 pairs of floating arms holding her down, however her power was just not enough, it kept falling short, causing her to struggle harder, relentlessly. It was so jarring that even Wyatt began to worry that she would twist her bones. Especially her neck. "Stop it, or I will beat you until you are unconscious." One of Wyatt's floating heads moved next to Luna's ear and whispered. Luna did stop struggling, but her face was flushed, feeling Wyatt's breath on her ear, cheek, and neck. Then she said, "Wyatt, I did not know you were into BDSM, I misunderstood you earlier. Come on, slap me again." This time I will play along. Anything for you, baby. Wyatt was taken aback by her words. He turned to look at the demigods and his gaze momentarily paused on Henrix and then finally stopped on Ned, and he said, seriously, out of all the reputed researchers in the world, you hired her as the head of your R&D department. Tell me she wasn't your first pick. How do you know she is the head of our R&D department? Most people in our organization don't know that yet, a demigod asked Wyatt. With a grin, Wyatt prepared to answer him, but before he could mouth a word, Ned interrupted him saying, guys, this is not that appropriate place to discuss that. Let us move to the conference room and no longer disturb the patients. Madam Joy, please forgive our intrusion. Ned saw through what Wyatt was trying to do. To an alert mind, it might appear that Wyatt had purposefully let this slip, but not accidentally, like some sort of display of strength. But there was more to it. Actually, it was an ad to show the regular members of the Freedom Fighters what he was capable of, to win their admiration. That would be Wyatt's first step to turn the regular members against the top brass of the Freedom Fighters. Ned could not sit by and watch Wyatt do as he pleased in their territory. So he signaled Henrix with his eyes to remove Wyatt from the basement of the Plague Palace as soon as possible. Knowing that if Wyatt was given the opportunity to speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Now then, it would only undo what he had done. Wyatt, let me show you to the conference room, said Henrix, and in an instant, he teleported Wyatt out of the basement of the Plague Palace to a luxurious conference room. As Wyatt was teleported, he caught a glimpse of Ned nodding his head at him with a smirk, basking in his victory. Well played, Wyatt uttered, but he was already in the conference room. Now that Luna was no longer in his sight, his 11 pairs of the floating arms and heads suddenly appeared behind him. Wyatt shook his head in dismay as Luna unknowingly foiled his plan to gather the support of the regular members of the Freedom Fighters before he discussed their future with their figureheads. Wyatt had perfectly timed his entry, right when regular members had a hint of regret that in a spur of the moment, they decided to donate the little safety money they set aside for their family to the Freedom Fighters. Wyatt's timely words claiming that Freedom Fighters were stealing from their own members had managed to ignite that tiny regret in their hearts into a wonder that the leaders they trusted would not let them do something that could harm their family, would they? Ned had set the stage, and Wyatt had managed to gather their attention with his timely words and attention-grabbing entrance. However, he underestimated one person, Luna. Her intervention switched the people's minds to an even more interesting topic, a gossip. A gossip about the relationship between Luna and Wyatt. Wyatt would still have salvaged the situation if Luna had stayed down. Instead, she went berserk, changing the whole atmosphere of the room. Still, Wyatt did not give up. However, Ned had already seen through to what he was up to and put an end to it using Henrix's ability. Kid, you are good. Not a single person in that room was aware of Ned's play, but you saw through him, Henrix complimented Wyatt. As he was genuinely impressed by him. Wyatt was not only capable, strength-wise and intellectual-wise, but also wisdom-wise. Henrix could not understand how a 17-year-old could possibly be so good. Well, I am surprised that you are okay with him tricking the regular members of the Freedom Fighters into donating the money they saved for their family to your so-called cause. Wyatt has seen Henrix's nature firsthand. So he was indeed surprised that he was allowing Ned to do this. This is only temporary. Once we are back on our feet, we will return their money with interest, Henrix answered, but his eyes were an obvious indicator that he was not okay with it on so many levels. However, this was a necessary evil, just like them trying to break into Wyatt's grimoire. He would not have been able to survive a second in central government if he was not well equipped to cope with these kinds of situations. Is that what Ned said to get you on board with his little plan? What if the Freedom Fighters lose? Not only will those families lose their precious family members, but also be left financially insecure. Have you thought of that? I bet you never thought the day when Freedom Fighter would be bankrupt would come, especially with your ability. But it came, didn't it? Chapter 1608 Gone Date. Time, location Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Conference Room. Clap clap. Echoes of claps reverberated in the conference room. It was Ned. He made a dramatic entry while using the sound of his claps to snap Henrix out of his deep contemplation. Holy shit, kid. Had I been a few seconds late, you would have turned my friend against me. I can't imagine how the Southern royal family managed a monster like you, Ned said as he took a seat on the round stone table in the conference room. Wyatt did not humor Ned's words. Instead he said, "Let me guess, others are not coming. I would love to hear what reason you gave them to keep them out of this discussion." Kid, I know better than to play with fire. Since I cannot avoid it, obviously, I will take precautionary measures, Ned said, signaling Wyatt to take a sit. Wyatt did not take a sit, instead stared dead into Ned's eyes and said, "How about an apology?" Apology for what? Ned asked, as if he had no idea what Wyatt was talking about. Apology for stealing my Silver Beach dungeon, apology for trying to break into my grimoire. Need I go on? Wyatt recounted their crime to Ned, not that Ned needed a reminder, but on this occasion, he somehow seemed to have forgotten them. Why should we be the ones to apologize for you being weak? If you were not weak, you would not have given the dungeon to the Southern royal family, allowing us to steal from them. If you were not weak, you would not lay defenseless in an unknown territory. Be happy they only tried to break into your grimoire and not your, you know what I mean. Ned chose the strategy of blaming the victim, and he was not subtle about it. After all, there was no right reason for him to defend the actions of the freedom fighters against Wyatt. Bang! You shameless bastard! Wyatt yelled in rage as he slammed his fist on the stone chair next to him, breaking it into tiny pieces. Then, regaining his calm, he apologized. "Sorry, let me clean this mess." "It is okay, leave it," Ned excused Wyatt's outburst. However, he was suspicious about it, as it felt out of place to him. He did not dare to make the mistake of underestimating Wyatt because of his age, but he could not see what Wyatt could possibly gain by doing this. "No problem, I said I would fix it," Wyatt sternly insisted as he summoned his stone Viltronian, which used its stone rule mastery to repair the broken chair in no time. "There, it is fixed," Wyatt said, recalling the stone Viltronian. Then Wyatt glanced at Henrix and Ned. The atmosphere in the room felt awkward after what just transpired. Moving past the awkwardness, Wyatt said, "Looks like we have strong differences of opinion. Since you cannot be bothered to show sincerity, there is no point in continuing this talk. Reach out to me in VR universe when you are ready to apologize." Quote. Ned was confused, wondering if Wyatt was delusional. Did he not know that he was stuck in their base in another world? Did he think this was his house for him to come and go as he pleased? Before preparing to leave, Wyatt turned to Henrix and shared a document to his grimoire, saying, "Consider that information as a thank you gift for bringing Plague Dr. joy. If not for her, I would not have known that the plague egg would have a connection to the devil even after its incarnation's death. That saved me a lot of trouble. I will thank Madame Joy separately next time we meet." Like Ned, Henrix too was confused, unable to understand what Wyatt was up to. He spoke as if he was leaving. Even if the freedom fighters did not limit his movement, this was the other world. Where could he go? However, to their surprise, Wyatt's body disintegrated into dust and vanished with the air, scaring the shit out of them. They could not figure out what just happened. Did Wyatt just kill himself? No, in accordance with what he said a few seconds ago, it appears he left the Yellow Plains world. But to where and how? Fuck. Realizing that Wyatt had actually left, Ned swore. He was planning to trick Wyatt or even force Wyatt into sharing his wealth with them for their cause, but he just left. The only reason he did not take Wyatt seriously despite knowing his capabilities was that he was trapped. Even if the tiger was the king of the jungle, when it gets trapped inside a cage, it has to let go of its pride and become a docile cat to survive. Therefore he had very little sincerity when he asked Wyatt to take a seat so they could begin the discussion. Wyatt was aware of this, therefore he chose to leave the Yellow Plains for now to show the freedom fighters that he was never trapped to begin with. And his gift to Henrix was to tell them that they were trapped in the Yellow Plains, not him. The information Wyatt shared with Henrix was the list of reverse dungeons connecting the card world to the Yellow Plains, uncovered by the world leaders, mobilizing every force at their disposal. Wyatt did this not only as a statement toward Ned, but to protect the lives of thousands of innocent freedom fighters and their family members who would use these compromised reverse dungeons. The allure of silver milk powder was so high that the world leaders would not hesitate to use any means to get their hands on the only source of its key ingredient, silver milk. Leaving only two options for the freedom fighters who would be captured by world leaders: either they betray the freedom fighters to keep their family alive, or die along with their family, proving their loyalty to freedom fighters and faith in their greater cause. Chapter 1609 Crisis Averted. Date, Time, Location: Reverse Dungeon, Yellow Plain Planet, Freedom Fighters Base, Conference Room. Henrix went through the list that Wyatt shared with his grimoire. The situation was so grave that he did not have the time to be shocked. He instinctively yelled, "Damn it." Then he immediately began to contact the Reverse Dungeon Patrol Department to share the information with them and have them warn the regular members regarding the compromised dungeons. Listening to Henrix's yell, Ned, who was staring intently at the chair that Wyatt destroyed and fixed, jumped in a scare. Turning his attention to Henrix, he saw urgency written all over his face, so he chose to wait. After Henrix was done sharing the list of compromised reverse dungeons, connecting the card world to Yellow Plains to the patrol department and explaining the gravity of the situation to them, he shared a copy of the list with Ned too. "What is this?" Ned asked Henrix in confusion. He was aware that they were the names of a few of their reverse dungeon, but he did not understand why Henrix was sharing it with him. "That's the thank you gift from Wyatt," Henrix said, taking a seat at the round table. His knees grew weak understanding the consequence of the grave mistake he almost made, believing that only a third of their reverse dungeons were compromised when more than half were compromised. Did he say where he got this list from? Based on Henrix's reaction and the origin of the list, Ned immediately put two and two together. Since Henrix had already taken the necessary precautionary measures, he was rather interested in knowing how Wyatt got this list. "I have no idea," he did not say. But, how did he get his hands on this list? After being pointed out by Ned, Henrix too began to wonder how Wyatt was able to get such an important piece of information. "I am telling you that boy is more than what meets the eye. He has a big secret to him." Ned's mind almost overloaded trying to figure out how Wyatt had the list of reverse dungeon uncovered by the world leaders. Why does it matter how he got it? We should be content with the fact that he decided to share it with us. Hearing Ned, Henrix immediately understood where the conversation was headed and decided to put an end to it. "Henrix, you don't Ned knew that Henrix had taken a liking to Wyatt and was not willing to go against him anymore, but in this game, there was no room for personal feelings. Ned was about to remind that to his friend but was interrupted midway by Henrix. "Enough, Ned. These past few days I am feeling like I am back in the central government. Freedom fighters used to mean something, now we are like a bunch of bandits stealing from children in our own families. This doesn't feel right." "I did not know you were feeling like this." Ned knew that they were making a few morally questionable choices lately, but he had no idea how much of a toll it was taking on Henrix and the rest. After a pause, Henrix continued to say, "I am starting to think we should never come out of hiding. We should not have lusted for the silver milk powder. We were not ready for something this big. Instead of facing the central government, now we are facing the whole world. Ned, freedom fighters has always been for the world, never against the world." "Whoa, Henrix. This is not the time to throw in the towel. It's time for us to struggle so hard that the shackles should snap off of us. I know these past few days have not been easy, but like always we will soldier through." Ned tried to motivate Henrix, but he was once again interrupted. "Ned, open your damned eyes. If Wyatt had not shared that list with us, I can't even imagine the consequence of that. Ned, I know our cause is important, but it is not greater than the lives of our people. I do not doubt their faith in our cause. They will willingly lay their life for it, but what is the use of a cause when everyone who believes in it or the loved ones of those who fought for it is dead?" Henrix's hands, they were shivering. The room wasn't cold, yet they were shivering as if the room temperature was in negative. His hands did not shiver when he fought the strongest of foes in the coldest of mountains, but now they were shivering imagining the consequence had Wyatt not shared the list with him. He was not worried about the members of the freedom fighters being ambushed, they knew what they signed up for. He was worried for their families. He used to sit in the same room and chairs as the world leaders, and he knew full well about the worst they were capable of. He could not imagine that for his enemies, let alone the members of freedom fighters and their families. "You are thinking too much into it, Henrix. We managed to avoid the incident, remember? Why don't you relax?" Ned could see that Henrix was shaken up by this incident. "Ned, you don't get it." Henrix was pissed that his friend was not able to grasp the gravity of the situation if they had not avoided it thanks to Wyatt. "I get it, Henrix. I get it. I know I messed up. Instead of getting greedy and trying to create a supply and distribution line for silver milk powder, we should have gone into hiding and used the silver milk powder to strengthen our manpower. But we did not, because I decided that expanding our influence with the help of silver milk powder would be the right way. I know I was wrong. Our present is the evidence of that." Ned immediately shouldered all the blame for what could have been the biggest blunder in the history of the freedom fighters. Unfortunately for him, Henrix was not having it.